the Secretariat of COCTA, there are representatives of the Auditor General. There may also be colleagues from the Special Investigating Unit, not today. So it's important that those people are in the meeting because they actually support the two committees. So that we've got to do. Anybody else who is not from the, could you please make space for members then?
No, Chair. I just want to inform the mayor that he will have to find a position for me in the city of Johannesburg because I'm accounting today.
Yeah, she's sitting on this side. Normally, so have we now been able to find a seat for everyone? Are we sorted? Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Chair, are we ready? All right, thank you very much, and please forgive us for the late start. We did not expect to have as many people as we did, but I'm glad we've managed to find an accommodation for everybody. Honorable Neil May, please. Thanks. Today we have the City of Johannesburg coming to Parliament to engage with the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, as well as the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honorable Dr. Mkhize and I will share the chairing duties today. The first thing I want to say is to welcome you, Executive Mayor, and the Deputy Executive Mayor. By the way, I realize that it's not always an Executive Mayor, and there was a mayor who was here a couple of weeks ago, and I kept saying Executive Mayor. Eventually she said, I receive. Because in terms of the act, that the options in the act, she's not an executive mayor, but welcome to you, executive mayor and deputy executive mayor and the city manager and all your colleagues. You will do the introductions. I also want to thank you for the detailed submissions that you've sent to the committee. They have certainly been very helpful, and also the detail in the presentation that you're going to make. I think you've managed to strike a balance between detail and also being reasonably short so that we can get to a conversation. So I really want to thank you for that. I also want to say these interactions between the committees and different metros and municipalities for the Standing Committee on Public Accounts began last year, and they're going to continue until 2029. From scope perspective, the reason that's important is that metros and municipalities are actually the gears that are supposed to help the economy and our job creation, but also the delivery of critical services, which for South Africans are a human right, basically. So it's part of our strategy to interact in this way. So this is not the only interaction we are going to have. We are going to have a journey together until 2029. We obviously are not seeing every municipality out there, but most certainly the critical local authorities, whether they're rural or urban, we will be having these interactions. So I just want to thank you, therefore, for cooperating with the process and providing the information so that we can have a meaningful interaction today. The order of business is that we are going to give you, Executive Mayor, an opportunity to make to introduce your team, make opening remarks, go through your presentation, and after that, we are then going to give each of the members some minutes to interact with you. I just want to ask, for the purposes of your diary planning, in our invitation, we indicated that we will take a break in the afternoon and then come back in the evening. The plenary session is hybrid today in the afternoon, and we intend to continue after lunch so that we do not finish at 1 a.m. as it happens sometimes. So I don't know if you had planned anything in terms of your own commitments in the time that we had told you we would take a break, because if you had, I just want to give you advance warning, because you may need to sort out those arrangements. But you will let me know, even if it's during break, when we break for tea time. I don't want to inconvenience your arrangements in that way, in the case that you had something planned for the afternoon during that intended long break. But you can discuss with your team. Honorable Dr. Mkiza, I don't know if you've got any remarks to make in the beginning.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Welcome to the members, honorable members of Parliament and guests from Gauteng. Welcome, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and the City Manager and the whole delegation. We're really looking forward to the conversation. It's a normal conversation for us, but our task is to focus on accountability. And so we are really looking forward to a discussion. We've got the presentation, so we hope that we'll all enjoy. Thank you.
The floor is yours, Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Chair, and perhaps greetings to yourself, Honorable Zibi, the Chair, and greetings to the Chair, Honorable Dr. Mkize, and of course to all the honorable members of this committee. We want to greet you this morning, both the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and greetings to the guests present and those who are watching and listening through other means, and of course to our chair who is with us today, the chair of our MPEC committee, Councillor Spetlele, city manager, and our team is here. Perhaps let me start on a lighter note, if you allow me, Chair, that please note that this is the first time I appear in front of SCOPA. And if I had to go by the media, this moment feels like being summoned to a principal's office.
You've missed out, eh?
And of course, there's added pressure, and in the famous love letters from Minister of Finance. But I hope we'll be able to deal with all these issues, including the 6 love letters I also wrote to the Treasury and the Auditor General. I'd like to thank you for inviting us to the Portfolio Committee. Most importantly, I would like to thank you for your understanding and allowing the rescheduling of this session. At the time of the request, we're undergoing a public consultation process for our IDP and budget, and also preparing for both the State of the City and the budget speech. For us, this is an important moment. Not only it's an opportunity for us to account and exercise this important democratic function, it is an opportunity to tell our story, receive advice from the committee so that we can better the lives of the people of Johannesburg. Honorable Chair, please allow me to introduce the team Joburg. I'm with the executive. I'm the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg. My name is Councillor Sello Dada Morero, and today I'm supported, of course, by the chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Spetlele Raseruke, the deputy executive mayor. On my left, Councillor Loiso Masuku, our city manager, Dr. Floyd Brink, and our chief operations officer, Tsepo Makula. You can just wave as I mention your name for members of the committee to see you. Our group financial officer, Debucha Moraka.
The Honorable Mkize is streaming us.
Oh, okay.
I'm very sorry, you are very famous. I hear the messages are coming from all over.
Group Corporate and Shared Services, Mr. Mbulele Oruda. The Group Risk and Assurance, Ms. Sinaye Ngumalu. Group Strategy, Policy Coordination and Relations, Mr. Zaid Ibrahim. The Chief of Staff in the Mayor's Office, Mr. Chris Vondo. The Managing Director of the Johannesburg Water, Mr. Nchabeni Mukwebo. And Acting Managing Director of City Power, Mr. Charles Sloan. So this constitutes the team. Included is also Mr. Mtswaledi from Group Finance. Of course, our delegation may seem large, and thank you for accommodating us. And of course, through you, Chair, we received your request for information, and the office did confirm that we complied with your instruction. Every document was submitted, and today we structured our presentation based on your requests. Your requests expect us to account on the following: the state of governance, including audit outcomes over the past 3 years. And we are able to confirm that for the year ended 30 June 2025, the Auditor General issued an unqualified audit opinion for the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality on its consolidated group annual financial statements, and a qualified audit opinion on the city's performance and information report. These annual financial statements of the core administration, or what is referred to as parent municipality, were qualified. Although the city had lost a dispute with the AG, not all the issues of the dispute could be satisfactorily resolved for the period under the audit. Management, led by the Group CFO, is in the process, of course, of developing remedial action plan that will address the underlying causes for the findings. And in our presentation, you'll see how we intend to deal with the findings. Let me also add that part 2, you spoke about infrastructure projects, compliance, project management, and overall status. And the city's functions through group function. There is the core and there's municipal entities. The city's manager's presentation will cover this area of the audit outcomes. Entities are our implementing agencies. With this complex structure, which is an outcome of an institutional review, we understand that our challenges are structural, systematic, and financial. The city's operating model is based on a GOLI 2000, which I'll explain later what it meant. In 1999, Johannesburg appointed a city manager to address the city's deteriorating financial situation. Together with the municipal council, they developed a blueprint called IGOLI 2002. A 3-year plan that called on the city to sell non-core assets, restructure certain utilities, and require all others to become self-sufficient. The plan successfully took the city from near insolvency to an operating surplus of 153 million. A critical component of the plan was also to move a single-tier metropolitan system with an executive mayor, through which the city could address the problem of fragmentation in political governance. The GOLI 2002 was the creation of a series of municipal-owned entities, essentially ring-fence companies wholly owned by the city to deliver services on a business footing. And the city bus service, which is one of the key entities, Joburg Zoo, the theatre, and the fresh produce market, and the city's property holdings were turned into operations with the city as the single shareholder. Each ran as a business with management hired on performance contracts. In total, 14 municipal-owned entities were created for effective service delivery. These were divided into 3 categories: agencies, utilities, and corporatized entities. These 3 categories of entities would have included, amongst others, City Power, Joburg Water, which was responsible for water and sanitation, and Pick It Up, which is responsible for solid waste. And these are the companies which were then registered in line with the Business, or rather the Companies Act. Agencies included Joburg Roads Agency, City Parks, and the Johannesburg Development Agency. Each perform a service to the public at large with no direct charges to individual consumers. And of course, the last category would be the corporatized entities such as the zoo, civic theatre, bus service, fresh produce market, and the Johannesburg Property Company. And each, of course, compete in the open market. So I thought it was important to give a bit of a background on these entities will probably form the focus of the discussion today. And as I must also indicate that we do understand the root causes articulated by the Auditor General, and we must bear in mind the population we are servicing, taking into account aging infrastructure and budget constraints. Today we note and address the challenges related to Joburg Water, which is currently faced with losses of just about 44.7% in non-revenue water, which of course amounts to about 3.8 billion. The city's power total losses on electricity are around 30%, non-technical losses amounting to 4 billion, which is about 25%, and technical losses are at 9%, amounting to about 1.7 billion. But we will give detail as the city manager presents. And of course, we've got an entity called the Johannesburg Social Housing Company, which also has challenges and a deficit of about 559 million. We have good stories, however, to tell, which includes the Joburg market with a clean audit and a surplus of 117 million, which is 43% of the national market share. The Johannesburg Property Company, which has a surplus of 114 million. The Johannesburg Tourism Company, that has a surplus of 21.4 million and has a surplus of 3 million, both to continue and to maintain clean audits. Like all metropolitan municipalities, we are understanding that the metro trading reforms process will also assist the city in turning around, especially the trading service entities, by addressing structural problems causing a split in accountability and lack of financial transparency and management accountability. Secondly, governance failures that erode management skills and drive inefficiencies and leakages. Thirdly, low cash revenues. Lastly, low investment due to inappropriate allocation of grants, inefficient expenditure, and inability to raise loan financing. I thought it is also important to note on irregular and unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure over the past 3 years. The 2024-2025 financial year reflects meaningful progress in addressing the city's unauthorized irregular expenditure legacy, with total accumulated balances declining by 44% from 23 billion to at least 13.3 billion. We will demonstrate in the report how we arrived at this 13 billion. This has been achieved principally through aggressive council-approved write-offs, most significantly in the unauthorized expenditure, where the balance was reduced by over 70%. However, the city's attention is drawn to the following ongoing concerns, which this House should note. One, new unauthorized expenditure remains at approximately 9 billion per annum, indicating a systemic budget management challenges that write-offs alone cannot resolve the problem. New irregular expenditure
Apologies,
Chair. New irregular expenditure of about 3.7 billion continues to be recognized, with 1,741 matters still under investigation. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, of course, spiked from 938 million in 2024-2025, largely to interest and penalty charges across entities. Recovery of fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the responsible parties declined sharply and raising accountability concerns. So we will then give a deeper understanding, and in that presentation we will also cover issues on deviations and contract expansions, which are critical to the questions that the Honorable Chair and the committee had asked us. Implementation of the audit action plans, we will demonstrate what we have put in place as guided by the FMMA and of course the Division of Revenue. So management is addressing findings raised by the Auditor General as contained in the Auditor General report. And this report, there are actions to be taken and preventative controls to deal with the findings. So we will demonstrate our audit action plans and detailed information on the consequence management, on what we are doing and what we are implementing based on our ability to have been able to establish the disciplinary board, which is assisting us to deal with some of these matters as they are referred for investigation. Any other matter to the attention of the committee by the Auditor General in this session, the city manager, as we present, will be able to do so. I would also like to draw the committee's attention to the COCTA upper limits notice, which I think it's a matter that we will have to focus on as we discuss some of the challenges related to remuneration of our CEOs and MDs of companies, and we'll put proper issues into record as we deal with the salaries of senior managers also. We have a responsibility to deal with the salary structure of the labor force in the city. This historical battle known as the political facilitated agreement is reaching implementation stage, and ignoring our workers is not strategic because service will not be provided and revenue will be affected. So it is important that we put into context the 10 billion that has now become quite famous in the media. And of course we do have, this has been a 10-year battle between the city and labor since the period of 2015. As we engage with the review of local government framework, we must review and unpack the limitation of the scope of the notice. Non-compliance with governance or remuneration policies may pose governance audit or irregular expenditure risks. The city has 3 audit committees, which is important to highlight these committees, which is the group audit, risk and performance committees, which are helping us to produce audit reports for the city, including performance management of senior managers in the city. These committees are governed by Section 166 of the FMMA, read with Circular 65 of the FMMA. The terms of reference of these committees, the number of meetings held and their purpose, and the advisory made to by management. So these are the committees that we have created, and these committees perform a crucial role. They assist us to oversee the city and the complex environment by which we are existing. Advice to the accounting officer, they provide advice to the accounting officer, to the mayoral committee and other political oversight, advice on adequacy and effectiveness of the city. Those are some of the issues that these committees are able to help us with. Any matters referred to the relevant law enforcement agencies for further investigation, which I think it's a matter that we have raised, and cases are or will be highlighted in the city manager's presentation that indicate what we have done, including in relation to matters around bylaw enforcement. We continuously send to court and we continue to win some of the cases, especially in bylaw enforcement. And one of the typical cases is our last victory in the battle with Marble Towers in the center of the city of Johannesburg. Honorable members, I guess I'm at the point where I could conclude, but the city is structured into 7 regions, and as we present, we will touch what are the challenges that we are resolving in particular regions of the city. Perhaps on a lighter note as I conclude, Chair, this morning we looked at the media monitoring report so that we do not get accused of living in the sky. Online media, 16% negative and 24.2 positive. Radio, 3.3% negative and 8.5 positive. TV, 2.3% negative and 5.2 positive. Newspaper, 2.9 negative and 2.9 positive. Magazine, 0.02% negative and 0.09 positive. So the total gives us 24.6% negative and 34.3% neutral and 40.9% positive. It may sound strange, but we must be doing something right. A lot still needs to be done, and the foundation is laid, and our task is to focus on the implementation. I would therefore like to hand over, with your permission, Chairperson, to our city manager to then take you through the presentation. Thank you.
No, thanks, Executive Mayor. I must say one of the things I like about these official proceedings is that we get to hear people's real names. And the residents of Johannesburg know that you are still low. And they can thank the committee for that. No, thank you very much. You may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Good morning once again. Chair, with your permission, I will be guided based on the time permitted for the presentation.
Yes, so if we can, so it's now 10:03. Can we be done by 10:50? 10:50. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
The members have the presentation, so you can just do the narrative on each slide rather than go through each point.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and I'm going to do exactly that. The three colleagues on my left will also have certain sections which I will indicate. But I really thought that it is critical for me before I start is really to indicate that I do understand the seriousness of this particular matter that is before the committee. One would not want to minimize the outcome of the Auditor General, but we do respect the Office of the Auditor General as well as the audit opinion that we've received. The 2024-2025 audit opinion was a mixed one. At the group level, we managed to get an unqualified audit opinion. At the level of the core, the mother municipality, the parent municipality, we got a qualification. And that is where we would want to zoom in as well, Chair. So as the core administration regressed into a qualified audit opinion, specifically, there were two main areas, the sundry debtors as well as the expenditure cutoff. As and when the CFO present, he will zoom into those particular areas. But I want to make it clear from the outset that the qualification is quite serious, and as the accounting officer, I accept the responsibility and relating to those control failures. But also now it is to ensure that we have a team in place focusing on a turnaround as well as remedial plans in order for us to be able to turn it around, in order for us then to see the improvements that we are going forward, specifically with regard to the audit outcomes. The core administration, our annual financial statements were submitted on the 31st of August 2025. There was a Tier 1 dispute that took place at the end on 27th of November 2025. There was a Tier 2 process as well, which I think is critical as a background that I provide that, because that's one of the issues that were raised. And then the audit was concluded around the 8th of April. But since then, and assuming the responsibility of this particular process, our focus, honorable members, was specifically to focus not just on the dispute, but also remediation and how we look at remedial plans on how we're going to turn around and have a high level of commitment specifically towards an improved audit outcome. So we have shifted the city's focus specifically to focus on those particular weaknesses and also to ensure that we hold officials accountable where specific evidence supported. When you look at the presentation, honorable members, there are 8 specific areas that we've aligned ourselves based on what you've requested us to prepare on. In terms of our governance context and complexities, really to indicate to you that we do have the Presidential Working Group in the city. We've also approached the National Treasury for their support in January 2026 as well as April 2026. It is critical to understand and to know that we are operating in a coalition environment as well. The second part of the presentation will focus on the state of the governance and the audit outcomes. That will be done by the CFO. Financial sustainability. Here we're going to focus on the National Treasury, the benchmarks, our revenue, our expenditure, the borrowing and related processes for debt impairment. The CFO will touch on that. Infrastructure and capital delivery will be the coup. Our UIFW reduction, we provided some detailed slides and the supplementary information as well, Honourable Chair, specifically to ensure that we are honest with the committee, we are transparent, and that we are held accountable and for us to be able to respond. There will be a section on the deviations and regularization that will be done by the group head for Chiras, audit action plans and assurance, as well as consequence management and way forward. So it is critical for us to then indicate, Chair, that we've started with our own internal processes within the city, specifically with regard to the qualified audit opinion. We've engaged at the executive management level. We met with all our finance directors from within the core, as well as all the entities, to ensure that we start to provide that level of leadership, but also to address all the weaknesses with regard to the audit outcomes and the audit findings. So it is really an executive management team-led accountability, so that we don't just focus on the sample that has been tested by the Auditor General, but we also look at the whole population in order for us to then have a high level of root cause analysis, but also evidence tracking as we are moving forward. I want to repeat that in January 2026 already we've started with our process whereby we've requested assistance and support from the National Treasury. And that is a critical thing, because at that time when I've started, I had to do a diagnostics to understand what the real issues are, and I will touch on those particular issues. On the slide, with regard to accountability, recovery, and the control improvement, what is critical to note is that our total UIFW balance reduced by 43% from 2022-23-24 financial year to the 24-25 financial year. So when it is presented by the group head, it will be clear in terms of the particular processes that we would have followed, as well as the UIFW that has been regularized over the past few years, past 5 years. You'll see it later on slide 25. It's about 45.16 billion. There's also a 82% resolution rate with regard to our audit findings. We need to do more. So this particular slide, I would really want to present it in a way, Chair, to indicate to the committee that as much as it seems that we've done well with regard to UIFW, we are not saying that all our issues are resolved or solved. There's much more that we now need to do to ensure that we do not re-incur or have similar related issues. By that, we would need to ensure that we look at leadership stability related issues and strengthening of our own internal controls, but also focusing on financial and performance reporting as we are moving forward. So what is changed in the city is now that we are separating issues properly. We are looking at our accounting treatment, what must be disclosed and regularized. From a control correction point of view, what must change to prevent the recurrence. The accountability, who must answer where there is negligence or misconduct. So what is critical, we need to pinpoint who it is, what happened, and if there's any issues with regard to criminality, for us to be then able to refer those to the relevant law enforcement agencies. In terms of the governance context, is really for us then to ensure that we focus on a group-wide audit approach, not just on the core. So that is from an audit readiness point of view, our financial governance, UIFW, as well as consequence management. So what is critical for us to note on this particular slide is for us that, one, we are regulated in terms of the Constitution, the MFMA, National Treasury Frameworks, MPAC, and so forth. But the AGSA concern is not just looking into the prevention, but it's also for us to look at the correction of our own internal control failures. And that is why we are now shifting the administration specifically to evidence-based in terms of governance. So for every audit issue, what I now want to see as the accounting officer, who owns the issue, because we now need to allocate who's responsible for it, what control measure failed or what control failed, what evidence exists, because it's really about evidence-based, what corrective action has been taken or needs to be taken, what is the deadline, because what we now need to do is to hold each other accountable. Chair, there's one point that I would like to make. During our MPAC meeting about 3 weeks or a month ago or so, there was a proposal that was made by our MPAC that we should have what they called at that stage a commission-style type of a committee that will be able to subpoena officials there specifically to account on audit-related matters. It's one of the proposals that we took from the MPAC committee. So we've got a committee that is focusing specifically on those issues in order for us to fast-track our resolution of our audit findings, not just for the Auditor General as the external auditor, but also the internal auditors. And that then feeds into our Operation Clean Audit, OPCA, which is also led by the group head for GIRAS, as well as the group CFO. In terms of the following slide is really just to emphasize that we do have the Presidential Working Group as well as the National Treasury that is assisting us. What is critical to note, I've mentioned earlier that we've approached the National Treasury for support. That support was really based on 5 to 6 things, Chair. 1, financial sustainability and the funded budget credibility. Revenue management and debt collection so that they assist us in terms of deploying staff. Cash flow management and creditor discipline. Audit action plans, our UIFW, focusing on supply chain and contract management, which the CFO will also touch on, as well as financial reporting credibility. So the city did not wait for the audit outcome before it became a crisis, but already we knew when we did diagnostics late last year, early this year, and we then started with that particular processes for that specifically to unfold. My responsibility is to ensure that the administrative controls continue regardless of any changes that are happening within the city. We are quite clear that we really now need to ensure that we focus on the audit recovery plans, specifically based on documented actions, accountable owners, and also for us to be able then to focus on evidence-based. And like I've said, specific committees that will be able to hold our officials accountable, but also for us to align our spending linked to our performance and also the daily lived experience in terms of our service delivery that will be experienced by our residents. In terms of our 3-year trajectory, the city we would want to present honestly here today so that we are quite clear. We've got about 703 AGSA findings in 2022-2023. It then reduced to 472 the following year, an increase to 527 in 24-25. And these particular slides will be on slide 10 to 12 when the CFO present after my section here. And we will start to break it down and be clear with the committee where the issues are so that we then have a robust discussion specifically with regard to those particular issues. And how do we then focus on repeat findings so that we then ensure that we then focus on improving our audit opinion. The last part from my side, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, there's always been this issue with regard to the funded budget for the City of Johannesburg, whether it's funded or not, as well as the letter that we've received from the Minister. What we can indicate at this point, 1, we do respect the concerns that have been raised by the Minister. We had several discussions with the administrative teams through our National Treasury benchmark processes. We can indicate, the indication that we managed to get is that our budget is funded. The CFO will indicate how it is funded, the amount at which it is funded, but also for us, it's not about the fact that it is funded. It is now for us to ensure that we focus on other areas, 1, revenue collection and our revenue enhancement and our drives, focusing on our debt books, because our budget, we believe, based on the council-related processes that have been approved, we do have approved funding plans. We had specific revenue assumptions that we had to discuss with the National Treasury, and we can indicate that we've started to see some significant changes in our revenue collection. If I had to use an example, in the month of January, we collected at around 71%. At the end of February, we were at 81%. But at the end of March, we were at 96.5%. And in April, also a similar amount of 90%. The trajectory looks positive. It's now to ensure a high level of consistency and for us to be able to ensure that our budget remains funded in a disciplined manner and focusing on our cash flow, but not just on the revenue item, but also specific expenditure control. Chair, on that note, I will step down now. I'm going to hand over to the CFO, and the coup will come in, and then the group head for GIRAS. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, City Manager. Good morning, chairs, honourable members of the joint committees, executive mayor, deputy mayor, and all colleagues in the room. Chair, I'll take you through the next few slides where we look at the audit outcomes, and I'll also touch on certain key aspects of the financial performance, especially when you look at 2024, 2025, as compared to 2023, 2024, which I think is quite important from a context point of view. I think this slide, Chair, has been covered both by the executive mayor and the city manager at a group level. The opinion remains unqualified. Our drive is to obviously deal with the major findings found by the AG, so we can at least move the city of Johannesburg to a clean audit. The key feature of last year's audit outcome was the parent municipality, so the core, getting a qualification on two matters, sundry debtors and expenditure management, which was the cut-off element. When we started the dispute process that the EM and the city manager has mentioned, Chair, we had 4 issues. 2 of them dropped off as we moved through the various tiers of the dispute with the AGSA, but 2 matters then remained, which is sundry debtors and the cut-off matter, which was really the cut-off related to systems. Now, at a high level, Chair, just staying on this slide, it's not part of the slide deck that we put, but a high-level synopsis of the performance of the city of Johannesburg. Total revenue increased by 9.8% as compared 24-25 compared to 23-24. Expenditure increased by 7.6%, which then resulted in a surplus of 1.6 billion for the city of Johannesburg. And if you compare to where we were in 23-24, our surplus was only 200 million. You can see that there was an increase in terms of the surplus. And if you also then go back to 22-23 financial year, where for the first time in the history of the city, we, well, as the consolidated city, we got a deficit in terms of the performance. So at least you could say through the last 3 years, there's been an improvement in terms of the surplus. The liquidity ratio also slightly improved from 0.66 to 0.73. It is still below the 1-to-1 minimum threshold, Chair and members, and that shows that the city of Johannesburg is still under liquidity constraint. But I think the positive trajectory is for us, is welcome for us, but also then to emphasize collections, like the city manager says, but also the management of expenditures. Why I'm saying that, if you look at the consumer debtors, as part of the annual report that we submitted, by the way, Chair, the consumer debtors increased from 61 billion to 71 billion from 23-24 to 24-25. However, the net debtor, that is the debtors after the provision for doubtful debts, only increased from 11 billion to 12 billion. That shows that a majority of the increase in the consumer debtors was then provided for as doubtful debt, and that's informed by the collection rate of, in the 24-25 financial year, of 85.9%. And ours is to make sure that that increases. So the CEM has also touched on key aspects around the 2 months or the 3 months, March, April, and May, where we've seen collections at least stabilizing to above 90%. Ours is to make sure that those initiatives that we have launched continue so that it's not a spike. So National Treasury said to us, prove that that can continue, and we'll then start engagements in the adjustment budget in terms of where those collections are and what needs to be done. And then from a recurring audit, from a recurring audit perspective, you will see when I move to the other slides where some of the key issues are lying, in particular the governance cluster, which incorporates IT and the systems that are obviously then supported by the IT department. I'll talk about some of the things that we have put in place to support IT, both from the administration point of view, but also the presidential working group. The next slide, Chair, we talk about the resolution rate for the findings that we're giving at the city point of view is at 82%. Outstanding is still 86%. Majority of those are legacy findings, especially in the IT system. So those findings will remain until we upgrade our systems, and that portion is already in place. As you would know, one of the key features of the minister's letter was the MSCOA element. MSCOA, even though it's a municipal chart of accounts and it talks about how a city should be integrated, but at the core of it is the technology element to that. And it now, when you look at this slide, the governance part, where we're saying we've only resolved at 74%, which is lagging. If you look at the other clusters in the city of Johannesburg, and we talk about requires strengthening of the process and capacity support, it's part of the initiatives that we have now taken in conjunction with the Presidential Working Group. There is private sector expertise that the Presidential Working Group and the partners that participate in that working group have brought in to support our technology move, firstly to address MSCOA, but secondly to address the fragmented nature of our technology environment, which led to some of the findings that you see at the core point of view, because at the core, Chair, our system is still old, even though we did technically upgrade it, but it still doesn't have key features that will help us move. And the intention is that with the rollout of the FI, to the Financial Intelligence Model, and the BPC Budget Planning Module, by the end of June, certain components of them will come live, meaning that even during the accrual process, as we prepare our financial statements for submission at 30 August, we are expecting that improvement, Chair. In the next slide, I talk about, we talk about, as the City of Johannesburg, strategic priorities. What is key for us is that 5 billion at the bottom, Chair and members. That 5 billion is a commitment from our DFI partners. As you would know, we did also issue a statement that we have signed a 4 billion rand concessionary rate loan funding with the KfW, which is essentially almost like our DBSA counterpart in Germany, especially looking at electricity infrastructure. And I'll go into what is the key aspects of that electricity infrastructure and what we are seeing from electricity loss and water loss in the next slide. We talk about strategic interventions in terms of revenue expansion and collection, and proper billing as well, and that informed why the billing then had to move back to the entities where previously it was done at a group level. So the billing has moved back to the entities so that it's closer to where the meter reading is done. We talk about expenditure control, and that expenditure control, it's on key line items, Chair, looking at your bulk purchases for electricity that continue to escalate, and then eat into the gross margins of City Power. We look at bulk purchase management from water as well, and we're obviously containing the salary line items, especially with the moratoriums that we have put in place. We talk about capital financing, and again, looking at specific funding for the infrastructure entities, because when you go into the market, the interest now is not only on bilateral general loans, it's more of project financing that the market is interested in. And what the City of Johannesburg has done is then to reconfigure itself to ensure that we are meeting what the market is expecting of us. And obviously the ring fencing in terms of the metro trading reforms also helps that part of what the market requires. The next slide, Chair, is the NT benchmarking exercise, where we look at what we discussed with National Treasury. We discussed revenue credibility, expenditure affordability, obviously the debt and liquidity, capital programs and where we are investing, and the audit action alignment. That those sections, Chair and members, is what when we talk about benchmarking exercise. So the benchmarking exercise takes place between us and National Treasury, and in a South African context, all 8 metros then account in terms of that benchmarking, and that what informs what the CM talks about the funded budget. There were certain issues and deliberations that we had with National Treasury, where we were required to make changes to our revenue assumptions and collections. For example, we had pegged our collection at 88% for the 26-27 budget. We then revised it to 86%, just in line with the performance of 24-25. And like I said, if we then beat those targets, which we are expecting to do, any other change will come at the adjustment budget, Chair. When we move to the next slide, when we talk about debt impairment and the audit response, debt impairment is one of those elements that have a significant impact on our income statement. Like I said, the gross consumer debt has increased from 61 to 71 billion. However, the net debtor only increased from 11 to 12 billion, meaning that that increase of 10 billion at a consumer level, at a gross point of view, was essentially wiped out by the provision for bad debts. And that's because, like I said, in the 24-25 financial year, we achieved an 85.9% collection rate. We are striving to beat that collection rate now as we close off 30 June, especially with the improved collections that we have seen from March moving forward. We've also partnered with SARS through the Presidential Working Group in terms of incorporating certain systems that they use to help them collect. And once we start discussions, we can always go into those, Chair. The next slide, which is the final one for me, is looking at water and electricity losses. As you would know, Chair, I also watched the briefing of the AGSA, and I know members were quite interested in those losses from electricity point of view. Those losses stood at 5.67 billion. Water, 2.8 billion, in total 8.49 billion. These are significant numbers, Chair. If you just do a rough estimate between what is our total budget to those losses, you can see that they take almost 10% of the budget as a loss. And these are monies that if we can stop the bleeding, as monies that we can reinvest into these critical entities. We do know, Chair, for us to get to a point where we are reducing these losses, we do need to invest, and that's why the funding from KFW was quite important, because it really goes to the core of what will take to turn around the electricity losses, that 4 billion. That is over and above the Metro Trading Reform grants that will come from National Treasury, from Joburg Water point of view, our partnership with the IFC, which would give us 750 million between this current financial year, which is closing in 30 June 2026, and the next financial year, with the intention of another billion coming for the 2 outer years. And again, like I said, we'll be going back into the market to deal with those, because targeted interventions in those 2 entities of power and water require funding for critical infrastructure that is behind. The backlog at Joburg Water stands around 32 billion, which is needed over the next 10 years. And at City Power, it stands at around 45 billion, which will also be needed in the next 10 years. We are aware that even from a balance sheet point of view, those numbers cannot be financed only from the balance sheet. And that's why from a triple P process, ourselves with National Treasury and GTEC, which I think now will form part of the new entity. I think it's the infrastructure entity that has now been developed, which is DBSA, Infrastructure Fund, and GTEC. We are actually quite at an advanced stage in terms of feasibility studies around Joburg Water, in particular, pipe replacement, water demand, and non-revenue water, which we should be taking to council in the next 2 months, so that at least we get to a shovel-ready state before the end of this year, 2026 December, so we can start dealing with those issues, Chair. There are targeted interventions that we can always get into as we discuss and move, Chair. But I think my section then ends, and I'll come back 2026 December, so we can start dealing with those issues, Chair. There are targeted interventions that we can always get into as we discuss and move.
The foundation for this capital expenditure is based on the infrastructure and asset management policy that's approved by Council, the strategy and the Volume 1 plan that's already been approved by Council, which focuses on CAPEX that is biased towards Johannesburg Water, City Power, Johannesburg Road Agency, and by and large to pick it up, which is our waste entity, and of course a few assets impairment process. What is key to also note is that the asset infrastructure plan also focuses on renewal and upgrading of existing infrastructure, but also focuses on the repairs and maintenance of that infrastructure as part of the deliverables. In this slide, Chair, we are demonstrating the total capital allocation the total projects that we have, and of course the targets that we did not achieve in the third quarter. As I indicated, Chair, this is the end of March. There's been major improvement in relation to reallocation and part of the contract management to achieve these targets by the end of this quarter, which is we are in June now, which will be the last month of the indicator. So for the Q3, we have not achieved our targets. And of course, through the adjustment budget, we then reallocated within the line items on projects that are performing at the highest level to ensure that we manage the capital expenditure that is allocated to the projects. Here, Chair, we are demonstrating the clusters that are performing, and you'll notice that the sustainable services cluster, which in the main houses the Johannesburg Water, City Power, and JRA, and of course the economic cluster where JRA would sit, and this is we are demonstrating where we have high percentage. You'll note that human and social development is 8.1% improvement, but there we do not have service delivery infrastructure. In the main, it's the upgrade of the current facilities that they have in terms of clinics that we have, fire stations, and of course, procurement of fire trucks that are essential to the delivery from a CAPEX perspective. At the bottom there, we are just showing the expenditure in terms of the grants. Chair, we must indicate here that the USDG in the main bulk of that allocation goes to human settlement, and the biggest project there is the Lufering mixed development. And I think in the current financial year, we had issues with DBSA and National Treasury in terms of the allocation of the Lufering grant. And of course, that was halted, and we had to go and explain how that allocation is done through the service delivery entities, and that was released. And this, of course, delayed the implementation. DBSA required that we establish a joint steering committee with DBSA being the chair, and that has been acceded to and have been approved by the accounting officer. And we've seen already an acceleration in the fourth quarter of the current financial year. And that's basically what we are demonstrating in that portion. Here, Chair, we are really just going through some of the projects that have not given us a 0% spend, which I must emphasize, Chair, that we've reduced those projects that have not spent to about 3 compared to the previous financial year. And this is allocated to Group ICT in terms of licenses. The contract is available. However, as I said, it's an ICT infrastructure. We saw, because we had financial pressures, we had to delay some of the payments into the ICT space to reinvest mainly into the infrastructure service delivery entities. And here we are just really demonstrating the list of the projects. We are showing the list expenditure. In terms of Johannesburg Water, you'd see there, Chair, that by Q3, we had already spent 15%. Bulk of the challenges there is around the environmental impact assessment approvals that delay projects, and about 25% is the procurement issues in terms of where we go to the market, where we're unable to get service providers that have the technical capacity and ability to deliver on these projects, which then requires that we must go back to the market, and that's where a bulk of the delays are. In terms of Lufering mixed development, I've already indicated that the dispute or the challenges raised by DBSA as the main funding and technical funder of this project had issues, but we had since resolved that by mid-year, and in the current quarter we were able to gain some traction in terms of that. So in terms of contract management, Chair, we are really re-emphasizing in terms of there are 3 structures that are within my office. In terms of the engineering excellence, where we go to the ground to look at the quality of the work done by service providers from an engineering base. We also look at the project management aspect. Then lastly is the deployment of the service delivery unit into the projects to interact with the project manager, interact with communities, but also provide an independent report which assists us on the interventions. For an example, the reallocation of budget into the projects. Those that are spending high, we then reallocate into those projects because they are multi-year projects, and therefore make sure that we are able to spend the capital allocation. Chair, this slide really, I won't go into detail. I've already spoken to it. Really focuses on the interventions because I'm trying to manage the time. So I've spoken about the project management interventions, and here we are looking at the data integrity and all of that stuff. I think, and of course, this is, I think the CFO spoken about the partnerships, the Triple P projects that we are really delivering in terms of the Northern Work Treatment Plant in partnership with the private sector, but also with province and national government in terms of delivering on these capital projects. I won't go into this slide, Chair. Again, it's really just the interventions in relation to how we are managing projects across the group with the different departments and the different entities, which requires executive intervention, both at the strategic EMT chaired by the accounting officer and the operational EMT chaired by myself, where we look at interventions and where we have gaps and we make decisions on reallocation within the different quarters. The zero expenditure projects, we've reduced those. The procurement and contract management and performance, we ensure that we deal with that within every month. And then, of course, the financial flow, we look at financial improvement from the revenue collection, and then we reallocate because 65% of our projects are at stage 5, which is implementation of the works. And at times, of course, we need to reallocate budget into those projects that are moving. Frequency of performance, this happens on a weekly basis. And of course, in the current year, in this month, we are already preparing for CAPEX projects that are in the next financial year. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the members of the committee, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, and our Chairperson of MPEC, and our colleagues from the AG and the rest of the COJ management team. Chairperson, my name is Nai Ngumalo, and I will be taking you through a high level where we are in terms of the city's plans to reduce UIFW. Chair, as the Mayor indicated earlier, we were able to move from the prior 23-24 year-end balance to a 13.3 billion rand balance post the AG audit. And AG had discovered or had made a finding on about 2 billion rand unauthorized expenditure at year end, which means were it not for that, we would have been able to actually have reduced our UIFW to 11 billion rand worth of matters. Chair, in terms of where we are, irregular expenditure, we have indicated here the movements year on year, and we've also indicated the extent to which we were able to reduce our balances. Chair, in the interest of time, I will move on to the next slide, where we are indicating that over the 5-year period, the city has regularized 45 billion rand. When I say the city, it's the core administration as well as the municipal entities. And this would be the figures which the boards would have also regularized. In particular, talking about bulk purchases, water and electricity, which makes up about 50% of that 45 billion rand that has been regularized. We then are indicating the breakdown of the total amount that has been regularized other than unauthorized expenditure, which is your bulk purchases. Irregular expenditure, we had regularized 17.9, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 2.4. I must indicate that when it comes to unauthorized expenditure, in essence, it is not that it is expenditure that should not have been incurred, but ideally it really means that we have overspent on the allocated budget, which is an issue that we are addressing through our budget office and also City Power and Water, where we've got the Presidential Working Group, 2 streams that are focusing on these specific areas. On the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, this has really been recurring, our challenge with the ESCOM, where because of delayed payments, we've incurred interest, and the boards of City Power and Water will be regularizing that because it has increased. We have indicated in the current year declarations movements regarding fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Where we are, if we can move, yeah. Where we are, as I indicated, 13.2 is how we ended the financial year 24-25. Current year declarations, the EM indicated this, we are sitting at 3.6. 2.1 billion rand of that is, again, City Power overspending on back purchases. The amounts that have been considered by the boards are en route to, by the Audit and Risk Committee of the entities en route to board for approval, as well as those matters that have been considered by our MPEC and en route to council for regularization. We have shown there a figure of 1.2 billion rand. There is matters that we have submitted are pending consideration by MPEC and or the Audit and Risk Committees of the entities, and they were sitting at 1.3. That will then take us to a balance of 14.2, including current year's balances, prior year's balances. Matters that have been investigated, we are sitting at 6.7, and a total that is under investigation 7.5. That 14.2 that we're talking about, 55% of that is irregular expenditure, 36% is overspending, and the balance is our fruitless and wasteful. I think I've talked to the slide in the main, where we've indicated what our year-to-date as at end of March 2026, where we are with our declarations. What is of critical importance is that National Treasury had insisted on the city ensuring that our UIFW prevention and reduction strategy gets approved by end of June. We have submitted to the UIFW strategy to our MPEC last week, and there's been a commitment by MPEC that all matters that we submit, having been investigated, they will be pushing through until, obviously, if those matters qualify for regularization, they will then be pushing through up until end of this term, which is end of March. The entities have been tasked also to hold their meetings and process all the matters that are in front of them, so that where we need to exercise recovery, where we regularize, where there is a financial misconduct, it will then be reported accordingly. Can I move on?
Thanks, Chair. So I'll come back for the deviations in terms of Regulation 36. That was part of the questions. I won't spend too much time here. It's only 3 slides. Chair, in terms of the key deviations that the City of Johannesburg put in place, we've listed them. I think the one I need to explain to the committee members is for capital loan funding and KFW IFCs, so it's the same thing. Because these are DFIs, Chair, DFIs Development Funding Institution, just like DBSA, they do not compete on a tender basis, on an open tender basis, Chair. That's because usually they give you funding on certain projects which meet their development mandate, whether it's water, let's say for IFC, KFW, which is the electricity part. But secondly, because the interest rates they will offer you usually below the commercial banks. So even if you were to go on tender, the commercial banks won't be able to compete. So we do Regulation 36 there in terms of getting permission to then seek quotations only from the DFIs. And I think that's the 5.3 billion amount that you see there. And I think as part of the 5.3, like I said, the KFW is meant to address city power in particular, especially key infrastructure. And one thing I didn't address in my first part was to say that we are engaging with ESCOM in relation to setting up various working streams to support City Power collections, financial management, tariff management, and number 4, electricity loss management, because I think we are at a point where they also understand if we don't turn around City Power, the issues that we are currently facing will continue unabated. ESCOM has been where City Power has, they've managed to turn it around, and we are of the firm belief that through the investments of the DFIs, our partnership and engagements with ESCOM, and our own turnaround of the entity, we should then be able to see a positive trajectory on City Power, but also the other key entities in the city of Johannesburg, being Joburg Water and Pick It Up. This slide really just talks about some of the primary control pressures and what we are doing in terms of deviations, where we talk about contracts expiring before replacement, and that talks to really a manual nature of how we manage our contracts. We do now have an e-procurement system, Chair, that has been rolled out in the city core and its entities, and ours is to make sure that we strengthen and keep enhancing that system. There's an e-invoicing system also that will be rolled out in the core and the entities, just to track the flow of invoices where they are, because some of these payments or payment delays is because those invoices are actually not on the system, and we only monitor them as and when it's delivered to payments. And the e-invoicing system is something that we are now implementing. It's already being developed. Now it's just to go live. And I know it's one of the things that the City of eThekwini also spoke about. So we've got our own system in terms of e-invoicing also there, Chair, to deal with these deviations and regularizations that we see in the environment. I think those are the 2 key slides that I wanted to cover. So now I will come back for the audit action plan, and if needed, I'll also chip in. We are almost there, Chair. We are almost done. Snai?
Thanks, Group CFO. With regards to the audit action plan, we've got in the city what we call an OPCA, Operation Clean Audit, a committee that is chaired by GIRAS and the Group CFO. But over and above that, to ensure that we are able to assign accountability and responsibility, we have adopted the combined assurance model, where we look at the various levels of defense, and we've identified in terms of our combined assurance model, what is the responsibility of management, what is that of internal audit, and our audit and risk committees. What is perhaps of importance is with regards to performance information, which has been a bit of a challenge. The city had introduced a Microsoft Power BI, and we are seeing a slow uptake in terms of improving the reliability of performance information. It remains a challenge, as AG would have indicated, but there is a plan to ensure that the information we are submitting for audit purposes, it is reliable and can be reasonable tracked. We've got as the mayor indicated, on a monthly basis, we do produce a report which tracks the resolution of both internal audit and AG findings. That report goes to the mayoral committee, and on a quarterly basis, it goes to the audit committee, where we indicate the status of not only AG and internal audit, but also those matters that are recurring AG would have picked up. Here we simply are just a very high level indicating what are the key processes. What I think is of importance is that we are updating the National Treasury Portal system with the audit findings, and also then indicating where we are with the resolution. What is also of importance is to indicate that with regard to those processes which have been subject of regular or recurring AG findings, as well as processes that are contributing to the increase in our UIFW, we've ensured that we conduct detailed audits of those environments. For example, expenditure audits, for example, our fleet contract or contract management, But also this year, we're also looking at, we're busy with an audit, finalizing it, looking at our budgeting process so that we can pick up on where exactly are our challenges that are leading to the reported overspending. On a regular basis, we look at our financial reporting risks, and we then use that to assess where we are in terms of proactively mitigating the recurrence of those financial reporting challenges that we've experienced in the past. We have in our integrated annual report 24-25 that has gone to council, included what the remedial action plans are, looking at the key issues that the AG would have raised. I don't think I need to look to place emphasis on this, except that to indicate that there is a value chain from management, audit, the audit committee, mayoral committee, and the AG. We have, as I just indicated, that in terms of the key issues where there were control deficiencies, we've mapped them to strategic and operational risks, and we are then also indicating which structure exercises oversight in terms of those particular risk areas. Thank you. Maybe before you can come in, one of the key critical things that we ought to be looking at, I mean, we should be mentioning is that of consequence management and the disciplinary board now being fully operational, where because reporting to AG or any government structure, information that is not reliable is a financial misconduct. So there is scrutiny of the audit outcomes from last year to ensure that where necessary, accountability will then be exercised. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. In conclusion, on the side of consequence management, there's about 34 cases under investigation in the disciplinary board. There's about 6 active criminal matters referred to law enforcement, and about 8 historical material irregularities certified to be resolved by the Auditor General. Safe to say that we have submitted all those particular information as part of the supplementary information. The last part, Chair and honourable members, is really just from my side as the accounting officer to indicate that, one, we would want to restore the core administration and ensure that we get it back to an unqualified audit opinion. And that definitely then means that we focus on issues like the sundry debtors as well as the expenditure cutoff. The second thing will really be to strengthen the financial sustainability, and there we're going to focus on our revenue collection, on our debtors, our cash book, and so forth. The third one will be to reduce our water and electricity losses. There we will focus on metering, leaks and illegal connections, and billing and infrastructure. The fourth part is to improve in terms of our capital delivery, and that will then mean that we look at our project readiness and the life cycle of our project. The fifth one, which is also critical for the committee, is that we will reduce our UIFW, but also that we now start to focus really on the prevention, the investigation, and the regularization, but more importantly also the consequence management. The sixth one is that we are preparing earlier for the 25-26 financial year, and that means that we are focusing on our interim financial statements, monthly evidence packs, and also looking at reconciliations and our audit readiness. The last one is really for us to be able to continue to be transparent in our reporting, both at an executive management level, our mayoral committee, audit committee, impact, any other council-related meeting, and or national treasury, as well as SCOPA as we are moving forward. So one would really want to ensure that we move the audit from that qualified audit opinion at the core into an unqualified audit opinion. Thank you very much, Chair. That is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, and your colleagues for that presentation. So I'm trying to see how we manage our time, because we have 2 break at around 1 o'clock. So I want to propose, Chair, that we take a quick body break so that we then don't stop until we have to break for lunch. I think that will assist us. So the time is 10:56. Can we be back here at 11:10, and then we will begin the conversations between the members and the city of Joburg. Thank you very much. Question about your internal working arrangements in the city with regards to all the group entities that each have a board and management and so on. Can you just explain to the committees how that oversight works? How frequent is it? So that we then get a sense as you go through the questions of how that works, because a lot gets done through the entities rather than the central corporate structure itself. So can you just assist us in understanding that, and then I'll go to the members.
Okay, Chair, let me just allow the team to respond, but briefly. We do have a governance structure, which is where the shareholder oversees the work of the entities. So internally in core, we've got what we call governance, which is constituted by a director, which then oversees all the entities. It's a shareholder group in essence, managing the interest of the shareholder, which is in this case, it's the city. And then we then have MMCs responsible for entities, economic development, infrastructure, and development planning, and the last one being human settlement. So all of them then have a responsibility to manage those entities. Frequency is quarterly meetings that the MMCs has to have with the boards and board chairs to look at performance, and the second level is performance reports that are submitted to the mayoral committee by the entities. That is the governance structure, and of course we appoint boards on a 3-year cycle, renewable at least annually. So that's how the structure of the boards is. If I've missed something, the deputy mayor will add.
All right, everyone is happy? Okay, all right. No, thank you very much. Honorable sorry.
Sorry, Chair, based on the working of the entities, can I also add on to your question? Or do I, because it's about the entity and the working.
When your chance comes, because here's what typically happens.
Okay.
Everybody starts asking clarification questions, and then the meeting goes haywire. So if there's anything I've left out, when it comes to your turn, please deal with it. So, honorable members, we are many today. I'm going to be very strict with time. You're still getting 15 minutes, but at 10 minutes I will say. So it's very important that we focus on just asking the questions. So that is the first thing. The second thing is that there are members who've indicated that they have to be in the house. It's not everybody. So when we get closer to 1 o'clock, I beg your indulgence to give those members, I think there are only 2 members that I am aware of who have to be in the house. So if it looks like they will run out of time, I will give them an opportunity to ask. They're both full-time members of Scope and COCTA. And then they won't come back during the afternoon, and the rest of us will be able to continue. So I'm going to start on my left today, honorable members. Honorable members, don't look at me like that. Like you to say, I was not ready. I always remember which side we started the previous time. So we are starting on the left. It really is going to be 15 minutes. I'm going to be unfriendly today, not just to Honorable Isaac. So if we can start and then we will move to the right, and the 15 minutes begins now.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Chair, can you please pass a duty whip as well today? I would rather be participating in the afternoon session effectively. Thank you.
Okay, no, that is fine. Honorable Ndamasa, are you ready?
No, Chair.
No.
I'm pulling it.
Oh, don't.
I'm one of those people that should be in the house in the afternoon.
Oh, good. It's good that you can start then. Thank you very much. We will get going.
Chair, few issues that I would like to raise. Very few. The first one is in relation to the disciplinary board, the functionality of it. Can we be able to trace it? Because as part of the report, I heard that it is in the recent past that you are convinced now that it is functioning well. can you be able to track it and be able to outline exactly what have been the challenges in relation to that? That's one. Then secondly, if we look at the tracking of the internal audit recommendations that have been made, if there are any, can you look at the percentage of those in the past 2 years that have been implemented fully? Your recommendations from your internal audit structures. Then on the question of your municipal entities, we look at looking at the report, we observe the oversight, the governance failures that can be articulated there. If you look at City Power, pick it up, Joburg Water, are there any interventions that have been recommended by your internal oversight bodies? If there are any, can you be able to articulate those? And the final one is in relation to material findings that might have been concealed to the MPEC, if there are any. Can you be able to speak on those? Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, you can respond, and then he will ask follow-up questions. He's got 15 minutes for the exchange.
Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to the COO for the DB board. The internal audit will be Sinaya. The one on the entities and the governance failures and the oversight that we are doing. Of course, there are several issues that we do have within our entities, and we must indicate, Chair, as I've indicated earlier, we would want to be clear and honest that there are issues, but there's also other turnaround plans that we do have. For example, in City Power that the honourable member has raised now, we do have a council-approved turnaround plan, and we are also in the process of participating in the National Treasury reforms, and that will also help us to be able, from a governance structure, to be able then to inject in funding specifically in that area. Our focus on in the City Power area is really to focus on issues with regard to the losses and technical and non-technical losses, as we've presented earlier. And those are some of the interventions that we will now have to focus on. There's other related issues with regard to billing and collection that we're also focusing on. And we are quite clear that with the plans that we have in place, we do have the capacity and the capabilities to be able to turn it around. It might not be easy always in the City Power case, but when I presented earlier, I did indicate, Honourable Member, that the revenue-related items were quite strict in the City Power space as well, that we don't just focus on the loss of the revenue in this case, but also then to review and focus on expenditure control in that particular area. I'll hand over to the colleagues just to touch on the other two items.
Thanks, CM. Just to get straight to the disciplinary board, I can indicate that the disciplinary board has fully been established. We've adopted the terms of reference. In total, Chair, we have about 36 matters that have been referred to Council for investigation. 6 of those matters, Council had approved that we do preliminary and final investigations. We've concluded those. We'll be sending the final report to Council. We are targeting end of June to submit those 6 matters that have been concluded. One around MTN, the SEP licensing, the TFM matter on fire engines. So those 6 matters, the final investigations have been concluded, and we are sending that to Council. There are clear recommendations in relation to actions that need to be taken. The 12 matters have been, Council has approved that we do preliminary. We've been appointed investigators on the 12 and the 16 of those matters. Chair, I must indicate that the delay within the disciplinary board is that we are dealing with backlogs since there was a delay in the establishment of the disciplinary board. So we are dealing with matters from 2011, 2012, 2013 that already were in the backlog in terms of investigations and write-off, which have been referred, some from MPEC and some, of course, through Council and the accounting office. So we are currently dealing with the backlog in terms of the disciplinary board, but I can indicate that the board is in full effect. We have appointed investigators on all of these matters, but we want to conclude the first 6 matters that were referred by MPEG and by Council, which we've already concluded the investigations. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, on the issue of the resolution of internal audit findings, currently as at end of Q3, we're sitting at 55%. Last year we hovered between 60 and 65% as well. The difference with internal audit findings is that they vary month to month as opposed to AG findings, because AG you get a management report at a specific point in time when they conclude the audit. But with internal audit, and we're talking citywide because the entities themselves have got internal audit functions, we consolidate that information. And as and when we conclude internal audit projects, then we update the dashboard. And but on average, the amount or the total number of findings will vary month to month, but on average, we hover between 60 and 65. Consistently, the rate of resolution of internal audit findings versus AG findings, it differs. I think there has always been that focus that we look at AG findings, but the rate of resolution when it comes to internal audit is not as high as that of AG. Thank you, Chair.
Can I come in, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Damase, you've got 15 minutes to either ask one question and get an answer, or whichever way you want to do it.
No, that's the last input that I'm going to make. One, in relation to the entities, which one would say it's a slippery slope. From the point of view of the accounting officer, what keeps you awake at night? Because part of what I'm saying is that this is a slippery slope and that this affects directly, especially for the entities that I've outlined. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, that was a comment, or
I would like to have a comment out of that comment.
all right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On a lighter note, there's many things that keeps me awake. The one on the entity specifically, we must be honest, it's the issue with regard to specifically the cash position of our entities, specifically in this case, City Power. The Executive Mayor mentioned other entities as well. It relates to issues with regard to losses, governance-related issues, but also the overdrafts within, for example, City Power. But what is critical for us, Honourable Member, not just to focus on what is it that is keeping us awake, but is what is it that we are ensuring a high level of accountability and reporting. And as I've indicated, we do have a clear turnaround plan that is approved by Council, and specifically so that we then start to focus on preventative items rather than every time for us just to be reactive. So we will then continue to strengthen our oversight in those particular entities in order for us then to ensure that we have a meaningful service delivery, because those entities are really our service delivery arms through the SDAs and the business plans that we would have signed with them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Honourable Damase. Honourable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the visitors from the city of Johannesburg and other honourable members and other people present here. So my first question is to the Mayor. It's a comment and a question lined up. So, Mayor, when the AG presented the audit outcomes, and after I've gone through it in detail, you know, I was lost for words because they are so dismal. And the word that came to my mind was pathetic. And the reason why I say so, it's not just the residents and businesses of the city of Joburg that are impacted, it's the whole of South Africa, because the city of Johannesburg contributes 17% to the GDP. It's the economic heartland of our country. So the consequences of such dire audit outcomes is massive for our country. So I use the word pathetic. How would you refer to the audit outcomes of the Auditor General in a couple of words for this year that we're actually looking at? Thank you.
If you allow me, Chair.
No, always. Just have a direct exchange. I won't get involved for 15 minutes.
Oh, remember, it's our first time we are here. Let me just deal with the comment from Honorable Beasley. Yeah, maybe
Beasley.
Honorable, let me qualify my response in that fashion. That yes, indeed, if you look at our presentation, you'll see that the city has what we call core and group. And you'll see that over time, core itself has been at unqualified reports, and in some of the financial years has been at qualified. The attempt has always been that we must always be at unqualified at least as a municipality. And unfortunately, our last report does the two issues. One for group, it says unqualified, and for core, it's qualified. So indeed, there were repeated findings that the IG has raised that we have to resolve, and we are planning in terms of our audit action plans to ensure that we can improve on our audit reports. So certainly, it is not something that we can write home about. Would have preferred to have been at unqualified, but unfortunately, the instances based on the reports by the AG indicated that our final audit would be at qualified. We did raise a dispute on certain matters with the AG. 5 matters were raised. 2 of them were successful in our engagements with the AG, and they were cleared. And unfortunately, the 3 balance we could not come to an agreement. But yes, I do take your point. It's not a good audit report, and all of us must ensure that the next cycle we do come out at unqualified and ensure there's also no findings that are repeated in that report. So we will strive towards improving as the city, as we have improved before with some of the audit reports that came before the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to highlight, it's not necessarily about whether reports qualified or unqualified. It's the other comments that the AG makes. And in this case, she made 527 findings against the city. So yeah, I'll use the word pathetic again. And Mayor, everything rises and falls on leadership. And during this period, you had MMC and Margaret Arnolds as MMC for finance. You were warned by Herman Mashaba that she was particularly weak. You confirmed that she was weak, yet you still appointed her. You know, how can you appoint somebody who is so visibly weak in terms of finances to actually head the finances of the city of Johannesburg?
Perhaps let's put the matter into context and not deal with the political perceptions by Mr. Mashaba on the matter. Political parties appoint leadership on the basis of the ability politically to deal with matters that affects the city. And you'd realize even some of the MMCs who are here are not necessarily experts in that particular field, but politically they're appointed, and the responsibility once they're appointed is for them to learn and to improve and gather information of what is required of the portfolio. Otherwise, we'll not be able to deploy people. If we want chartered accountants to be MMCs of finance, it would mean we do have problems into the future. But the expectations is that leadership, once appointed, they have a responsibility to learn. Secondly, they've got a group of competent experts and professionals in that field to be able to support them. That is why we'll appoint a group CFO who's a chartered accountant or an accountant, who will then be able to provide the necessary direction and information to the MMC. But I guess it will not help this committee or the chairperson or ourselves to dwell on the matters that were issues raised by Mr. Mashaba on the competence or non-competence of MMC then, Margaret Arnolds. We had confidence that she'll be able to navigate the space, which she did. And if you look at some of the reports during her tenure, the city did perform well in a number of areas that were finance-related areas, including our collection rate, including the fact that we passed a fully funded budget during her tenure. So some of the things, I guess, is just political statements, which I don't think they will help this committee. Otherwise, all the ministers that we have here should be chartered accountants before they become ministers of finance. So I guess we are confident that she'll be able to deliver on the mandate.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's the difference between, if people are having to learn on the job, then ministers shouldn't actually be appointed. That's the difference in our country. If you've got somebody who has to learn on the job, whether minister or MMC, I mean, it's a very sad indictment on what you just said. But I'll move on. And then secondly, you are flanked today by two senior officials, Mr. Makolo and Mrs. Kumalo. Both of them were dismissed during Mr. Mashaba's tenure as mayor. Yet they're sitting here, they've got serious investigation clouds over them, serious corruption clouds over them, yet they're part of your leadership team. I mean, as again I said earlier, everything rises and falls on leadership, and it's not only, it's people's perceptions too. So if you can just talk to that, please, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Magola is a competent individual. This was appointed by the city, and allegations were thrown at him by the then mayor, Mr. Mashaba. And of course, you do know that in this country, once allegations are thrown at you, the onus are on those that have thrown allegations to take you through a process. And duly so, Mr. Magola went through a disciplinary process and also went through a court process which found him not to be guilty. Similarly, Ms. Numalo went through a process which has proven that the allegations were baseless and unsubstantiated by the then mayor, Mr. Mashab. And by the way, it is important for this committee to also note it was not the only two individuals that allegations of misconduct or corruption were laid against them, and Mashaba's administration was unable to prove beyond reasonable doubt that those acts that he suggested the people had committed did. We are sitting with a number of cases of people who are still in court, clearing their names, and the last ones were the 126 employees at the licensing department who proved that Mashaba was wrong in his assertion to have thrown allegations. We must say it here that the number of senior officials decided to leave the city on the basis of those allegations. And the drop that you are seeing today in terms of performance on revenue collection was as a result of the employees throughout the value chain in the revenue department decided not to do anything anymore, because anything you touch, you are then accused of corruption by Mashaba. In fact, Mashaba created weak leadership throughout the city. And I must say, I didn't want to venture into that debate in this committee. I wanted to give an honest reflection of where we are, but you are now pulling me into the direction where we are entering politics, and I would not have loved to enter that space. But indeed, the two colleagues who are here are competent, and they've proven beyond reasonable doubt that they are competent.
Okay. And then moving on, the AG in their report had a service delivery target of 40% and infrastructure development target of 36% that the city achieved. I mean, that again is below 50% and is a serious indictment on service delivery and infrastructure development in the country.
No, thanks, Chair. Indeed, like we always say, Honourable Member, we do have challenges within the city, and at some point it could have also been leadership-related stability and or instability with regard to that. When the coup presented, he presented a clear plan with regard to how we are turning around the capital infrastructure and the delivery within the city. And that in itself will also be something that must then be experienced, the daily lived experience of our communities, because there must then be a link between the budgets that we spent. It must then align back to the capital expenditure, the delivery itself, but also the service delivery, particular experiences that you will that you will see. So the comment is taken, and it is something that we are willing to learn and to see how it is that we're improving. And when you look at the life cycle in terms of our own processes, we've done our own self-introspection, and now it's for us to really ensure that we start to work towards that level of renewal.
Thank you, Chair. How long have I got left?
4 more minutes.
Okay. Then something that really struck me in the AG's report, and you touched on it just very briefly, was the RCT environment in the city of Johannesburg. And you guys are falling seriously behind. They raised some very serious concerns. And as we know, RCT is moving rapidly forward. But if you guys are moving rapidly backwards, it is having a massive impact on service delivery, ability to bill clients, ability to pay creditors. So maybe if you can just talk to what the Auditor General said as shambles in your RCT environment.
Thanks, Honourable Member. I think from an ICT perspective, we take into account quite seriously what the AG raised. I did then speak about what we are doing moving forward, including the fact that the head of IT and myself, including his teams and my teams, meet on a weekly basis because, like you are saying, from an IT point of view, if you were just to isolate it and think it's just IT, laptops and the likes, we are wrong. We talk about systems. And our organization, our size, still doing some certain parts manually is a problem. So I spoke about the fact that some of the IT projects, the modernization projects are delayed. And through those engagements, and I guess, for the lack of the better word, myself holding IT accountable, we are unblocking those. The weak IT controls and security protocols that has been observed by the AG, and the vulnerability of our systems. A few years ago, I think 5 or 6 years ago, there was a hacking that happened, and that necessitated our partnership with the CSIR so that we can close some of those weaknesses in terms of external hacking, but internally also, we have seen instances of lack of segregation of duties, especially on the revenue space. We've locked those excesses, and only approved officials signed off by the CEOs, because like I said, the billing has now moved back to the entities, can be allowed onto the system. And the weekly monitoring engagements and reporting back to the city manager and the mayoral committee, we want to make sure that those projects which are flagged as delayed, we know they are delayed, as well as the institution, are moved so that we can meet, number one, the MSCOA requirements, but also have a city that is more responsive to its citizens. Thanks.
Chair, last question if I can, and this is to the Mayor. Mayor, this is a question human to human, not politician to politician. But the 3 elephants in the Johannesburg Zoo, the Auditor General obviously never referred to it, but it's a personal matter, and they're the last 3 zoos that are elephants that are kept in captivity. You guys don't have the funds to fix potholes. You don't have things. Surely it's time to release the elephants and set them free. It's a massive issue. They don't have a voice. They've been assessed as being in deprived conditions. And they're the last elephants in any zoo in South Africa. And you can, Mayor, as a human being, set them free. So my request to you is set Lami, Rambadiba and Mopani free.
If you allow me, Chair, let me deal with the matter of the zoo. And you are aware that this matter is now in court between ourselves and the NGOs that are advocating for the release. We are in court, and I would prefer to leave it there until there's the court outcome on the matter, and then we can come back within that period to give a written submission to the committee on what is the outcomes of the courts and what is their way forward. And let me also remind the honourable member that Mashaba is only matric, and he was the mayor of Johannesburg. So just on a lighter note.
Okay, colleagues, let's stay within the past. So can I just state something of principle, Honourable Mayor, and Honourable Beasley, you can say if you, because I don't want to let the matter is in court issue go, because Honourable Executive Mayor, when a matter is in court, you are not precluded from expressing the city's view on the matter. because saying something that is consistent with what you've said in court does not compromise the case. So I would like to ask you to let the committee know what your position is on the matter. We're not asking you to contradict yourself.
Perhaps let me start by saying the Johannesburg Zoo, it's accredited and guided by international zoological best practice framework that over the years we have complied to as the City of Joburg, which framework is regulated by the World Association of Zoos, and the city has been participating thoroughly. We are also regulated by the Department of Environment and Forestry. Second to that, the elephants are currently under professional veterinary supervision, which the city is providing at all times. Welfare and standards, we do comply to international zoo management protocols. So I thought I should just give that background, and our stance is that the animals are in good care and we'll continue to keep them there. However, would hear also what is the outcome moving forward.
All right, thank you. I think you've been served then with an answer, Honourable Beasley. Thanks, Honourable Mayor. Honourable Nilme.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me greet the chairpersons currently here. Also, let me greet the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, the City Manager and your team, and my colleagues here present. Executive Mayor, our Minister for Finance recently stated that your cash resources of 3.9 billion cannot cover a staggering 25.2 billion creditor bill. And that is due to the liquidity challenges that you have. Which critical service delivery creditors are you currently being sidelined or deferred to keep the city functionally afloat? That's my first question. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Mayor. Member, sorry.
I think you've just fired your own boss right in the meeting.
Sorry about that, Chair. So the position that the Minister of Finance expressed was at the 24-25 financial year, member. I did touch on where we are in terms of liquidity as at the end of that year, how we have moved from 23-24, and the fact that we are still constrained. But through the interventions that we have made in the current year, our balance for creditors as at 2 weeks ago, so that was end of May, we were sitting at around 7.5 billion. That is outstanding to creditors. We prioritize critical services. We prioritize making sure that Joburg Water, City Power, and Pick It Up creditors are paid, including JRA. Obviously, it does then put a strain, especially when we do prioritize certain entities that are already in a deficit position, because as part of the cash management, we then look at how much the city as a whole is collecting, but making sure that we also service the creditors in those entities. And I think as part of the trading reforms that National Treasury is advocating for in terms of ring-fencing of entities and making sure that we deal with the pain points where they actually originate, that will help the city again moving forward. But we again, it was part of the engagements with National Treasury, because we had to start in terms of the benchmarking from that letter where we are as the city and how the budget for the medium term, so 26-27 and the outer years, then deals with certain matters that were raised, and that was part of the engagements that led to certain, like I say, concessions being made for collections, but also certain cuts being made on expenditure, especially from the cash point of view, to reserve cash and make sure that the city is catching up from the creditor point of view. I don't know if I answered you adequately. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The second question that I have is also from National Treasury, that had directed you to halt the implementation of the 10.3 billion SAMU wage agreement, calling it a direct transgression of the MFMA. Can you tell me how are you going to navigate that with regards to the the final assessment, and how are you going to implement that, considering the budget restrictions that you have at the moment?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Name is Mbulelo Ruda. I think point of departure is just the politically facilitated agreement is about justice, redress, and also institutional stability. And it is a result of an agreement that was facilitated by the CCMA. And one of the founding principles of that agreement has always been affordability, financial sustainability, and the city's budget processes. So although the agreement is signed, we are still subject to those principles that whatever payments we make are subject to those principles that we do not deplete or mess up with the city's financial sustainability, and all payments that are being made are made on the principles of affordability. So that's how we navigate payments towards that agreement. So I think on the engagement with the minister after the letter, we advised him on where the agreement comes from. It's based basically of trying to reduce or deal with salary issues in the city, because if you do not deal with them, it obviously would lead to performance issues by the employees. So you needed then to strike a balance in terms of making sure that the agreement is signed, but also strike the balance that in paying the agreement that you do not deplete the city's resources. So as I say that it's a balancing act. There's an affordability principle, there's a sustainability principle, there are city budget processes before any payment that is made towards the PFA. Thank you.
Thank you. And given that the JSE recently suspended the city's debt given that the JSE recently suspended the city's debt instruments due to administrative failures linked to your financial reporting, what specific immediate risk has the suspension introduced to the city's rolling debt financing strategy, and what is the exact timeline that you have to reverse it?
Thanks, Honourable Member. So the City of Johannesburg is unsuspended from the JSE. That happened around 2 weeks ago. As soon as we tabled our financial statements in council at the end of end of May, when we were presenting the budget, JSE the next day unsuspended us, meaning that we are then back onto the trading platform. In terms of impact, it didn't have any. We only had one bond left, which we are redeeming on the 22nd of June, so in 2 weeks' time. We've got the funds to refund, to pay off that bond, but we will then be going back into the bond market. I think I did touch on the infrastructure backlog that we are seeing at our entities. So DFI and engaging with DFIs and commercial banks is one strategy, but also pooling of funds by entering into the bond market is also another strategy, because what you will find in the environment is when banks tell you that it's better for them to pull into one fund, which is essentially how bonds work, put money in there for infrastructure development instead of each one giving their own separate loans. It reduces risk across the board for them. But again, for us, it then gives us the benefit of lower interest rates and again, engaging multiple stakeholders. So I think as I conclude, we are unsuspended. It was purely based on the fact that we didn't file our Fs as at the 31st of March because we're still in the dispute. So as soon as we finished the dispute, we put together the annual report, we took it to council, and we then notified JSC, who then unsuspended us. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And finally, this is my final question, is once again with National Treasury. Have you managed to interact with National Treasury, again, with regards to the equitable share allocation, from which it has come down from 979 million down to 455 million? And what specific items in your operating budget would be axed? Or have you managed to regain the equitable share from National Treasury?
Thanks. I'll take that one as well, Honourable Member. So in terms of our engagements with National Treasury, there's two issues. I wouldn't say the other issue is outstanding because as soon as we submit our streams, we'll then get a formal letter for the budget funding. We do have informal communication, obviously, because we couldn't table an unfunded budget. That is now the requirement from National Treasury. What used to happen in the past is that cities were able, let's say any other city, pass an unfunded budget with a recovery plan. That is no longer allowed, meaning that before the MMC of Finance Deputy Mayor did the budget speech, we had to at least get confirmation for a funded budget perspective, and the formal letter will also then flow so that we can share with stakeholders. Number two was the URFW strategies approved by Council. So our engagements with National Treasury, yes, we have been engaging with National Treasury because we are a non-delegated municipality. We report straight to National Treasury, so we have to engage with them almost on a daily basis. We have then told them that on the 23rd and 24th is our council sitting. We will then table the URFW strategy policy because they want the actual policy approved by council. We do have the strategy, but they want it approved by council, which will then tick off the URFWE matter because that is what then caused the withholding of the equitable share in December. And they made it very clear if we are not done with the council process by June, end of June, the July tranche would be affected. So we have communicated that we will be taking those to council on the 23rd and 24th. We were actually in council in May already with those documents, but MPAC did request that we withdraw those reports because they wanted to go through them first, and then we will retable them as at the 23rd, 24th council sitting, and we'll then notify National Treasury, which should then clear the path for equitable share, nothing to be withheld, as it happened in December. Thanks.
Chair, was my time up?
Total, you've got 5 more minutes.
5. Okay. Yes, this is a subject of my heart, and that is with regards to cybersecurity. If we listen to your neighbouring metro, being Ekurhuleni, you heard that they'd had a cyber incident where their billing officials had hacked into their system. What safeguard, and have you noticed any visible differences in your particular billing where there is a deficit in the amount of revenue coming in, and that it could also be from the same? Because what we've noticed across, there are trends. Officials learn the different trends. There's inside information, and you have inside with BCX. I'm not sure if BCX is also one of your service providers. What vulnerabilities have you noticed? I know that my colleague here next to me had asked you that. So given the identified cybersecurity vulnerabilities, what immediate steps have you taken to protect sensitive financial and personal data from breaches or attacks? I just wanted to know a little bit more about that, seeing that the municipality, the metro, is large. It's basically a metropole.
Thanks, Honourable Member. I'll take that. In terms of security, I did say probably 5 to 6 years ago we were hacked. But at that point in time, the hacking only really passed through the first layer of security, where they were able to take certain information. It wasn't billing information, but it was more of our customers. But we were able to then identify that hack within the first hour and stop it. But what we did after that was then to sign a contract with CSIR, which is still active, where they look after our cybersecurity. In the past, we used third-party service providers. Now we're using CSIR specifically because they are a government institution and they've got quite good expertise in cybersecurity. Secondly, what we did was the technical upgrade of SAP. So the city of Johannesburg, especially the core, used to be on 4.7, I think you would know that, R3 4.7 SAP, which is the old version of SAP. It's not supported by SAP themselves anymore. So December 2024, we did what we call a technical upgrade to ECC6, because it's then supported by SEP, because once we did the technical upgrade, SEP could then come in to work with us in terms of identifying are there any key areas of concern in terms of controls in the broader IT environment, especially around SEP, because SEP is our ERP, so we don't have BCX. BCX runs Solar, which is Ekurhuleni. We are on SEP, which is our ERP. So we brought on SEP. We've then brought in a forensic analyst to look at any weaknesses. Over and above that, like the city manager did say, we wrote to National Treasury in January. They have now appointed their own service provider to do a detailed revenue forensic audit in our space, because we are not trying to chase people or the likes, but we want to see where the control vulnerabilities and if there's any officials that we should be taking disciplinary action on. So National Treasury is running that project independently. They're independently funding it. But so far, in terms of what we have seen, any compromises similar to Ekurhuleni, no, we haven't. Our revenue still remains fairly stable, especially with it now moving back to the entities where we actually closed all access to the system until the CEO of that particular entity wrote a motivation why a certain individual should be allowed back onto the system and what role that they do play. Those are some of the controls that we put in place. But I think for me, the work that is done by National Treasury, the work that was done by the forensic analysts that we appointed, because they are now working together, will show us if there's any other vulnerability, number one, but number two, if there's any other individuals that need to be held into account in terms of any manipulation that could have happened in the past. But we haven't seen any so far. Thanks, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Nilmay. And thank you, colleagues from COJ. Honourable Bila.
Thanks, Chairpersons, and a very good day. Yes, good day, Executive Mayor, the City Manager and your team, also the Deputy Executive Mayor. My questions will be from procurement, deviations, and contract management. The AGSA found that deviations from competitive bidding were routinely approved without valid justification. How many contracts were awarded this way? And what disciplinary action has been taken against those responsible for bypassing procurement rules? Secondly, AGSA also notes that deviations and emergency procurements are being used as routine workarounds. How many such cases have occurred in the last year, and what is being done to prevent abuse of these expectations? Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. The total value of deviations for 23-24 was 5.3 billion. 24-25, a similar amount. I did say in terms of the major contracts that were awarded via deviation, it was the eJoburg Smart City platform from Interfile, because they are the OEM. We looked at ValueMax for the extension of deep slot housing development, the anti-land invasion panel, because that panel we had to extend it and deviate in terms of making sure that that panel is still active, because we're still in the procurement process. The capital loan funding from the DFIs, it's part of the things I touched on when I presented, to say they don't compete in the commercial space because they are DFIs, and the legal and services contract also, which is still in the procurement process, where we extended it. So it was for a form of extension 116, and obviously the other contracts were part of the deviations. What we have done, if you compare the list of deviations to the prior years, you will have seen a reduction in terms of the deviations that we are seeing, especially at a city core point of view, but also our entities, because we want to make sure that you don't use a deviation for your own planning miscalculations or inefficiencies in the city of Johannesburg. So where we find that a deviation comes to the adjudication committee because of poor planning, we do refer those matters back for investigation before approving that Regulation 36. As part of the practice notes as part of trying to enhance the control environment, we do have practice notes that we have issued out citywide. Before a deviation can be considered by the accounting officer or the adjudication committee, it must have gone through a supply chain process where it's assessed. If it's a valid deviation, it must then move over to GRAS, which is our internal audit and probity, which is also assessed. And those two reports then move to the adjudication committee, where the members of the adjudication committee deliberate on the findings, if any of those two reports, before then moving to the accounting officer for his approval, or recommending to the accounting officer to apply his mind for approval. Those steps and those practice notes, Honourable Member, were put in place so that we can make sure that we really curb the use of Regulation 36, which has shown that it has decreased, and with only key matters that actually qualify as per those processes, then considered by the adjudication committee and the accounting officer. I did speak about the need for the e-procurement system, which is now live. It's one of the things that the DFIs, the banks, were also looking at, because they were quite interested in what are we doing with that system and how it's going to help us moving forward to streamline procurement and also give a transparent overview of how the procurement process works, which we took them through, and they're quite happy. Ours is then to develop that system further, because at the moment we've got demand management, we are putting bid management, and we are putting the tender management on that system, where you can clearly track how the procurement process is moving, so that we can avoid deviations, especially because of poor planning on contracts. We do have certain instances of that, but that, before any approval is done, is investigated, and if there's disciplinary action that is needed to be done, it then follows the process of the financial misconduct and disciplinary processes in the city of Johannesburg. Thanks.
Thanks. I think it will be done that way, because when we check non-compliance on supply chain management processes is one of the challenges in the city. So let's go and improve on that one. My second questions will be from infrastructure, service delivery, and project oversight. The city's maintenance expenditure is far below the 8% norm, which is 1% for municipality and 4% while consolidated. How does the city justify this chronic underinvestment? And what is the risk to infrastructure and service delivery? The city's capital expenditure is below target, with only 49.4% of the budget spent by Q3. What are the root causes of this underperformance? And how will the city ensure that funds are not rolled over or lost? AGSA reports that project delays and cost overruns are driven by late payments and poor contract management. What is the total value of delayed projects, and who is being held accountable for these failures? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'll just take so in terms of the repairs and maintenance, I can indicate that in the target for the previous financial year was 6.9%, but obviously that's dependent on the budget availability that had been allocated. But we can report to this committee that in the budget that has been passed currently, we've increased that budget to 8.1%, and we are responsible for the implementation across the different departments and entities in terms of repairs and maintenance. This is critical, Chair, because obviously infrastructure requires a lot of investment in terms of service delivery, and our bias is towards the Johannesburg water infrastructure, the city power infrastructure, the JRA infrastructure, and some of the pick it up infrastructure in terms of landfill, but also the ability to collect our waste, mainly the fleet budget. And our performance has definitely increased. We just missed the third quarter target. As I said, at end of March, we missed the percentage by 2% in terms of repairs and maintenance. If we move over to the capital allocation, Chair, as I stated in the presentation, what we were presenting 4.9, in fact, the mid-year target, we had achieved the mid-year target. Some of those projects that had not moved into procurement phase, we were able to reallocate some of those budgets into projects that have been that are performing. This work, Chair, we perform through the unit called SPMO, where we sit on a monthly basis with the departments and entities and anticipate that those that are not going to be able to spend, because these are multi-year projects, we are then able to move funding into projects that have actually exceeded. You'd recall, I think, 2 months ago, the water reservoirs, we've launched 2 of those, Brixton and Midrand, and these are projects that are multi-year, and we are able to then move budgets within. What we've strengthened, Chair, is the project management capacity, that we've brought in the engineering excellence to look at the quality of the engineering work that's been done on the ground, because bulk of our challenge has been on the quality of the engineering work. The second aspect that we looked at was the preparation of those projects. Through the project preparation grant, we are able to prepare the grants, the projects in the current year. As an example, right now we have 120 projects that we have taken through the preparation grant for implementation in the first quarter. Because if you look at last year, we closed on 94.6% on CAPEX. But the challenge is we start seeing expenditure in the first month of the fourth quarter, meaning by April, we start seeing the expenditure happen, but in the third quarter, so which means we must improve the project planning process, which is what we've done now by deploying those 3 units. Thanks, Chair.
As safe, Chair,
Yes, you have 5 more minutes, Honourable Member.
because I want also to pay for the areas of the past 3 weeks.
Yeah, actually.
I just want to check on the infrastructure and capital delivery. We are now in the fourth quarter. Our financial year ends on the 30th of June. But there are projects that are still in less than 50% in terms of progress. Out of 11 mega projects, only 3 projects are at 100%, if I'm not mistaken. Can we get a clear indication of what is happening here? More especially to the one which is in 15% while we are in the fourth quarter. Will we be able to be in the 100% in terms of progress by the 30th of June? What is going to happen here?
No, thanks, Chair. As I indicated, so you'd look at the 15% projects are the ones within Johannesburg Water. So there were 2 issues there. The one is the environmental impact assessment. So what we've done, as I said, Chair, is we've moved some of these budgets into the projects, for instance, the reservoir projects, because they are making progress. As I've also said, Chair, is that this report was at the end of March. So by now we have improved on majority of those projects. Bar 1 project, which is the Lufereng Mix project, DBSA has agreed that we can move to the next phase. And again here, it's a project that was already on the ground. So we are not starting from scratch. It's just that we could not process some of the invoices because DBSA had not agreed that we release the budget and pay the invoices of the work that was done. But Chair, I think to be fair, we can obviously submit a progress report as of where we are in terms of CAPEX. We're very well aware that we are end of June now, but there's a lot of progress that we've achieved. And I think a detailed report will really suffice in terms of where we are on these projects. Thanks, Chair.
Last question for now. I want to go to supply chain management and irregular expenditure. Despite the previous warnings, irregular expenditure continues to plague the municipality. What exact disciplinary actions and consequence management being processed or implemented against officials who authorize irregular contracts or deviate from supply chain management processes? Lastly, how many active material irregularities are currently open against the city? And what are the precise steps being taken to resolve financial losses identified by the AGSA? Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Chair. On the issue of supply chain management irregularities, all such incidents get reported by the departments and the entities. We coordinate all the declarations and they get investigated in terms of MFMA Section 32.2. This is, we're investigating those on behalf of MPEC. So we've got a register of all such incidents that have been reported, and we are then conducting the investigations. Those that pertain to the core administration, that those matters are investigated by core, the parent municipality. Otherwise, the entities themselves conduct those investigations. Parallel to that, as it was indicated earlier, that we did not have a disciplinary board. Such incidents now are now being analyzed so that they can then be routed through council to the disciplinary board, because in terms of the MFMA, if there is an incurrence of a UIFW, we have to look at whether there was negligence or recklessness. And if there was, then that is a financial misconduct. If it is a gross negligence, then it is then a financial offense that must be reported. In terms of the current investigations, we have not yet come across a financial offense per the investigation. So most of the matters are sitting currently at financial misconduct, meaning there's a transgression of a regulatory compliance requirement. We have, especially in the core and in some of the entities, the CFO indicated that we have introduced probity. This is a requirement by National Treasury, Circular 68, that we conduct probity reviews, and that has seen a decline. Not that we have been able to erode such instances, but it has seen a decline in terms of those instances that are irregular. Where there is an occurrence, I think what is on the upside is that it is getting declared, and that is why you see, even in the presentation we made earlier, you see that irregular, yes, it remains a higher component of our total UIFW, but the incident of occurrence is reducing. We're battling with those multi-year contracts, which AG would have picked up and found to be irregular. However, those contracts will continue until the end of that particular until the end of the period of that particular contract. The new Circular 68 that National Treasury issued, we had thought that it may mean we must consider maybe going to the courts and conducting self-reviews through our head of group legal. But then the circular has simply provided guidelines that we must declare and make sure that we then take appropriate action in terms of non-compliance. We have indicated that we've got those matters that have been that are on the register, and we are dealing with them through the disciplinary report.
Thanks, Chair. Let me take the last one. You might have missed on the material irregularities. The current number that is currently active is 7.
All right. Thank you very much. Honorable Skosana.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chairs, and greetings to yourself, to our colleagues from both SCOPA and the PC on COCTA, the team from COJ, as led by the Honorable Executive Mayor and the Deputy Honorable Executive Mayor, and other stakeholders that are present. Yeah, I think it's quite appreciated that we have this conversation with you as the city of Johannesburg, people from a place of gold. So it's quite appreciated. I believe that you brought some gold for us. Yeah, that's on a lighter note. No, I was following your presentation, and I see that it does cover a number of issues that are of concern to us, and that relates to the audit outcome from the point of view of the Auditor General. Just a few questions from my side. I think there's a slide that you presented there that talks to governance context, where you are giving a 3-year trajectory in terms of AGSA findings. I see that in 2022-23, you had a total of 703 issues, findings from the AGSA. And in 2023-24, you were able to significantly reduce them to 472, which is very good. But then I see that in 24-25, unfortunately, you increase those issues from 472 to 527, which means the graph is no longer going down. The graph is now going up again. I just want to find out why was that the case? Does it have to do with your audit action plans implementation? Maybe in the year under review, which is 24-25, maybe you were not steadfast in terms of the implementation of your audit action plan. Why are the issues increasing, whereas in the previous year they were decreasing? And in fact, they decreased significantly. But then on 2024-25, they are now starting to increase.
No, thanks, Chair. Firstly, let me respond to this one to say, look, it's several related issues, and some of the administrative issues are easier to resolve. And some of the recurring findings, I must indicate, Chair, through you, that it then becomes slightly difficult and more deeper financial reporting related issues and controls that we need to look at. And we've now instructed our teams to work around the clock specifically to ensure that we start to strengthen our internal controls. And when the CFO presented, as well as Inaya on the far left there, they clearly indicated our plans specifically with regard to the turnaround and of our audit outcomes. And you're correct, Chair. So I'm not disputing the fact that there has been a regression in terms of the number, but it's now for us to go back to ensure that we now get our controls in place and start to address those particular weaknesses with regard to that increase that we would have seen there within that area.
No, thank you very much. Now, my second question is with regard to one of the matters also that has been flagged by the AGSA, that the city's internal systems for recording data are unreliable, which has resulted in the HSA being unable to find documentation for 948 million rands in sundry debtors. So how are you dealing with this situation? Because I believe that if this is the case and it remains uncorrected, it has a direct impact in you being unable to get the necessary revenue, which you do have a potential of getting if your systems are not corrected. So how are you dealing with the situation as flagged by the AGSA?
No, thanks, Honourable Member. I'll take that question. So if you actually look at the finding, it was sundry debtors, so it wasn't the consumer debtors. And from that sundry debtors, the transaction that was actually looked at was around 14 million or so. The 900 million that you talk about is actually the total gross balance of sundry debtors. So what happens is that from that balance, which was sundry debtors in relation to human settlements in relation to the work that was done for provincial human settlements in terms of top structure work a few years ago. That balance was 14, but obviously there's a process of what they call extrapolation from an audit point of view. And then when you look at the 948 million, it's actually the entire balance. So I just wanted to clear that part to say that the transactions that were looked at were from a COJ human settlement point of view for 14 million. How are we dealing with that? We've noticed that weakness in documentation, because especially for transactions that happened years ago, we are now implementing our e-document management solution that will both address the audit findings in terms of documentation or storing of documentation over the years, including archiving of that information. That's number one. But number two, that system will also help us with things like your development planning and the plans for the work. It's also been quite topical in the media in terms of those plans in the development planning space. How we started that project actually was to address development planning, but we then saw, especially with the finding around the human settlements, that this system can actually be expanded to look at all other documentation and archiving of that. That is in partnership with Microsoft, Honorable Chair, if you want to know, where Microsoft, through the solutions that they have, they will implement it. We already have an enterprise agreement with Microsoft. Obviously, we enter it through SITA, the State Information Technology Agency. They negotiate for the country as a whole, and we then participate in that enterprise agreement, so we can deal with document management in totality. But I think as I conclude, the sundry data part was an element of human settlements. In our interactions with the AG, we did then discuss the possibility of actually going back to province to get that information, but I think at that point in time, we us as management, and we then exceeded that we didn't have that information because it was years ago. But moving forward in terms of implementing the system and actually getting all those documents around sundry debtors, looking at these balances, writing off the balances that are no longer relevant, and making sure that there's proper documentation in sundry debtors, but all other balances in the city of Johannesburg, and it's stored electronically, archived properly for future use. That system is now being implemented. We've signed those agreements. Microsoft is already on board. The scanning of the documents has already actually started with our technology department. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, CFO. Now, another question related to matters of debts. The HSA says that on average, it takes you about 86 days to collect debts. That's for the municipality, and 68 days consolidated. So what concrete steps are you taking to improve the collection? And what targets have been set for the next financial year? Because you are a big city, you do have a revenue base, unlike other poor rural local municipalities. So for you to take, for you to take about 86 days, it's quite worrying.
No, thanks for that, Honourable Member. It is quite worrying, and if you look at where are we struggling to collect, and how is that structured, you'll see that the people who owe us the most is residential and households. And out of that residential and households, which accounts for around 62% of our debtors book, water then becomes the other element, is the biggest outstanding balance for the city of Johannesburg. Now, obviously, the credit management policy and the Systems Act and MFMA allow us then to use certain levers in terms of collecting for all services owed to the municipality and its entities. So what we do now is to ensure that wherever water is owing, we then use other services to collect for water, whether it's switching off electricity to collect for water, and so that we can fast track and improve the collections of water. We also do have installed devices into the water system, especially in areas where we know that the debt increases, so we can throttle that water for people to pay us, the households in particular. And we are doing other various initiatives, including then bringing on additional capacity just from a water's perspective, because if we can collect there, we collect water, we collect on residential, it will help. One of the things that we did discuss as part of the streams that we will be setting up, the collection intervention is with Eskom, because if you look at where we don't have the supply of energy, as you know, Johannesburg, certain areas are supplied by Eskom, certain areas are supplied by us. Where we don't have, like Sandton, for example, is Eskom directly, Soweto is Eskom directly. And a lot of water goes into Soweto, goes into Sandton. We are then deliberating on how we ourselves and Eskom sign an agreement, because they are owed, we are owed, and how we can then move in terms of joint collections into those areas. We obviously with the interest of water, them in terms of the interest of power, because they are the ones who are supplying in those areas. We have then brought on board the revenue war room, at a group level where we monitor, the three of us, the city manager, myself, and the crew, with the various entity MDs, and the Revenue Shared Service Center in terms of the group. I talked about the partnership that we are now entering with SARS, because the system they have, it's a know your customer system. So SARS knows quite a bit about you as an individual. And it's based on systems. We want to use the same systems to understand our own customers so that we can have targeted interventions in terms of collection of our bills. And obviously that relationship was really driven and at least laid by the Presidential Working Group, especially the Presidency, connecting us with SARS and making sure that those agreements are done. We have also done a debt segmentation as part of knowing the customer, which areas should we be targeting. As you would have seen in the media in the last few weeks, we have been going quite hard in the inner city. Why? Because there's a lot of high-rise buildings in the inner city, taking our water and power, and because it's high-rise, it's high density. If you can imagine the amount of people living in those buildings not paying for water and electricity. So we are very deliberate in terms of going into the inner city as part of the debt segmentation, and obviously just stronger credit control. So what we've done, we've learned 1 or 2 lessons from Tshwane, because what they do at Tshwane Yatima is empower their collection panel to switch off and issue preterms. We used to do that ourselves. Now we've moved towards that process. Why? Now incentivize these collectors to collect that money, because obviously they have a percentage, and we used the same transversal contract for collectors that National Treasury has. So those are some of the things that we have put in place in terms of making sure that we are collecting. I could go on and on about LPU, metering, smart meter to cash. There's a lot of programs in place, but I think the key ones that I've mentioned is the things that we are monitoring on a day-to-day basis to increase the collections, particularly households, like I said, and water in particular for the debt outstanding. Thanks, ma'am.
No, thank you very much, CFO. Yeah, I see that in the past 5 years, you have regularized a total of about 45.16 billion rands of UIFWE. So my question is, how does the city ensures that this regularization doesn't become a cover for recurring non-compliance?
Sorry, can I ask, because your time is almost up, you won't be able to come back. If you've got one more question, you can ask it.
All right. I hope you got that, ne? You got that one, yeah. Yeah, my last question, Chair, is directed specifically to the Honorable Executive Mayor and the Honorable Chair of the MPEC. I think in the presentation, the city manager, yeah, you see some of us are coming from rural municipality. That's why we say the and we should be saying the CM. Yeah, the CM did indicate that you do have your disciplinary board and also the MPEC, which both deal with matters of investigations from different angles as part of consequence management, especially in relation to UIFWE. However, the HSA is flagging the issue of backlogs in relation to investigations. So I just want to hear from both the executive mayor and the chair of the MPEC, what is their comment on that? Because as much as the city manager indicated that you do have these structures which are dealing with these cases, but the HSA is worried about the backlogs in terms of your investigations of these cases. Thanks, Chair.
If I can come in on the earlier question regarding the regularization of the 45 billion. Okay. The process that is in place is that the matters that get declared are investigated independently of the departments normally that would have incurred the UIFWU. In the city, this is JIRA's internal audit that conducts those investigations on behalf of MPEC. This is at the core, and then on behalf of the Audit and Risk Committee and the board when it comes to the entities. Where we sit with the MPEC, all investigations are interrogated heavily. If MPEC is not satisfied with the outcome of an investigation, they would then send the matter back, and they would specify in detail which areas that they need the investigating team to focus on. So are we then perhaps taking advantage of the process of regularizing? I think not necessarily, because each regularization is based on merits of the outcome of an independent investigation. I can, however, indicate that one of the things that MPEC has started insisting on is that all these matters, we look at them and take into account the outcome of the Nelson Mandela court case, which perhaps placed an emphasis on MFMA section 32.6 that requires that these matters should, if there is criminality, should be reported to SAPS. So the only perhaps other niggling issue is that when it comes to the two entities, water and electricity, because when you look at the amount of the 45 billion, more than 50% of that is unauthorized, and it's coming in the main from water and electricity. That is really because of the challenges that I think have already been discussed this morning around the issue of bulk purchases and the losses that are experienced by these entities. We do have other categories of overspending, in particular on salaries. The city did take a decision some time ago that we're insourcing security and cleaning services. And that has had a ripple effect year on year. We do also have overspending from human settlement who are normally taken to court on various issues when we are evicting unauthorized occupants. I'm choosing my terminology, and we get taken to court. So human settlements incur legal costs as well as security. And those are the areas that we've really been overspending on. But each and every regularization, again, there would be a report that goes to council and an explanation provided unpacking what has made up that unauthorized expenditure. Thank you.
Afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members of Parliament. My name is Pedal Rasurute. I'm the chairperson of MPEG in the city of Johannesburg. Yes, we, as MPEG, we don't investigate. We can only recommend both DC Board and GFIS to investigate. And it's true what she said. She's saying that if we are not going to be satisfied about the investigations, we will point out as to where are we not satisfied. The report should go back and be rectified like that. On the issue of those reports, we once had a meeting with the Treasurer General, where he advised us that where we can't find documents, we can always use a Circular 68 to deal with those write-offs. We have since returned maybe 34 reports back to comply with that circular to GFIS recently. That's how we are working and balancing between GFIS and DC Board. Thank you very much.
Sorry, if I may just a point of clarity. You probably, Chair, meant to say Auditor General. I think you said Treasurer General. I just want to be sure. Or the National Treasury.
Yes.
Okay, I got a little bit lost there. I knew that you didn't mean a TG, but
no, we had a meeting with both.
Okay.
AG and
the National Treasury.
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
And Honorable Nontenja is worried because she's a TG of UTM.
but also, you know. Oh, she's a former. Oh no, she can go and sit on the other side. No. Also, it's important to clarify these things because there's so much misinformation online that someone can take that little clip, cut it in the right place, and it means something completely different, and we battle to stop it. So that's one of the reasons I had to just get the clarification. Thank you. All right, Honorable Skosana, I think we are left with the Honorable Mayor.
I think the chair did cover substantially the question you had asked, unless I missed one part of it.
Yeah, no, because I spoke about both the MPEC and the disciplinary board. I think he covered the part that relates to the MPEC.
I think in the presentation you'd see that there are matters that were referred to the disciplinary board. In July 2025, last year, we approved quite substantial matters that needed to be referred, and therefore the investigations are underway. The pace at which we investigate might be a concern, that the pace is not moving as fast as we'd want it to be, but there are matters that have been referred for investigation, and we'll be able to close. Some of them have already been referred to the South African Police Services for investigation, because we are also required to open criminal cases on those matters, and we have done so in referring those matters to the SAPS. I guess that should be sufficient.
All right, can I just ask, what is the reason for the slow pace of the disciplinary board issues? And this is not a city of Johannesburg peculiarity. We've noted, seeing municipalities here, that the disciplinary board system just appears to take one step a day and then take 2 steps back the next day and then 3 steps, and it takes long. can we get assistance in terms of why it takes so long?
Thanks very much, Chair. I think so. The first challenge has been the backlog. I think in the presentation we indicated that we are still dealing with matters of 2012, 2013, 2014 that were not investigated through the disciplinary board. So they're now coming into the disciplinary board. So the challenge is what the MPEC chair has also raised is around documentation, where you find that we've appointed the investigators. They then schedule a series of interviews. Some employees have left the city. Some employees do not provide the documentation as it's required. So it takes longer for the investigators to conclude the investigations. For an example, the 6 matters where council has given us approval to do full detailed investigations. Only those matters we've concluded now, and they're going to council, where some of them, there are clear findings where there has been disciplinary action that was taken, but it was not in line with the financial, the regulatory functions in terms of MFMA, in terms of financial misconduct, disciplinary case. It was more on the labor relations side, where there is double jeopardy, and that obviously extends because we then have to say to the investigator, also clarify whether the actions that the city has taken, will it be double jeopardy or not, and provide legal opinion before we take it back to council to take that action. But in the main, it's the backlogs that are a challenge, the availability of current information, because those investigations go back 5-6 years, and some of the other employees are no longer in the state of, employee of the city, so they do not want to also cooperate. We then have to use other means to compel them to provide that information. But the delay as well in the establishment of the DC board was a bit of a challenge. And once it was established, of course, we're then able to sort of accelerate the investigations.
All right, thank you. Now we can come back to it a bit later on. I just wanted to ask, when you say you use other means, do you send Lakasha around to Honorable Nandensha?
Thank you, Chair. I was interested in hearing about Lakasha, whether it's a yes or a no. Good afternoon, everyone. My first question, let me first say, according to the AGSAs, the city narrowly avoided being placed under administration. While the executive mayor told us about a good story to tell, I'm looking at a stagnation for 4 years, followed by a regression of the core. So I would like to know, what are the plans that you have to improve this and to ensure that the city doesn't go under administration? I believe it narrowly missed in the year under review. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The CFO will also respond. So indeed, like we said before, Honourable Member, we do accept the audit findings and the audit outcome. And for us is to work a turnaround plan. So what is it that keeps us awake at night? One is really to ensure that we look at financial sustainability and the financial stability of the city in order for us to be able to improve the going concern of the city. Once we sort that out, we will be able to ensure that we start to look at our financial ratios. So there are several turnaround plans and remedial plans that we do have in place. Other factors and other things that we are looking at is our billing accuracy and how we bill, and at the same time, how we start to really address the issue of our debtors book and to reduce our amount specifically in our debtors book. But it's also to ensure that there's a high level of financial recovery, but also looking at our systems and use IT, use innovation in order for us to address these issues, but also to ensure that there's integrity in our systems. The CFO spoke about processes with regard to contract management as well as e-procurement. So there are several other issues relating to audits and audit outcomes. So for us now, Chair, is really to ensure that as we're focusing on the remedial plans, it's a high level of consequence management. So as and when we do find related issues, is for us to be decisive in our approach. But there's several other technical issues which I would allow the CFO maybe to speak to that we would now focus on specifically on our turnaround.
No, thanks, CM. Thanks, Honourable Member, for that question. So, in terms of narrowly missing administration, I think even our discussions with National Treasury, we didn't really get to that point, Honourable Member. But what we did get to, as part of the Presidential Working Group, was the letter that we sent to National Treasury in January, which essentially, if you look at how we structured the letter, it was a form of Section 154 support to the City of Johannesburg. So National Treasury coming in with expertise for support. And that's why when I presented, I spoke about them already doing a performance audit and forensic audit into our billing. They've already sent 1 or 2 engineers into City Power to look at the expenditure control. We'll expand on that program also with the working streams that we are now setting up with ESCOM. We've talked about the technology and digitization element in terms of ensuring that our technology department, over and above the processes that we have internally, we capacitate them with skill from outside, because we do know that there's various IT skills out there that can help us fast-track the modernization of our IT environment, including the IT controls and systems like the CM speaks about. In 2026, we should have systems that make it easier for the city to function and easier for the customer or the residents to be engaging with the City of Johannesburg. What we're also doing, the CM spoke about the technical committee that was a suggestion from MPEC in terms of putting together a panel of people into that technical committee, which is led by one of our executive directors. So I don't even sit in that committee. It's experts from outside, myself, my team, or even JIRAS. It includes certain CFOs of certain entities, for example, Joburg Market, just to look at key issues that were raised by the AG, look at the turnaround plans or the audit remedial action plans that we have put in place, and monitor those, because those audit remedial action plans were actually workshopped, like the CM spoke about, through engagements with the finance directors of all core departments and CFOs. So we are quite happy that they should be able to address where the gaps that the AG saw around the cutoff of expenditure, sundry debtors and the documentation thereof, and the technical review of GRAP in terms of assets. Even though the matter fell off as part of the dispute, it is an emerging risk that we should monitor, and it's part of the management letter that we signed, and it's part of the audit report to say, look at the assets, make sure that they are correctly classified, and you are also on a yearly basis checking the condition of those assets, and that's what we are doing as part of the audit remedial action plan. And I think the support from National Treasury, the work that's already being done, looking at revenue, looking at big ticket items in terms of expenditure, and just augmenting the capacity that we already have, is with the intention of fixing our key entities, fixing our revenue, so that the city is in a sustainable path moving forward, so that we don't get to a situation of a 139 intervention. Thanks, Honourable Member.
In the year under review, financial audit process took longer due to extensive engagements with AGSA, and the city lodged a formal dispute. What was that all about?
Thanks, Honourable Member. I think as a background, a dispute process is already aligned to the engagement letter that we sign. So before the audit starts, there's an engagement letter which the city signs through the accounting officer, and the AG also signs. And that engagement letter then obviously talks about how the audit will unfold, and certain expectations from the AG to us and us to the AG. So I wanted to put that on record to say the dispute process that we launched was nothing out of the ordinary. It's actually also already catered into the engagement letter and as part of the AG processes over and above. Our matter just took a bit longer. As you would know, ourselves, Ikuruleni and Cape Town were in the dispute process. Ours took a bit longer. We had 4 matters that we raised. It was around assets, in particular the recoverability of the values and the conditional assessments. It was around the completeness of deviations and UIFWE. It was the cutoff of expenditure, and the last one was the sundry debtors element that I spoke about. Through the dispute process, which is 2 tiers in effect, you do a tier 1, which you escalate to the head of audit, then they choose an independent head of portfolio to look at, and if there's still not any satisfaction, you go back to the head of audit, which is tier 2, which his office will then take care of. 2 of those fell away in terms of resolving for the completeness of deviations and UIFW, and also the asset one, and 2 remained in terms of expenditure and sundry debtors, which is why then the core component of the group got qualified. So that was essentially what caused the delay in our Fs. It was a detailed process, because each step, the investigations are done, looking at the audit evidence, engaging with us, going back, and unfortunately also in the December period, the AG closes, so we did lose a few weeks there, and that's why it took longer than expected in terms of the dispute, Honourable Member. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, there was a failure to achieve targets, and that was due to no supporting evidence to substantiate the projects that you had put, the performances that you had targets for. What are the reasons for this, and what are the plans that you have in place to ensure that in future it doesn't happen that you cannot substantiate what you are claiming?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think this one is specifically, the Honourable Member is referring to the non-financial data, the AOPO. We've said this before. One, we accept the issues raised by the AG and its findings. In particular, the fact that if you look at some of the root causes that has been raised, there's issues with regard to weak system controls, weak data validation processes. Here and there we had issues of absence of reconciliations and so forth. But also there was issues with regard to oversight-related issues that we had to focus on, specifically on service delivery information, where we had unreliable performance data limits and so forth. So we worked very closely with, one of the plans now is to work very closely with our entities and our departments. And again, it's really to ensure that practically that we do have clear solutions in place. One, that we do monthly performance evidence packs based on our indicators, reconciliation between those. So this is under the leadership of Mr. Zaid Ibrahim and his team. So again, we are using systems now, Power BI, in order for us to be able then to track. In the past, where we had problems with regard to the completeness and the accuracy of information, now we've changed it on the systems based, so that as and when the information or the evidence is submitted at the end of a particular quarter, you cannot then go back and go and amend or edit specifically on that. This we report then back into our GPAC and other group audit committees. We are now focusing on specific controls in order for us to do that. There's formal memorandums that we've issued through to those departments and entities, specifically on compliance, as well as the timely submission of the information. I'm not sure, Zaid, if there's anything that I might have missed that you would like to add. Chair, through you.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question as well. I think the introduction of the Power BI system that came in probably about 2 years ago has started to bear fruits. I think if you looked at the AG report from probably 2022, 2023, there was a disclaimer on the performance information, particularly as a result of poor controls in terms of evidence, the validity, the reliability of performance information. Having that now placed on the Power BI system has certainly helped us track that information, secure it. I think what we need to do is obviously, as we're building up towards improving it even further, to ensure that no data can be manipulated after a financial year has closed. No information can or should be changed, and what is then signed off, verifiable, and finally submitted to the Auditor General is a final reflection of performance. So the Power BI system also then gives us an analytical option to start looking at trends on performance, which is then a very unique place that it puts us in, where allowing the data to start talking over the financial years is now also being able to give us a sense of the predictable analytics in terms of what we can and can't perform on, and to what extent that performance is likely to be affected by what we've seen in the past. So as a control measure, the system is now giving us two options. One is to secure the information and the data, and to ensure that that system is improved as we sort of champion it to every single department and entity. I think it's also important that every entity has its own performance process. And then lastly, the analytics component of it now is telling us exactly where we're likely to probably fail or where we're likely to improve, and already gives us an early warning system in terms of what that might or might not be. I hope it helps. Thanks.
Thank you. My next question is, while the COJ tells us how many billions are you writing off on the UIFWs, there is nothing that says how much have you recovered. Are you on the write-off only without recovering? What I've heard Sinaye saying was regularization of UIFWs. It's a first that I'm hearing. When you regularize it, what do you really do about it? I don't see a site where there are recoveries, or is that the regularization of it?
Sorry, can I ask Honorable Nantenja if you've got another one, because your time is nearly up by a few seconds. If you've got one more, you can ask it.
Yes, Chair, I will take one more. I would like to know what efforts is the city doing to recover the material financial loss on the SIM cards dating back to, I don't know, but it's part of the AG's report. Is there any effort that's done that side? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I will start with I suppose it's information that we can supply, but in terms of MTN, we were supposed to recover 3.5 million from MTN. We had a previous contract with them. When we started the recovery process, the MTN took us to court. That matter is still within the courts. Through the head of GCSS, we are now in negotiations to actually settle that amount. We have held back a certain portion of the contract that had ended, and we didn't want to pay that over because we want to settle and then pay what's left. But they've obviously taken us to court, and that matter is stuck there. In terms of the SAP, we've recovered about 200 million that SAP has paid back into the city for a contract, which is one of the 6 matters that are in the disciplinary. That money has already been paid over in the previous financial year. In relation to Proteat Land, there's a 2.5 million that we needed to recover. The consulting firm that we've recovered from has gone under, so we are following up through with legal to actually see how we can recover that money as part of the debtors. But I suppose that's information that we can supply over and above what we've provided. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, on the issue of regularization, it is in the law, in the MFMA, it is write-off. What has happened is that MPEC provided us with a framework for an investigation of each UIFW, and they would then consider whether there has been benefits realized by the city, and if there is benefits and there's no associated financial loss, as a result, that UIFW then gets written off, meaning from the list of the UIFW matters that are reported in the financials, we are then able, after council decision, to then remove that particular transaction from our financial statements. But it is not necessarily writing off a debt that would have been owed by another person. It is simply to say, we have considered this, the work was rendered, the city did realize benefits, and therefore it gets written off. I think we've sort of moved away from written off or debt write-off, but we use the terminology regularization. It is a terminology, it is a process that is allowed in law. But each and every matter is indicated earlier. There is that framework, we follow that, we respond to the queries or the issues that MPEG wants attended to, and then on the basis of that, they will then make a determination and recommend accordingly to council. Where there is financial loss, then MPEG will make that recommendation. I can indicate that in terms of the new circular, there's also an emphasis on a cost-benefit analysis for every recovery, but the chairperson will talk to the issue of recoveries further. Thanks.
Thanks once again, Honorable Chair. Yeah, on the issue of recoveries, Honorable Member, as MPEG, so far we recommended a recovery of 350 million. We are not only doing write-offs, but always when we want to recover, we always check the cost-benefit analysis as to whether we are going to recover how much using how much. But at the end of the day, us as MPEG, we want recovery more than anything. But dealing with historic UIFWs, you'll always find out that the people who are involved there for you to implement Section 32, they are no longer in the service of the city. Some of them, they've passed away, and you come to realize that it's not going to be possible for you to recover. But we do recommend recoveries. Thank you very much.
Just to quickly add, through you, Chair, in terms of recoveries, the city has also made a significant recovery from SEP in terms of the unused licenses. And if I'm not wrong, I think we've covered upward of 260 million from that particular contractual arrangement. So there is some progress that has been made. Thank you, Chair.
All right, no, thank you very much. Honorable Isaac, I got a WhatsApp from you. Did you mean later after lunch or later now for your questions? That's the reason I didn't come to you before lunch.
Mike is on the blink. Okay, there we go. Chair, no, I meant later, meaning before lunch.
Oh, I totally misunderstood you.
Then it's my fault also.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, not your fault. It's because I have to be in the chamber at 2 o'clock, so I was hoping I would get a gap.
No, so
if it's okay with you.
No, let's do that, and then we'll just come back an hour after you finish. Yeah, so you can go ahead.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm audible. Great. Thank you, Chairperson. I really appreciate the opportunity for me to take I think I'm getting about, 15, 20 minutes, Chair?
Don't push it. You see, you always push it.
To try and then to fail is forgivable, Chair. Okay, Chair, look, with due respect, thank you so much. It's great having you guys here. What I need to say in a nutshell, guys, is I think I speak for lots of my colleagues on this committee. You know, when you come here week in, week out, and you're exposed to reports from like this from city of Johannesburg, eThekwini Municipality, Masilonia, Nelson Mandela Bay. You know, it is really a place for psychological and emotional damage. Because with due respect, colleagues, you know, I mean, you're the mayor, and I say to you, sir, with due respect, your opening remarks, such a great story to tell. You guys have some quality achievements. But when I read what the AGSA says last week when we had our meeting, and I've got notes and lots have been covered here. But look, the chair will cut me off because it's lunchtime. I know that. I'm quite used to that. So let's just come straight to the crux of the matter. Okay, let's just sum this up. Now, CFO, you, with due respect, you digest this. If you want to come back after lunch and explain to colleagues, please give it your best shot. But listen now, I mean, your debt collection, sir, shows an 86 days average, okay? Your creditors, 134 days, okay? Your capital spend is a paltry 12%, okay? Guess what is your maintenance spend? 1%, okay? This is what I'm reading. Your current debt, sir, as a percentage of revenue, I will repeat that. Your current debt as a percentage of revenue income is standing at 85%. Mayor, you digest this for immediate reference. Okay, I hope you're listening. So, finally, your current liabilities are now standing at 109% of next year's budget, which starts on the 1st of July, right? So, and what is your cash coverage, Deputy Mayor? What is your cash coverage? 1 month, 30 days. Now, you want to tell me this is a functional institution? You want to tell me this is a functional municipality? That you're delivering services? That the salaries you are earning every month that are being paid by the taxpayers of this municipality is really warranted value for money? Is there a little park where I can take my kids or my grandkids if I come to Johannesburg tomorrow? Public park, just to go and sit and play and enjoy some sunshine. I don't know. You tell me. You're the municipality. But nevertheless, let's talk of city power quickly, Chair. Then I'll ask my question and you can cut me off. City power. What is the cash coverage for city power currently, CFO? Municipal manager? What is the cash coverage for city power? Mayor, you know what's the cash coverage for city power currently? Guess what? 0%. 0 months. What is the cash cover for Johannesburg Water? 0 months. You got to educate me on this kind of stuff. Pick it up. What is the cash coverage for Pick It Up? 0. So now, my question, sir, factually speaking, the AGSA findings, and Mayor, you listened very carefully here, sir, because your opening remarks were very disconcerting, and I say that with due respect, sir. Okay. But factually speaking, the AGSA's findings actually increased this year and not decreased. Okay? And I say that with confidence, sir. So, the huge red flags that were raised were what? Adjustments budget remains totally unfunded. You know that, I know that, the AGSA has pointed all of this out. Okay? Unauthorized expenditure, the famous one, which is emotionally disturbing for all of us sitting here because we have to digest this every week from some different municipality. The unauthorized expenditure stands at 2.37 billion rand, sir. The beautiful city of Johannesburg. I mean, your debtor write-offs are at 2.3 billion again. So the question is, what do you have to say to all that I have just mentioned before we're going to break now for lunch? Because with the new administration that's forthcoming in November, obviously there's going to be an operation cleanup. So you can probably comment on my remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Member, for your questions. In terms of capital expenditure being at 12% and repairs and maintenance being at 1%, I don't know, were you talking about 24, 25? Because that's not the case. We did say on repairs and maintenance, we're at already 6.9% in terms of repairs and maintenance. And we've increased that with the medium-term budget that was just approved by Council as at the end of May. Capital expenditure, we achieved an expenditure rate of above 95%, and we can even show you those tables that are part of the annual report. For sure, consumer debtors remain a big problem. I agreed with you. Like I said, that balance increased from 61 billion in 22-23 to 71 billion. But if you look at the net data, it only increased from 11 billion to 12 billion, showing that a majority of that increase we actually provided for as part of the doubtful debtors, meaning, yes, the 86% collection rate is not good enough. And I did say our efforts now, especially with some of the changes and the programs that we have now entered into with the Presidential Working Group, resulted in March, we are achieving 96%. April above 90%, May above 90%, and our efforts is to ensure that we stabilize at above 90%. I listened to, for example, when they were here and they were achieving 95%. We want to get to that point. And we've been engaging them in terms of benchmarking them, Tshwane, Cape Town, so that we, at least from a revenue point of view, when we say we have a strategy, it's a strategy founded on a solid base where certain issues or certain aspects of collections we've stress tested against our fellow metropoles where they're doing quite well. And we want to do. I spoke about the process and the change in terms of the collection panel, where we use the transversal, and as part of learning from other metros, we made changes in terms of who can issue the preterms and who can do the disconnection. We did that because once you incentivize someone to do that, to collect, and based on the agreed percentage as per the transversal contract, you will see improved performance. I spoke about knowing your customer, KYC, know your customer, and the fact that just the information an institution like SARS has about they're a ratepayer or a taxpayer, and wanting to know the same thing as the City of Johannesburg so that our efforts are targeted, we've already signed those agreements. They've allowed us to use that technology and that contract, and it's part of improving collection in the City of Johannesburg. I agree. You can't spend 86 days chasing debt and you still have creditors that needs to be paid. It's a vicious cycle once you can't collect and you can't pay for service, because then it cascades down to service failure. And that's why everything we're doing, and as part of the Presidential Working Group, one of the subcommittees is just purely based on cash and cash collection, because we need to deal with that part so we can deal with the expenditure in our books. The turnaround of City Power, Honourable Member, and all Honourable Members in the committee, is a key highlight of the City of Johannesburg. The fact that we went onto the market and we found a partner to fund some of the key projects that will deal with electricity losses and just the efficiency of City Power is a positive. The fact that National Treasury themselves are sending resources just to look at the expenditure and what we are spending on at City Power is a positive. And the new partnership that we are embarking now with Eskom in terms of what they learned in their turnaround and how we can apply it into City Power is a positive. 100%, they are actually negative days, MP, but we are well aware that the turnaround of City Power is directly linked to the success of the City of Johannesburg. Because at the moment, obviously, the downward trajectory that we have seen since 2015, 2016 to now is starting to affect the group as a whole. And as part of the metro trading reforms and even just a concerted effort into the energy space, that's what we are looking at. Joburg Water has a positive cash position, and from the 1st of July, As per the trading entity reforms, they'll be ring-fenced so that they can deal with their affairs. But that means even City Power, in terms of ring-fencing and the support that is necessary from the city and National Treasury, is top of mind, including the funding of their projects, the funding of the working capital that they will need to stabilize themselves, and the capacity in terms of engineering and other parts that need to be augmented by National Treasury, ESCOM, and our other partners from a DFI space. That's what we will be doing. So we take that to heart, and understanding that the turnaround there, remember electricity is the biggest revenue component in the city of Johannesburg at around 23 billion. So it is imperative that we turn around City Power from the losses that they are making now. Last year they made around 4 billion loss to the positive that we have seen. I mean, this is an entity that used to get 4 to 3 billion worth of surpluses just around 10 years ago in its financial performance. The increase in audit findings, if you actually look at the matters affecting the audit opinion, that number has remained consistent. We want to drop it. But if you look at findings on other matters, that has increased, yes, 100%. So ours is always to decrease the amount of findings. We did very well in 23-24. Unfortunately, we went high last year, like you correctly indicated. But from a matters affecting the audit opinion at 90, it's similar to 23-24. I'm not saying we are celebrating that fact. I'm just saying that we are. It is issues that we are monitoring, making sure that we've got corrective actions and audit action plans that address that, especially that affecting the audit opinion, and also the other administrative matters that would have been raised by the AG so that they don't raise it again. And if you look at some of the key aspects of what increased, it's around the technology space, and that's why we said we elevated the IT systems and what needs to happen there in terms of closing those audit findings. CM, I'll hand over to you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I think, Honourable Member, I think we must start again and indicate to you that your observation is correct. And there was not a time today that I would have said that it's not correct, because I've indicated that we agree with the findings of the Auditor General. And I think we need to further continue to look at that high level of introspection of the city of Johannesburg. One, we've identified practical interventions that we now need to look at to ensure a high level of financial sustainability within the city. We need to improve our revenue collection, and that is what we spoke about, the debt recovery, and you mentioned it. We need to reduce our water and our electricity losses. It's something that we spoke about. To strengthen our cash flow, to focus on issues with regard to liquidity management, and that is the financial ratios that you spoke about. So there's not one point at the Chair that we would say everything is fine within the city of Johannesburg. It is a city with challenges. It's got several threats that we are looking at, but we are also focusing on a recovery program, and that is what we're now focusing on specifically as a city, so that we then start to turn the corner. Again, it's an issue of how do you ensure that we look at the cash, our available cash flow related items.
Sorry, colleagues, can I just ask that to keep it down, please?
Thank you, Chair. Expenditure management, expenditure control within the city, so that we then really start to look at the financial recovery. When you look at some of the items specifically with regard to this, it's revenue collection, data management, expenditure control, monthly cash flow monitoring, as well as our creditor management. We believe that issues with regard to meter replacements, illegal connections, removal, our leak detections, and other related issues on pressure management and revenue assurance programs are some of the things that we will definitely look at. Do we still have challenges in the city? Yes, but we still believe that we are continuing to deliver our core municipal services. We are still operating one of the largest municipal budgets in the country. It's under strain. And again, one of the members asked earlier, what is it that, how much, who owes you what? And that is what we are really trying to focus on, so that we start to focus on our obligations, whether our creditors as well as our debtors, so that we focus on both sides. But we are still able to, one, pay salaries, we are still able to pay our service providers, but we now need to ensure that we look at our ability to collect, because what is now critical is our debtors collection, and to ensure that we have and maintain our approved budgets, and at the same time still improve our audit outcomes. So the observations is well noted, Chair. We appreciate them, and we are saying to you, we do have challenges, but we are also asking, support us as we are trying to our best to turn the city around, because we believe that Joburg is too important to fail. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thanks very much, colleagues. Mzala, you were almost dead, actually. 16 minutes you ended up with. Yeah, no. Sorry? Okay, just ask one more thing. Can we make it quick, and then a short answer, please?
Thank you. Very grateful, Chair. Yeah, there was the issue I just wanted to touch on, and respectfully so, the issue on the material irregularities. So, you still have somewhat huge unresolved matters, and perhaps you can speak just very briefly to the issues that, you have, which are high-profile issues for the residents of Johannesburg and business also. That is the unused BRT stations. There's the talk about the metro building here, which is, I believe, in a bit of a shambles. I'm not sure what is the scenario there. There's City Power's Hopefield Power Station, which I think is also in a crisis. There's the pollution factor, which I'm also told is a huge issue at the landfill sites. I'm not sure how that is being addressed, because it's having a huge effect on communities, business, society as a whole. And of course, lastly, then, Chair, is the poorly maintained infrastructure at the landfill sites, particularly one that I think was raised, was they call it the Mari Louis landfill site. Am I correct? Yeah. Perhaps you would just like to quickly touch on that, then I'll hand back. Chair, thank you. I appreciate you allowing me.
We currently have 7 active MIs, material irregularities. And yes, we've got the landfill sites, pick it up. City Power, Joburg Water, we've got 2 at Joburg Water. The CEO is here. Then we've got, in the co-administration, we've got 2 MIs that we are sharing with Joshco and JPC. I think what perhaps is of significant importance is the Metro Center building, because the member was referring to what has been out there in the media. And the COO has been engaging, working together with JPC on this particular one. But I can attest to the fact that we have been submitting progress reports to the AG, because failure to apprise the AG of corrective actions that are being taken, then the CM will be held personally liable. He certainly doesn't want that. But I think with regards to the BRT one, it's coming from previous financial years, but there's been significant improvement or movements in terms of addressing that particular MI. It had to do with the substations. Is it substations? The bus stations, my apology, I was talking City Power all the time. The bus stations that had not been brought into use, we had faced a challenge with the community, which was challenging the city in terms of, and it delayed the finalization of that particular bus station. But there were issues also around the procurement of the buses, which we needed to retrofit to our environment. And that exercise has been concluded. That is why I'm saying that we've moved significantly in terms of addressing the particular BRT issue. It is not yet concluded, but it is almost there. And then the Metro Center, the COO will attend to that. Thanks.
Just, Chair, with your permission, just before the coup comes in, on the BRT one, the current status, I think it's critical for us to note that the 14 of them have been completed and they are now operating. We've got about the other 2 will be completed by September. So we are working closely with regard to the responses specifically for that. And it currently runs about 50 buses, which will increase to 150 buses in the next few months. So yes, it's a MI, but there's also some progress we're starting to see. And this is part of the turnaround as we are moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, CM. So if I could quickly cover the Kaya Sands, the landfill which had been closed for a number of years, and we took action in terms of cordon off in the area within the landfill because it had reached its useful life. So we've closed off the area and we had applied to province to see if we can rehabilitate the landfill because obviously there are illegal activities that are taking place within the area. Similarly with Marie-Louise, the landfill as well, it has reached its lifespan, but the Provincial Environmental Department has not given us extension. So we're also working with our EISD department to actually rehabilitate the site. But obviously, to mitigate the service delivery aspect, we are working with private landfill providers so that that waste does not go into these 2 specific areas. In relation to the Metro Center, Chair, you'd know that about 2 years ago, we had challenges and structural issues of the Metro Center, but we already had developed a plan to redevelop that entire precinct into a legislature precinct. So where you see on the far left, if you can visualize, is where we have the new council chamber, which was part and parcel of the mega development within that area. So we've now, through National Treasury, appointed a technical advisor, a transactional advisor with JPC, and all of that is managed within my office as a P to actually do the entire redevelopment, including the office space that within Bram Park, which is part and parcel of the multi-use redevelopment that we're actually working on. And that information we've already provided to the Auditor General in terms of progress. In fact, I think yesterday we were meant to meet with the AG to provide update on this particular I think the CM has covered the bus rapid transport. There's a lot of progress there. In fact, that route is a new route that's already running, and there were court challenges that prevented the operationalization, including the challenge we had with the taxi operators when we had to obviously get those routes operated. I think those were all the issues here. Thanks.
All right. No, thanks very much. Oh, sorry, Executive Mayor.
Just a small point which illustrates that we have had issues with landfills and space for landfills. And over the past 3 years, we have then been working on waste to energy technologies. And as a result of that, in this year, we're able to go out on public, tender of some sort.
Request for proposals.
Yes, which we have done now. And we have also raised money for that project, 500 million from the Netherlands government, 1.6 billion from Infrastructure National, which is an indication that we want to address the issue of waste management using the new technologies. And that's where we are going. So into the future, in the next 3 to 5 years, we should not be battling with landfill or waste management in Johannesburg. I thought I should introduce that project.
No, thanks very much, Executive Mayor. Much appreciated. Can I make just 2 requests of you? So you did refer to an exchange of love letters between yourselves and the Treasury. So there is a letter that's been floating in the public. We'd like to see your response to it. If you did send a response, if you can during the lunch hour. We're still going to take an hour and be back at 2:30. If you can just share it with the Secretariat so that we can provide your response to that letter to the members. So that is the one thing. The second thing is, this is for me. Can you, sometime during lunch, whoever has the, maybe you CFO, just make sure you've got access to the notes to your financial statements. But that's for me later, deep into the afternoon. I don't want you to scramble to find them because they're obviously very detailed. So I'd like you to have them to hand when we have that conversation. So it's just a preparation note. Honorable members, lunch is ready downstairs, and also for our guests, you will be assisted in getting there. We will be back at 2:30. So we are going to take an hour break and be back at 2:30. Thanks very much. Honorable members, good afternoon. Can I just ask for a big favor? So, our colleagues who do. Okay. Honourable members, good afternoon. So can I just ask that we cooperate with one another in this way? So the colleagues who do Parliament TV outside say that when the members are sitting on the members who are asking questions are sitting on the second row, it's difficult to show them properly on the screen, the cameras. So the members that have already asked questions, if you can accommodate that process by going on to the second row for now, because otherwise when the members are asking, there are two other members who are in the way and they won't be able to see the member that's speaking. That's not a problem for the next little while because we are still going around the front row, but there will be a time when Honorable Madlala and Honorable Kubeka, for instance, Honorable Lapuska is now in front here. There is also a request, Honorable Member, that that you will actually also need to move towards this side because there is a problem there as well in terms of. Sorry? No, I don't know if those members are coming back or not. No, that's fine. But what we'll do is once we get Honorable back up, they can move there now or at the time because there's more than one. There's also Honorable Direko as well. Okay, thank you very much for the cooperation, colleagues. Much appreciated. I never thought TV production would be one of my responsibilities, but it evidently now is. No, you can do it now or when your time comes, but you can't sit there. Yeah, you can occupy those chairs, please. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, colleagues. Much appreciated. So, in the order, and I will try and I'll keep the order as well. So, Honorable Direko, I'm not going to forget you. I know where you were in the order, so I will slot you in. Don't worry. I just wanted from the previous session. I just have two questions of clarification before I go to Honorable Taibosh, because I realize we may just. This may fade in my memory. So, CFO, there was a time when you mentioned, in response, I think, to Honorable Isaac, that Treasury has become involved in City Power, working with you as the city. Am I correct? That's correct, right? And then you also said they are looking at the expenditure side or something like that. Can you just explain to us what that's about? What are they looking at specifically?
Thanks, Chair. So as part of the letter we wrote to National Treasury in January, we talked about certain areas that we want to collaborate with them on. One was revenue, expenditure control and budgeting, and the Treasury function and how we elevate those. We also included internal controls and the audit, so because it was more based on the collaborative nature of what we wanted to work on. So yes, like I said, they've already started the revenue audit or forensic investigation on their side, funded by them. So they've appointed a service provider. Then from a big ticket item in terms of expenditure, that's what they're looking at. And that's why they're in City Power, because they're looking at things like your bulk purchase, material purchasing, and fleet and the like. So it's going to be an all-encompassing partnership that we have with them, and they'll bring in people as and when they deem fit.
Thanks very much. What's the nature of the intervention? Is it an expenditure review? Is it a, you know, what is, I'm just trying to understand what problem they're trying to, between the two of you, you're trying to solve. What problem was identified such that they needed to get involved? It's expenditure review, but also looking at the benchmarks in terms of the market as well. In terms of that expenditure. So even though we have now implemented a market analysis tool that will do the benchmarking in terms of pricing, whether it's specialized equipment and the likes, we said as part of stabilizing the city, we must look at revenue and collections, but also we must look at expenditure and where the city is spending money. And is it value for money? So about. But I think at the moment, the key focus is around the engineering capacity, looking at things like electricity losses and our targeted interventions and how we can fast track those. And that's why even ESCOM was brought on board, just to focus on those targeted interventions. Okay, I mean, you'll tell me if I'm making a mountain out of nothing. So is it that the observation was that City Power is potentially paying above market benchmarks for certain large purchases? Was that the issue? Let's leave everything out for now. Let's just focus on the expenditure. I'm trying to understand what it is, because there's got to be a framework for the review, and I'm picking up certain things from you about market benchmarking and that sort of thing. Where did this arise from? What was the initial observation made such that it was felt, you guys felt that they needed to look on the expenditure side as well? So thanks, Chair. I think let's start with, so it's not just going to be City Power, it's the city as a whole. They just chose to start with City Power because it's the biggest entity in the city. And like I said, because it's the biggest in terms of revenue and expenditure, that's where they started. But it looks at the entire expenditure value chain and how essentially, firstly, allocations of funds within the various vote items, but also, like you are saying, the analysis, are we paying market value? And that's why in certain contracts, we have then decided to use the transversal. The transversal contracts are the one established by National Treasury themselves, just to make sure that we are aligned when it comes to are we really getting value for money for some of these purchases that we have in the city. But City Power is just a start because it's the biggest, but it's going to be the whole thing, including our fleet and all other big ticket items in our expenditure, Chair. Thanks. Okay, no, I get it. So that's, okay, they're merely starting with City Power. Otherwise, it's a citywide thing. So that was the one. There was also somewhere where you spoke about delaying payments on account of cash flow challenges. I heard you saying something like that. I just can't remember in respect of which entity it was. Can you recall? But there was something like that, and it kind of stuck with me, and the members may, canvass it later, because in the Auditor General's report, for some of the significant capital projects, if you recall, there were instances where the AG said the project was halted due to non-payment of suppliers. And the payments should ideally be within 30 days. I don't think that suppliers stop working after 35 days. It felt to me like it has to be a significant period for the work to eventually stop. You remember that in the Auditor General's finding. I can find it if you need specific reminder. But in the sample of large projects that the AG had identified, there'd been an issue of work that eventually there were project delays due to non-payment. And then you know what happens, it then becomes an unauthorized or irregular expenditure on the other side because of the accumulation of interest. I just wanted you to talk to that, because it would appear to be a severe cash flow problem in that case.
Chair, so like any other municipality, we endeavor to pay within 30 days. And I think when we spoke about our collection efforts, it was precisely to make sure that we are improving our liquidity. But over and above, Chair, one of the key features of the loan processes that we just followed for KFW, for example, is because there's one approval at a point in time, which is what we have signed, but the drawdown is over multiple years. That will help from a cash flow perspective, because what we used to do in the past was that every year when we approve a budget, once it's approved, we go into the market. And if you realize you go into the market, you get the potential funders, and they do it their own due diligence. And by the time we approve in council, around May, June, a financial year has gone past. And those projects were already earmarked for loan funding. So you can imagine that in the intervening time, from July until we draw down on those loan fundings, it means that we are funding those projects essentially with operational cash. We need to realign how we do our capital funding. So the first thing we did was speak to National Treasury, to especially in terms of first approval for a multi-year loan, meaning that for each financial year we can draw down early in the financial year so that those projects are not impacted by any operational cash. The loan funding remains in a separate bank account, and it only deals with those projects. So moving forward, essentially what I'm saying, Chair, especially from a Joburg Water and City Power point of view, the nature of how we are now moving in terms of multi-year loans is definitely to address those projects, because they are the funding. If you look at the funding element of those two entities, it's loan funding and grants, so that we can at least align the cash flow, so there's no stoppages in work. But yes, there are instances where certain suppliers are not paid within 30 days. We push for those 30 days. I did also speak about the need for an e-invoicing system that we are implementing now, because at least from there, at any given point in time, whether it's my office, the CEO, the CM, we can see when exactly an invoice entered the system, because there are instances where it is brought to payment and it entered the system, or at least the department or entity had it for a few months and we were not aware. So those are the kind of interventions that we are putting in place. Yes, as you say, you wouldn't expect that after 31, 32 days, there's a downing of tools. Some actually do that. But like I said, Chair, ours is to make sure that we pay when a service is delivered. And everything when it comes to how we are now at least moving forward in terms of funding the budget, the approval and the discussions that we have had with National Treasury, and what Council has now approved in terms of drawdowns in the respective financial year, early in the financial year, and putting that money separately in a separate bank account, so that those projects linked to those loan funding are not impacted, and we don't use operational cash moving forward. That will help definitely, especially in the key entities, because that's where really funders are interested in. Thanks.
All right, thanks very much. Maybe the members will canvass some of the specific projects, because I think perhaps what I was trying to establish, because the reporting period is 24-25, and I understand it's some way in the past, but understanding where you come from in respect of those projects and would help us understand where you say you are. But we'll have time to just look through it. I will look in that presentation and just identify the specific projects. But in the meantime, if you could, is the sample that the Auditor General used right across roads, water, energy, etc. There was a slide that spoke about certain projects and then identified issues within those projects, and that is where the non-payment of suppliers became an issue. But we don't need to complete that now. We we can come back to it later. Honorable Taiposh, are you worried that you are fanning yourself and your time is coming right now? It's going to be your chance. You can't wait. You are chomping at the bits. No, we will see if it can be sorted, because even I have had to take off my jacket. Thank you, sir. Over to you for your 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I must say, I think that 15 minutes is very generous, because as I'm sitting here, I've been largely covered by the previous speakers, but there's a couple of one or two things that I just needed to highlight to the city of Joburg. And the first one, Chair, is the city's budget and actual spending on repairs and maintenance of infrastructure, which was so low. And I want to mention specifically the flats and the old age homes, where these things are falling apart in many of the suburbs or areas in Johannesburg. So this is almost an appeal to the city to say, please, this money that's sitting there, you're not saving it. It's a loss to us, and there are old people who's battling with maintenance at the old age homes. There are people who are living in flats where they can't even use their own toilets anymore because it's so dilapidated. And then there's some areas in Riverlea Extension where the houses was built with mud. If we cannot do something there, that's an appeal. The other thing is, Chair, there's also one of the old soccer fields, the Union Stadium. I used to play there, Chair. I was an ardent left wing. So
I was going to ask what position you play.
I used to play there, Chair. So
politically, which side do you play? On the left or the right wing?
On the left side, Chair. I used to play for Westbury Masters, Chair. But now what happens, Chair? The Union Stadium, the city doesn't guard these sports facilities. So this facility was badly vandalized. But now the city refuses to repair the city. And this sports facility, it will be greatly appreciated by the people in the area. Also, it will help keeping the youngsters off the road and off the street. If we can, just an appeal to the city to take note of that. Then I thank you. I don't expect a response to that. There's just some appeals on my side. Thank you. Okay, now the AGSA's audit report reflected repeat material findings on the municipality's reported performance information due to a lack of adequate evidence or substantiate reported achievement for the strategic priority. Another repeat finding was on the compliance of legislation relating to annual financial statements, expenditure management, asset management, procurement and contract management, consequence management, and the utilization of conditional grants. This was highlighted and reflected by the AGSA. I just need to check with the city. If you do all these things that the AGSA say, don't you think you'll get a better response from them? Can I just get a response to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the input, honourable member. Those of the inputs on the maintenance and the Westbury Stadium, we take note of those inputs. The one on the Westbury Stadium, honourable member, I know that I think through our partnership committee, there's a private sector that wanted to come forward specifically to partner with the city where the financial implication is zero. It's something that I will look at, and it's something that we will consider through that committee. You are correct, honourable member. If you look at some of the repeat audit findings and some of the weaknesses that have been identified by the Auditor General, and your question is that if we had to implement what the AG would have raised, would it not improve our audit outcomes and reduce the audit findings? The answer is yes. And that is why for us, really, it's to say that we would need controls in place, hold people accountable, and really ensure that whatever it is that we do, that it's evidence-based. In certain areas, really focus on systems. The CFO spoke about e-procurement, contract management-related processes, as well as conditional grants. The COO might touch on the conditional grants, as well as some of the controls that we are now implementing, or to ensure that we have that in place so that we don't have an issue of underspending on conditional grants. We still have that, but you can also touch on those particular challenges in that financial year and what it is that we've done during that period. Previously, in the first round, Chair, we touched on the issue of the annual performance and some of the controls. Mr. Zaid Ibrahim touched on it, specifically on the Power BI. It is something that we're really focusing on. And as and when we even do our own reviews, it's the very same system that we are using. And that is something that we are now using to be able then to gain that level of control, but at the same time being able to monitor and trace our own achievements or lack thereof, specifically with our Section 56s, as well as certain departments. So the answer to that one, Honourable Member, it's correct, yes. We would want to implement based on what the AG is raising.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable City Manager. The next question is, during the 24-25 financial year, the core municipality confirmed unauthorized expenditure amounting to 2.58 billion and approved write-offs totaling to 6.42 billion. At the group level, unauthorized expenditure confirmed during the year amounted to 9.12 billion. All right. Primary driver of this is the group's unauthorized expenditure was over expenditure on bulk purchases amounting to 3.22 billion in the 24-25 financial year. Furthermore, unauthorized expenditure amounting to 18.46 billion was written off during the period under review. Now, I heard the lady earlier on, that what's that new fancy word? Regularization, that's it. But now, for me, regularization of 18 billion cannot be just money lost. There must be something. Something must have gone wrong. There must be some. I just need to know if this was just written off, no consequence management, nobody at fault. It's a hell of a lot of money, 18.46, to be just written off. So if we can get some clarity on that, please.
Thank you. On the amount that's been written off, as we explained earlier, this is the amount that would have been considered by either MPEC or the municipal entities boards.
I know that.
Yeah, but in terms of has there been consequence management, I think the COO indicated earlier that we currently have 34 matters that have been referred to the disciplinary board, and the total amount of those matters is sitting at 7 billion. I'm aware that there's another report that is en route to council where some of the incidents that have been reported and recommended by the Municipal Public Accounts Committee will then be routed to the disciplinary board through council. So unfortunately, because of the time lapse with the investigations taking so long, and not all the implicated officials have yet been brought to the disciplinary board, to a disciplinary action process. But again, with the first 6 matters, which are about 500 million rand that the disciplinary board had investigated, those are going to cancel for the next meeting now in June.
All right, so it's just not mentioned, but there is steps. There are steps in process.
That have been taken.
Okay. Then,
and then on the unauthorized expenditure,
right.
The incurred unauthorized expenditure, we did explain that mostly it comes from our 2 entities, bulk purchases, but we do have those incidents where we've overspent, for example, on salaries, and it's a historical issue. So it has meant MPEC took a resolution. They did take a resolution that the city manager needs to look at that, and I think they will be reporting back to council following the approval of the year's budget as to where we are in terms of beginning to address the gaps that have been identified through our budget and the overspending against budget.
All right. Another one here is the city reported deviations from supply chain management regulations amounting to 1.38 billion for the 24-25 financial year. AGSA's audit report found the deviations were approved by the accounting officer, even though it was not impractical to invite competitive bids in contravention of the SCM Regulation 36(1). Similar non-compliance was also reported in the prior year. Okay. The root cause of this was identified as poor planning, which led to procuring via deviations so that they do not meet the impracticality test as well as business continuity requirements, requiring that expired contracts be utilized via a deviation pending conclusion of new tender processes, highlighting inadequate contract performance monitoring. Can anyone talk to that?
Okay. Thanks, MP. Those slides, when I did present them, firstly we said as part of the cleanup of the deviations. So deviations as a whole have decreased in the city of Johannesburg. Why? Because we've issued out a practice note. Firstly, supply chain must vet that report that is supposed to go to the adjudication, but over and above, internal audit through probity must also vet it. And those two reports will then go to the adjudication committee before it's even recommended to the accounting officer for sign-off. Why we are doing that is to ensure that we don't use, or officials don't use deviations for poor planning. We know exactly what happened, and over and above that, if there's supposed to be misconduct charges, we then enforce that before any approval or any other movement in terms of deviations can be approved. Some of the key things that we have gone through the deviations, Honourable Member, is things where we are going directly to the OEM. I spoke about this e-Joburg platform, for example. Then I also spoke about things like your SEP licenses, where we go directly to SEP. And obviously, I spoke about the DFIs, that they don't compete on tender, but we do follow a process which we engage with National Treasury on in terms of a deviation and asking for those quotations. We then added on, Honourable Member, to say from a system point of view as well, we need to move towards managing contracts on a system and not on a spreadsheet. And that's what the e-procurement process or system is now doing, so that there is no need for me to send you an email based on a spreadsheet and say your contract is coming to an end. The system will automatically tell you that there's a problem, and it will give us a red flag in terms of us as management to understand which departments are at risk of non-compliance in terms of getting contracts in place before the expiry of the contract at any given point in time. Right. Thanks, Honourable Member.
Okay, just wanted to mention that because that's worrying that you can, if a contract is expired, it's expired. If the work needs to go on, we need to go do a new supply chain management process to get a new contractor. Then I got some new exciting stuff here. If I can just, Chair, have I got some time?
You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Joshco, Johannesburg Social Housing Company. The arrest and the dual role of this Mr. Themba Matibe, CEO of Joshco and of JDA, acting CEO at Joshco. He was arrested in 2026 January on charges of money laundering of over 1 million in cash found at his Sandton home. Can the Executive Mayor please explain who approved this dual appointment and what governance checks were in place, and why was the person who had previously been flagged for irregularities at Joshco placed back into a leadership role at the city of Joburg? Okay. Can I just give it to you and then you can cover them because I only have 2 minutes left. Thanks. The next one is the 290 million Hawks investigation. Currently also at Joshco, 290 million. Contracts were 290 million awarded in March 2025 with allegations that contractors and subcontractors were directly linked to Joshco senior leadership. All right. And then 1.7 billion overdraft and collapsed maintenance. Same thing, Joshco. Owes more than 1.7 million in overdrafts, faces a 357 million deficit, and has halted maintenance at buildings because contractors have not been paid since last year, June 2025, meaning low-income residents are living in more deteriorating conditions. Who is accountable for this financial collapse? And what is the municipality's concrete plan to stabilize Joshco before it becomes ungovernable? And the final one is JRA, 400 million irregular expenditure with no accountability. A forensic report in the JRA revealed irregular expenditure of more than 400 million, with officials allegedly grossly overcharging on projects. Yet, those officials have not been held to account. Can you tell this committee by name and position which officials were implicated, what disciplinary steps were taken, and if none taken, why not? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Member, with regard to the acting of Mr. Temba Matieve at Joshco, he's the CEO of JDA, and he was then seconded based on the shareholder policy of the city, where they required his services at that point. It is correct that there were certain issues at that point in January 2026, but I think a week or 2 weeks ago, that particular case was struck off the roll. But we must indicate through to you as well, Chair, that we, through our group governance department, the one that the executive mayor mentioned this morning, we wrote to the board of Joshco at that time to provide a detailed report on that particular matter, and they considered the matter as well. With regard to the JRA and Joshco one, Chair, with your permission, I just need to check based on the question from the Honourable Member, Sinai. Do you have any information on that in your spreadsheet? Will you be able to respond, or is it something that we would need to formally respond to the committee? Thank you.
Thanks, CM. We do have an investigation that we've done, and as a UIFW matter, and we reported through to MPEC, but it was sent back because MPEC was not satisfied with the outcomes of the investigation at that time. It was an investigation at Human Settlement Department in the city, but then Joshco had acted as an agent on behalf of Human Settlement. So that's the one that we have currently. But the amount is different, so it may be that a certain portion of that transaction or those transactions has been indicated in the report that you were looking at. Okay.
Sorry, can you use your mic so that the system can record?
My humblest apologies, Chair. There is the amount of 375 million that is owed to contractors not being paid since last year. All right, and then there is the then there's the amount of 1.7 billion in overdrafts.
I think that those two, then the group CFO can deal with them. But we've only investigated the transactions between the department and the entity.
Thanks, Honourable Member. In terms of Joshco and the payment of suppliers, no, we do still allocate monies to Joshco to pay the suppliers. So there shouldn't be any supplier that hasn't been paid since June last year, because we do actually monitor their aging of the entities. There is an element, like Sinai was saying, that the work done by Joshco on behalf of Human Settlements, that intercompany part, which was being investigated, that one is going through a different process through the investigation, and then it will be settled, but it's more intercompany. But what we are trying to do to stabilize Joshco is firstly getting the collection of the social housing in order. So I mean, they've moved to a collection rate now of around 70%, which is an improvement from the levels that they were at some point. 2 years ago, they were sitting at less than 50%, but we need to get it more higher. That means in terms of them vetting the people that they allow into those social housing. Secondly, collecting the money that is due for the rental of those social housing becomes critical, because our push from a Joshco level is at least at a minimum for them to break even. So we still obviously make sure that we provide the mandate of social housing, but at the second stage, make sure that it is an entity that can maintain itself and maintain its own buildings. Because at the moment, even though they've achieved 70%, it's still a very far place in terms of at least getting to 90 or even 100% in terms of those collections, because that's cash flows that is not coming to the city, and at the same time, we still provide security and all other expenditures to those facilities. Over and above, we've put in things like prepaid meters into the units, both for water and power, because that's another element where we were losing monies, where the electricity supply and the water supply into certain of these social houses were not being monitored properly by Joshco. So it's part of the turnaround. They do have a turnaround strategy at Joshco that we monitor at a group level, and wherever they need support, we do give them. For example, the one support that a request that came was for the use of the same collectors, the external debt collectors, they call them EDCs, the same ones that we got from National Treasury, 1 or 2 of them to then go help at Joshco. We've acceded to that, and that's what they're doing, so that we can fast-track collections, because we need to get them to a break-even point as an entity. Other issues in relation to intercompany transactions, where we looked at certain issues like mandates and what they are actually supposed to do on behalf of departments. We've cleaned that up, Chair, and through those investigations, we have now firmly focused the scope and mandate of Joshco, so that we don't get all these issues moving forward where they're doing certain work for other departments that is not in their mandate, which contributes then to the overdraft or the non-payment of the intercompany transactions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
All right. Thank you very much, Honourable Taibosh. Honourable Mtal.
Greetings, Honourable Mayor and your team. Thank you, Chair. Honourable Mayor, I understand that there is a complaint with regard to tuck shops licenses that are being issued there in Joburg, as well as other small businesses that are there in your city. Can you actually take us through in terms of policies that you have as a city in making sure that actually small businesses are reserved or secured for locals? Because there are allegations that actually foreigners actually conducting businesses there, having actually been authorized or licensed by the city to conduct those businesses. I'll stop there for now. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. Just to put the response into context, the city acts on the basis of national laws And of course, it also acts, their policies are based on national laws. And as a result of that, you know, in October last year, went through a process of registering those that were trading, especially in the inner city, and throughout the process, were able to verify those that were South African citizens and those that were non-citizens of the country, and those that were citizens were then approved and allocated space to trade. But the weakness that has been happening, Chair and Honorable Member, is the South African citizens then, on the basis of them being verified, we have then established that they then rent out the spaces to those that are undocumented and illegal. But we have since put in place a process of weekly verification to establish whether the stand is still being used by the person that has been given a permit to trade. So that's what we do on a constant basis to ensure that we protect that environment. So that is really what is happening in that environment. But yes, we have had instances where South Africans has given the space to non-South Africans.
Thank you, Chair. A follow-up question on the issue raised by Honorable Taiposh with regard to Themba Matibe. News 24 actually published an article that actually Themba Matibe was found with around 2 million in sealed SA Reserve Bank sub-bags, fueling claims that the money was from a cash-in-transit heist. So do you know anything about that allegation? If you know, what action that you took with regard to this matter? And another question, is Themba Matibe actually still employed by one of your entity? Thank you.
Thanks. Themba Matibe is employed as the CEO of the Johannesburg Development Agency. The matter in question did come to the attention of the mayoral committee, that of course Themba Matibe has been arrested, and the committee felt that the matters related to his arrest were not related to any of these functions as the CEO, nor his functions as the CEO of the JDA, or it does deal with matters that implicate the city's work. So the city then took a view that let's allow for the legal process to take place, and once it has been concluded, the matter can then be brought back to the city for further consideration. But at this stage, the mayoral committee felt that it's a matter outside of the ambits of the city of Joburg.
Again, Chair, on News 24, July 2025, exposes that actually a July 2024 investigation revealed 1.2 billion in transfers to underperforming municipal entities with the JDA, among those highlighted for mismanaging received funds. The JDA is currently 2 billion in the red. At what point does the municipality acknowledge that the JDA mandate and financial model are broken? And what is the plan to either restructure or wind it down before further public funds are lost?
No, thanks, Honourable Member. So when we talk about the funding model for JDA, it's something that we are looking at. Firstly, the JDA and the projects that they do has actually given them quite a good interest from provincial governments. So they are actually implementing certain projects on behalf of provincial governments, and because of that, them implementing, they do get a slight portion in terms of the management fee that they get from province, and that's part of trying to sustain and fund itself. But we are then looking at other avenues in how the JDA is supposed to be funded, because really it's an implementing agent. It's not like the other trading entities that we have in the city of Johannesburg, but it does play a critical element in terms of fast-tracking project implementation and making sure that projects are delivered on time. So yes, the funding model of JDA is something that we, at an EMT level, we've already started the work to say what makes sense in terms of the funding. Is it a point where certain grants that are given for implementation of projects, should they be sitting in JDA directly, or like at the moment they're sitting in the core departments and they pay JDA because there's an issue there in terms of the implementing agent and the department, and just making sure that work has been signed off and the intercompany transactions can be settled. So that's the one element we are looking at, making sure that if we do make the decision, it doesn't break any of the grant conditions. But secondly, how do we then move with the JDA in terms of certain of the triple P projects that we want to implement, because we do know that they do have a record of delivering on projects. For sure, there are certain governance issues that I think the CM and EM have addressed, but in terms of core delivery of projects, it has been proven that they do deliver those projects. So I think in closing, Chair, the financial modeling is what we are looking at. How do we then move from a department to the implementing agent and making sure those intercompany transactions are taken care of, or the efficiency also of allocating budgets to the core while we already know where the money in the city will be implemented, should it not just go straight to JDA, are some of the issues that we are looking at an EMT level, and obviously then engaging with the transferring departments at national, because any other grant that comes to the city, you have to engage with the transferring department first, so that you make sure that you don't breach any of those conditions that are placed on them. Thanks.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, you'll bear with me. I'll be shrewd on this one, but of course, with respect, it deserves. CFO, there's an allegation here with regard to fleet contract. Ghost trucks that are paid monthly. And there's an allegation that actually you hire more trucks than needed. And as a result of that, permanently employed drivers are being replaced by contractors' drivers. There's also an allegation that is directed to you, CFO, that actually CFO actually awarded the field contract to his companies or companies that actually you favor. Other contractors who refuse to pay you bribes are not being paid, ranging from 12 months rather than 6 months without payments. All awarded contracts are contract that actually are paid because you are being paid bribes. I'm raising these issues just to get an indication or understanding whether these allegations as a team or as management, are you hearing these actually allegations for the first time? If not, what action undertaken in addressing these allegations? Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. I'll start with the answer and allow other colleagues to come in. In terms of the fleet contract, Honourable Member, that was, if you are talking about the city fleet contract, it was actually awarded in 2023, beginning there, so before my time. So I don't know, maybe the allegations, when they talk about the CFO, I don't know if they're talking about myself or any other CFO in the city of Johannesburg, because there's got various. But part of the fleet contract and the findings thereof, we've actually engaged with AG in terms of that finding on the fleet contract, and I think Snai will come into that. But the allegation of us getting ad hoc fleet, and I think that's from Pick It Up point of view, and us then using contractors is actually something that through last year and this financial year, we are buying more of our own compactors at Pick It Up. We've actually went even further to engage with our primary banker, which is Standard Bank, and we'll engage with other financiers as well, because our business plan is that in the next 3 to 5 years, we must completely take out the ad hoc. We must own our own fleet. So we are trying to, moving forward, we are trying to use a concept in accounting called asset-backed finance to get these trucks in. And it, like I said, we've already started engaging with our...
Sorry, Chair. Because the CFO is taking most of my time. Just an indication whether these allegations were investigated. If they were, what was the outcome of the investigation?
Okay, no, I was trying to explain. I'll hand over to Snai for.
May I advise in this way, so that it's easier. So try and get to the point that the member is asking. If they are not happy with your answer, they can always ask a follow-up question. I think what makes us take long is trying to figure out where the member is going with the question. And then we get a long answer. It's not peculiar to you. People tend to over-explain. So if a member asks a question, give a concise answer. If they're not satisfied, they can come back and ask you a follow-up question. Thanks. I had paused your time, Honorable Mdo. We still have another 4 minutes.
No, thanks, Chair. I think just to put the matter in context, it's in relation to the compactor trucks that are used at Pick It Up in terms of waste removal. So because we've not invested in the capital expenditure to buy the new trucks, Pick It Up, then we gave them permission to go to the market to get contractors that can close that space while we are looking for a better financial position or situation where we can then buy our own trucks. In the last 2 years, we've done that. Yes, that allocation has come forth. It did also go to MPEC, and I think GRAS is also currently investigating those allegations. The allegations are Pick It Up is extending the availability of those vehicles because of the other allegations that are made. However, that procurement in itself has gone through. But I think the biggest challenge with that contract is that the amount that we are paying for the rental of those trucks is actually bigger than what the market is paying. But also, if you were to purchase those trucks outright, it will save the entity and the city a lot more money, which is when we started to allocate funding to purchase some of those vehicles. But there is an investigation currently that is undergoing to test those allegations, but it comes from the Pick It Up entity.
Chair, CFO, there's maybe if you could just indicate to us with regard to a policy on the employment of relatives, your wives, your spouses. There's an allegation that actually your relatives or spouses, your wives, are employed by the city. So firstly, just indicate whether there's a policy that deals with such issues on the employment of relatives. And then if there is a policy that deals with that, do you really adhere to that policy? And if it comes to a point whereby you employ your relatives, how do you make sure that actually that doesn't compromise your positions as managers? How do you go about in the employment of your relatives? I'm raising these issues because we've been having municipalities here, and then these problems normally come up, these allegations, and they're becoming serious. With short answers, please, not long answers. Thank you. You are eating my time, please answer.
No, thank you, Chair, and afternoon, Honorable Co-Chairs. I think there are two issues there. First is the policy position of what the Honorable Member is asking. There is a policy in the city which deals with issues relating to nepotism, that one who is responsible for a particular environment, you cannot hire your own wife, spouse, or relatives in that area. However, given that the city is big, you might find that there are areas where spouses and relatives are hired, but not within the area which are managed by a particular individual. I would not respond to the allegations which are direct to the CFO in as far as it relates to his spouse and relatives. I will only deal with the policy. There is a the policy position which deals with that aspect. Thank you.
Chair, can I jump in, because these things are on the record. I don't have any relatives in the employee of the state, Sakhala. So we've dealt with the policy position of the city of Johannesburg. I just wanted to put it on the record because these things are public. Thanks.
Chair, if you allow, just I think it's a matter related to our waste entity, and it's a matter that we then conducted proper investigation when they were hiring about 300 general workers, and part of the allegations that came up was that there is an employee that is related to the CFO at Pick It Up, and we appointed an independent investigator. And what we found in that policy was that in the Pick It Up policy, it only requires that the officials must only declare that they know the individual or they are related to them. So we've made it clear to Pick It Up and including the board that policy must be reviewed and it must be aligned with the city's policy. Just declaration is not sufficient. That official must recuse themselves from that process and they must not be involved in that process. But indeed, during the investigation that came out, it was clear that the CFO was not part and parcel of the recruitment process. However, he was involved. There was one individual who was the relative, and the board took a decision to actually deal with that matter in terms of the final investigation. So it's in relating to the CFO at Pick It Up, and there is a detailed report and investigation that was conducted during that recruitment process. Thanks.
Last one, Chair.
Yeah, last one.
Johannesburg City Library, 45.5 million project ballooning to 77.7 million. Is there anything that you can say with regard to that? They say Johannesburg City Library renovation project ballooned from 45.5 million to 77.7 million and was delayed by nearly a year. This is a single project, a library. $77.7 million, ballooned from 45.5 million to 77.7 million.
Yeah, I think, Chair, let's probably get the actual figures before we respond. But what we know is that the Johannesburg Library became an important agenda point for Johannesburg, and the delays was as a result of the requirements and regulations on fire, which were put in place by EMS, and two, the delays was as a result of the Heritage Committee which had said certain things cannot be changed or moved around, and which meant our engineers and our contractors had to try and find ways to work around the heritage policies on the building. So I think a comprehensive report on the library, because that became an important project for the city, that we gave a detailed report, including the costs associated with it and why at some point the costs were stretched. You know, when we started in the beginning, it was at about 45 million, you're correct. But as a result of the restrictions that came in, it meant additional funding has to be done for us to be able to build the fire or the water tanks for us to be able to deal with the fire requirements. It was an old building and it did not comply with the current fire regulations, and that is why you'd find that there was additional costs. But in few time, maybe in the next day or so, we can provide a comprehensive report just on the library and the project itself. And you are correct, there were delays, but eventually it was delivered last year, March. We were able to officially open the first phase, and the second phase was concluded in August of 2025. Oh, the three phases is the 65 million. We can now confirm the figure of 65 million to bring back the Johannesburg Library. It's now functional and operational, and I think it's an important thing to confirm that it's operational. Thanks, Chair.
Just the last one, Chair. This resident of Joburg will kill me if I don't raise this one. Okay. Just from the resident of Joburg.
Okay.
From Mondio, Johannesburg South. There's an issue actually of the prepaid systems or meters and the postpaid. And then there's an allegation that City of Joburg is forcing their residents to be on prepaid, not to be on postpaid. Then actually, you even go to the residents, actually, and then force them to take out prepaids and install postpaids. And that is killing your residents, and residents actually are complaining about that. And others are even thinking of selling their houses, their properties, because of that problem. What will you say about that?
All right, thank you. Before you answer, so maybe just answer them together. So one is an information request, because I've got a question. Then you can deal with both, and then we'll move to Honorable Mentor. So please note Honorable Mtolo's question. Thanks very much, Honorable Mtolo. So you made reference to work that the city does on behalf of the province. Is that correct? Sorry, Jay?
Certain projects that they will start, yes, with the MOU that will sign, Chair.
Okay, so the MOU is not yet in place.
It's already signed. The project will start.
Okay, can you just send us a list? That's all. But we'll make other information requests. So just note it. Don't stress about it. I just wanted to ask on Mr. Matibe. In fact, not him specifically. Just a point of principle. What is the policy around employees, particularly senior employees, who get caught up in sort of a high-profile criminal matter that may bring the city into disrepute or give the appearance of certain behaviors which might be assumed to be linked to the city and so on? So there's a link to the city, or a perceived link to the city on the one hand, but also just in general terms. If Mr. Ruda over there was involved in a cash and transit heist and he gets arrested, what must now happen? Does he, once he gets bail, continue to come to his job at security or not? I'm trying to understand the city's policy around such matters, because then it gives us context to the city's response on Mr. Matibe's case. I'm not saying, Mr. Ruta, you look like you can... I was just looking at you because you were also looking at me. Otherwise, I am not aware of any cash and transit heist that you may have participated in.
No, thank you, Chair. I think the point of departure is that all employees that get caught up or on alleged nefarious activities are dealt with in terms of the Labour Relations Act and the collective bargaining. What the city has tried to do probably in the last 2 years, knowing how long investigations take and how much we spend on employees who are sitting at home and not doing work, what we try and do in the institution, generally speaking, Chair, is to move them to other portfolios. So therefore, if I committed a crime, cash in transit, whilst I'm a JMPD official, then I get moved because then, firstly, to protect the integrity of the investigation, and then we move you to another department, but you continue providing a service to the institution. And the reason for that is that we've seen that just the nature of the criminal justice system, that people sit on suspension for almost 5 years, and the institution is paying. And then to try to manage that, then we generally move people to lesser, not on the position that he was acting, then we move into a position that we are no longer at the scene of the crime in inverted commas. That's the general principle. But we also do make in certain instances look at the reputation of the institution. We say, and maybe that you're going to be affecting the investigation. We do put you on suspension. So it's a value judgment on the actual crime that is committed. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Can you also deal with Honorable Dolo's question? I didn't want to take away Honorable Mentor's time by putting that question there.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Charles Klowani, the acting CEO of City Power. I would like to deal with the issue of prepaid and postpaid. Chair, this is how it unfolds. So one of the strategy to deal with the issue of losses, non-technical losses of the bypass meters, is that when we do an audit, customers that are found being bypassed, we will immediately convert them to postpaid. Because firstly, bypassing it's illegal, and no customer should be found bypassing the prepaid meter. So in our systems, we have noticed that a majority of those customers, when we found them, they just not, I need a proper way to put it. So what they will do, or what the system currently or at that time allowed us, is that these customers, they will not be able to charge them based on the fixed charges because they're on prepaid, and then they then do not buy electricity at all. So when we found a customer in that state of a bypass meter, we will immediately reinstitute the postpaid. They will forfeit their status of a prepaid meter because they are consuming it for free, which is illegal, and then we will backdate the meter based on their consumption. From the period when we install that prepaid meter, we'll then backdate it back for the past 3 years if we found that the meter has been bypassed for more than that or for that period. So it's one of the mechanisms to discourage also customers not to bypass meters, which is illegal activity. But secondly, there is an issue where it's related to the solars, where customers perhaps have a solar, and this customer is also on prepaid. But because we are redesigning our model in such a way that we want customers to then sell their generated power to the grid, to us, we are able to rate them through postpaid. So through postpaid, you'll then pick up that a customer is able to send electricity back through generating of a solar, and then also when we have enough from our side and are unable to generate, we sell it back. So it's a standard practice of postpaid. It's not to punish customers. We are not forcing customers in terms of them converting into prepaid. Number one, if we found that we have bypassed on prepaid, we will convert to postpaid to reduce our losses. Two, if a customer is on solar and is on prepaid, we encourage them to register because they are generating, and as a result, we need a bi-directional meter. It has happened. We have seen it here in Cape Town, where they have done it, and they have been indicating that they have been managed to pay customers at an amount of over 60 million or 50 million, if I'm not mistaken, annually for those that are on solar to deal with that. So that's where Johannesburg is leading to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Honorable Labuskach, I think it's your turn now. Honorable Mende, we'll come back later.
Thank you very much. The first question, I would like to know what is the role in oversight and or support that the presidential task teams, work streams, as well as National Treasury plays in the input in the with regards to financial issues in the Johannesburg core as well as the entities. Also have a few other questions, but that one.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the presidential working group, there's about 7 or 8 sub-working groups that they've got, and I can get Mr. Ibrahim to indicate, but there's one specifically also on the finances and governance, and they also play a critical role with regard to that from an oversight perspective, whereby the teams, they meet on a frequent basis, headed by the CFO, where they report back. And then basically it's also a level of accountability, but also at the same time advisory from the side of the presidential working group. Thank you, Chair.
Should I add? Yeah. I think also, Honourable Member, there were a few issues that I also mentioned in terms of the initiatives that have come just from that presidential working group. Our partnership with SARS was enabled by the Presidential Working Group. The now current audit around revenue and looking at expenditure, again, was enabled by the Presidential Working Group, including the letter that we sent to National Treasury. Those were discussions, myself, the CM, the chair of the Presidential Working Groups with his support staff did have in terms of looking at how we augment capacity both operationally for the operations of the city, but financially from a revenue and expenditure point of view. So those kind of interventions and looking into matters affecting the city of Johannesburg are coming from the Presidential Working Group. The ring fencing, yes, it is part of the metro trading reforms, but the fast tracking of it thereof for water and power also is some of the things that are coming from the working group.
Thank you very much. The next question is on entities. Johannesburg has a lot of entities. I don't know exactly what the number is, but the two main issues that I want to address here is the cost of entities and the oversight. You mentioned that you will strengthen part of your clean audit, Operation Clean Audit, that you will strengthen oversight over entities. I would like to know how you are going to do that, because there is proof of entities like the JPC refuses to attend councillor forum despite being required to. The Environmental and Infrastructure Committee has been forced to adopt numerous formal recommendations requiring reports from Pick It Up and 7 Johannesburg on Water and City Power before the 30th of August, and they needed critical information that was not provided, non-attendance, delaying failure of implementation, and so I can go on. And when it comes to the costs, it is also so that for all the services rendered by all the entities, they charge a 15 to a 20% extra levy on service rendering. So with the financial problems that the city of Johannesburg has, explain to me, how do you have all these entities running these things? Say, for instance, the property portfolio, everything that they're doing is an extra service charge. This is going back to the residents. It has to come somewhere. How are you going to strengthen the overcharge, the oversight? Because it looks to me, and my question here is, who is running Johannesburg? If I'm living in Johannesburg, I'm living in Cape Town. Now, what I'm reading, when there's problems with electricity problems, there's two statements in the paper. City of Johannesburg blames Power City, and Power City says it's the city. When it's water, it's Rand Water and all the city. So now, even in this committee, 3 people answer one question. It's the city, it's the entity, and I still don't have a lot of answers. So now it's the Presidential Task Team, it's National Treasury, it's the core of Johannesburg, and it's the entities. And the city is still in trouble, bad trouble. Now, the only one that I now want to answer on is, how are you going to strengthen the oversight over the entities? I still have 2 other questions there. Thank you.
If I may try and attempt to answer the question, as we said earlier on, that there's a governance structure that the city has developed as we develop these entities as part of the ECOLI 2002, and which meant creation of boards, which have a chairperson and a board that has to deal with the governance of the entity. The second part that we had dealt with was in relation to a governance committee or a governance structure, which we call it governance in the city, which is headed by a director and has all other expertise within that directorate that are responsible for management of entities throughout the city to ensure that those entities do function. The third part, these entities are subjected to quarterly reports, which they report through to the city as managed by particular MMCs, and those quarterly reports also come to the mayoral committee, and eventually they go to council. And the fourth governance structure would be your Section 79 committees, which are overseeing the work and providing oversight to those entities, so they do report to Section 79 committees on the work that they do. So we believe that the structure as it stands is sufficient enough to help us to manage the work that the entities are doing. Where there should be gaps, we will welcome any form of counsel from this committee on how we can strengthen it. But where we are, we believe that our governance model is indeed perfect and proper to be able to manage the entities of the city. So I thought I should answer the question in that manner.
Honourable, thank you very much. Honourable Mayor, in this explanation you gave me the structure has been set out in the Constitution as well as in the Structures Act and the Systems Act. But in practice, it doesn't work like that. It's not what I'm hearing here. That's not what the AG report's saying. It's not a perfect system because what role does the councillors play in oversight? I just gave to you examples of entities that refuse to work or give feedback. So, Chairperson, I really would recommend that we really look into the oversight on entities and also re-evaluating the management structure that the City of Johannesburg developed, where there is 8 ministerial work teams, National Treasury, entities, and then the city, all 4 of them, and still we're sitting with the next issue that I want to address. That's a lot of members already addressed. And that is here the unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure of over a period of I don't know how many years, more than 18 billion rand. Now I would like to think like a simple man on the street. If I go to a bank or institution and I have 100,000 rand that I want to bank or buy bonds with, and I do that, and after 2 years, I get a letter or I do inquiries, and I get there and they say to me, I'm so sorry, ma'am, there's no profit on your investment. Actually, you actually lost the basic amount of money that you put into this bank because we have no proof of any transaction that you've done. Will you trust that bank? Will you go back there? You expect the citizens of Johannesburg to trust, all of you. But this is what's happening because 18 billion rand has been lost, written off with a framework of investigation telling me there's 34 reports, but out of that 34 reports, nothing to tell me how many investigations done, no proof of investigations, no proof, because I've never seen that writing off means that you don't have to investigate. And if a person has done something wrong, that person must know. If I'm talking about disciplinary action, it means that a person, all these things couldn't happen without people doing the wrong things or are not capacitated or don't have the qualifications. So I would like to put it to you in this way. If we say that there comes a regulation that I'm working very hard on, that before you receive new or expanded maintenance infrastructure allocations, municipalities must submit a certified disciplinary action register linked to the audit findings, proof of finalized investigations into financial misconduct, evidence of referrals to investigative authorities where required. Otherwise, you will result in a partial withholding of the funds. Will the City of Johannesburg be able to receive your funds? Because do you ascribe to all these requirements? Because if you go and look at these things, this is actually what is required. That is the second last question. And just for time, Chair, I want to ask totally the last one. The clean audit plan, I want to know when was that implemented? Just before I go further. When was that implemented? strategy of the cleanup, what do you call it?
The action plans.
Yeah.
Oh, so we implemented annually based on the findings, member. I'm hoping I'm. or you're talking about OPCA.
Operation Clean Audit.
Oh, we started that process around 2024, 2025, where myself and the chair, JIRA's chair.
Okay,
that committee.
thank you for that. I would like to know what is the time frame, short term, medium, and long term, for Operation Cleanup, and will that Operation Cleanup be able to address the City of Johannesburg and the entities' problems on the finance and all these things that the Audit General's report pointed out? And you can somehow put in your turnaround strategy that you referred to. And I would like to know, Chairperson, if the committee can get that plan to the committee of COCTA and or SCOPA if they want that, because I understand that it's a little bit too much of information to convey that now. But I would like to have the critical answer is, what is the maximum number of years in that plan that you need for all these problems to be solved? Otherwise, it's just a plan for the committee. The last question, Chair, is the number of senior and technical vacancies in Johannesburg City as well as in the entities. Does it play a role? What is the reason? Because if you have all the necessary senior and or technical people that have to do all this work, I really can't understand why we have all these other extra structures and why we are sitting here today with a report where Johannesburg is not increasing or decreasing their problems, they're actually increasing it. Thank you, Chair.
Come first and then you will come in after. Just to address some of the issues that the honourable member has raised, especially as it relates to the entities of the city, so that we put it into proper context, which for us was an important governance model post-2000 and 2001, realizing the importance of accelerating service delivery throughout the city of Johannesburg. And part of what we thought we should do was to establish those structures in the form of them being governed through the Companies Act and all other acts that existed at that time. And the intention was really to redress the special arrangement that was created by the previous dispensation in South Africa, which meant we needed to redress. That is why Johannesburg Roads Agency, at its establishment, was able to tar the entire township of Soweto within 4 years, which never had tar as a result of the special arrangement of the previous government. So it's important that we put into context why these entities, yes, entities as businesses, companies, will from time to time experience particular challenges like any other business. And in this case, as a result of the challenges that we have experienced for the first time, Johannesburg had to call for national government intervention in 2025, something that has never happened in the history of Johannesburg, and we must ask ourselves a question as to why. And the reason was simple. Johannesburg was now experiencing a decline since 2026, and therefore interventions had to be called in. And we then said, where do we start? We then said, let's invite the president, let's invite national government to help us navigate the current challenges that we have, realizing that Johannesburg is an economic hub of this country, contributing to the national GDP, therefore it cannot collapse. And we then went to invite national government to come in and assist to navigate some of the complex challenges that we are faced with. Secondly, we also agreed that let's also create partnership with business and create those partnerships for business to come on board to help the city to navigate the challenges that are there. And we went to business. Well, that is why business is part of re-engineering of Johannesburg as it stands today. So it was an important part of the work that we have to do to navigate. So all the structures that you are referring to, for us, are important in as far as helping us to get to where we want to get to. We may not get there in 2 years or 3 years, but we are on track towards reclaiming and rejuvenating the entire city and bringing all partnerships to come and help us. And I think all of us understand that the local government review process in itself allows us to engage with those structures and bring them to help us to change course. Now, the questions that the honorable member also referred to is in terms of our audit plans and audit actions, which we have put in place. And every year, as and when the audit report are presented, it means we must then say what are the findings, and on the basis of the findings, we then develop an audit action plan to help us deal with those findings from the AG. But part of it is to say on a long term, we must ensure that from time to time, the city does get to an unqualified audit report, and that's what we do as part of the action plan. So it will not be correct to suggest that we do not have a plan and we can submit our audit action plan and audit strategy that helps us to deal with this thing. National Treasury has a responsibility to local municipalities to ensure that local municipalities' finances are proper and are working, and where there are weaknesses, and that is why we went to National Treasury ourselves and said these are the challenges that we have, and this is a benchmarking process that we undertook with National Treasury, and we concluded the plans to an extent at which National Treasury also made commitments to send in particular expertise to help us where we've got weaknesses. We are an institution or an organization which unfortunately post-2016 has been experiencing a collapse and a decline. Therefore, it's our responsibility to bring it back. And that is why we went to National Treasury to present our case, and they're part of the work that we are doing. Similar way, we went to ESCOM to say, these are the challenges. It's not only about payment, it's not only about the debt, but it's also about the structural challenges that we have in the electricity business. How do you help us to overcome the technical losses that we're experiencing, which are causing us a loss in terms of our bulk purchases? Where can you assist? And ESCOM, as part of the discussions, are saying they'll bring in experts to help us navigate that challenging environment. So we are rebuilding the city, and of course it requires time, and there are victories that we are achieving, and there are also challenges that are continuing to be stubborn. We have demonstrated an increase in terms of our revenue collection since the month of March, which is beginning to show that we are now hitting the 90% mark. Therefore, all what we need to do is to sustain. It means the interventions that we are doing are beginning to yield results. I thought I should just put some of the things in context, and then maybe Sinai can come with specifics on what are we doing with the audit action plans. Thanks, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to demonstrate the fact that indeed disciplinary action does happen. Earlier on when I presented, I said there are 6 matters that are sitting in the disciplinary board. And what we are confronted with is that, for an example, there's a Proteas land matter where a senior director was dismissed and he didn't challenge that finding. So there we don't have a problem. But if you move into the TFM transaction where 2 senior leaders were dismissed and they challenged those findings and they are in the process of challenging. So what we are seized with as the board is it double jeopardy if we were to recommend to cancel based on the investigation that, in fact, we should charge them for financial misconduct, which is the mandate of the board. And that's what we are seized with. Lastly is MTN, again, an operational manager was dismissed. She's challenging the dismissal in relation to SIM cards and the usage there. The challenge, again, is depending on what the outcome of that disciplinary process would be, do we recommend back to the board to either recharge the employees again, or do we then recommend for a secondary dismissal? Of course, these are subject to what the challenges are happening in terms of the bargaining council and the labor relation council. So there is disciplinaries that take place, but they happen within the labor relations space. And what we are then seized with, because remember, to write off some of these, the 18.5 billion MPEC has to recommend an investigation, and therefore you are caught in between that. The last point I just wanted to emphasize, and I'm sure Sinai can add, is in relation to some of the write-offs. Doesn't necessarily mean that the money that was spent, the services were not received. For an example, we make a point about when you did the over expenditure in relation to the salary line, which the AG always picks up on. Is that the result of a decision that is taken in the 5-year period, but has an implication over the years because you've increased employees, you've increased their contribution to pension, and that it means every year when we do the budget, the group CFO and the treasurer has to add additional budget to try and cover the over expenditure. However, from the AG side, it remains an over expenditure within the salary line. So it takes a bit of a time because it's a multi-year type of employment and requires that we add that. So there's a bit of a distinction that we require, but I just wanted to demonstrate that action does happen. It depends on whether it's within the financial misconduct or within the labor relations space. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, if I can just perhaps start with the issue of the regularization and whether officials are being held accountable. In particular, when it comes to the MPEC, I did indicate this morning that they've given us a framework. There are certain questions that we have to answer. And two of those questions are, was there benefits, were services rendered? And is the matter to be referred to the disciplinary board? What they have now, the committee has now added, I did also indicate in the morning, is the criminality following the judgment we got last year. Not the city of Joburg, but Nelson Mandela. So those are the three key considerations of MPEC prior to regularizing or writing off a debt. And writing off, it does not mean that there is a financial loss per se. It's not like when you have bought a car, for example, and you are no longer able to pay, and then the bank will write off that amount as irrecoverable. So the write-off is saying this was recognized as unauthorized or irregular expenditure, but there were services rendered. And the city, there was benefit realized by the city. It is only when there was no benefit that we then talk recoverability. And again, MPEC and or the boards would then make a recommendation for the recovery. I think the chairperson indicated earlier the amount of the recoveries that have been recommended to council. I must also indicate that National Treasury has placed emphasis on this very issue to say the fact that you have regularized, you've written off, or you are recovering, it does not take away from the conduct of an official. So we normally refer to it as culpability, those that were involved in the value chain. Now, my colleague, the coup, was just indicating some of the matters that the disciplinary board is seized with. In as much as there has been, for example, disciplinary action taken in the past, but because we didn't have a disciplinary board and they were not charged with financial misconduct, the board is revisiting that. And the board is also looking at if disciplinary action was only taken against a junior official, where are the senior officials in the value chain? Is there accountability that can be assigned to those senior officials? And that is, I think, an attempt by the city to really make sure that there is accountability that is enforced. On the clean audit, we've got a recurring monitoring of the internal audit findings, because we come up with an audit plan, gets approved by audit committee, and after each audit, we then would summarize the findings, and we provide a dashboard to executive management team and the mayoral committee. However, with AG, as I indicated, it's just a snapshot at a given point in time. Now, what the difference is with the internal audit findings, you then find that the mitigation actions or the control measures that are being proposed by management, what they'll be implementing, it will have various different timelines. But with the control measures or the corrective actions that would have been identified to respond to the AG findings, there would be specific timelines. Now, what had happened last year, there was a directive to say any repeat findings, the city has zero tolerance, except where there are budgetary constraints and the nature of the control deficiency is such that it will take time to then fully implement corrective action. Low-hanging fruit, my colleagues were complaining, low-hanging fruit would be, for example, the losses. It's unlike where we're talking a recruitment process that was not complied with. The corrective action there is immediate. But when we talk to certain findings, you will not have an immediate or short-term action plan. It is more in the longer term. And we can obviously provide details of the action plans that have been agreed to with management and the timelines. Over and above that, the last part is that
Yes,
those
yes,
areas,
please.
Yes, those areas that we had identified as, all the time AG is raising, we are going in depth and we're conducting audits in those specific environments. And we will be getting, AG, I'm sure will be looking forward to our audit outcomes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to, thanks very much, Honorable Boska. I just want to maybe just have a debate with you, Honorable Mayor, and maybe the Deputy Executive Mayor as well, about a point that Honorable Boskachny had raised about the conglomerate structure of the city of Johannesburg. I am not aware even of a large company that has got that kind of complexity. Have you done any kind of benchmarking, whether it's city to city or other types of corporate structures? Because I think you've got about 12 entities, if I remember correctly. 13 entities falling under the city of Johannesburg. Has there been any kind of benchmarking done in terms of how other cities, even globally, do it? Because a problem we're trying to solve 30 years ago might have evolved and invented new problems, and I'm hoping over the next few minutes we can get to talk about them. Have you done any kind of benchmarking, either before your term or during your term?
Okay, I'll start and then the Executive Mayor will add. Good afternoon, Chairpersons. In fact, this is one conversation that we have started. We are undergoing a process of the institutional review in the city of Johannesburg, where we're actually looking at feasibility and the benefit of all the entities that we have in the current form. Some of them perhaps considering repurposing into specific departments if the work can actually be done by a core department. So it's a process we have started of the institutional review, which we are on phase 2 of that particular institutional review. One of the other things that we've done is when we signed our shareholder compacts with the different entities, it was also to actually analyze and deal with this issue of Honorable Lapaskachny, of oversight, because those shareholder compacts then enable us as the core to see whether at a group governance level, do these entities actually assist us to deal with what we call the core, which is service delivery in its main.
All right. Now, unless you're happy, now I'm okay. So, can I just get a sense of what an MMC's role looks like vis-a-vis an entity that they oversee? What do they? How is their role structured? What do they actually do? Do they appoint the board, etc.? Can you just explain how that works? The MMC oversight.
No, that's fine, Chair. What happens is that the MMC conduct oversight, of course, on behalf of the mayor. In this form, quarterly meetings, it's one of the critical work that they do, looking at the reports that comes to the entities which are en route to council, look at the reports, understand the reports, sign off on the reports, and then the reports can then come to mayoral committee or to cluster committees right up to council. That's the role. The boards are then advertised and appointed by a process through group governance, and which is a mayoral committee. A process is not a MMC process. It's a group governance, or rather the shareholders process. And of course, the MMCs, all what they'd have to do is to manage a post in terms of managing the reports. That's the role that they play. And on quarterly basis, have a meeting with the different boards to understand where the work they are doing and what the progress on the work that they're doing. But the overall custodian, it's group governance that helps us to manage those entities. But in addition, just lastly, you'd know that benchmarking would have been done throughout by the city on a quarterly basis through what we used to call Cities Network, which also always helped us to network and check and benchmark with other cities and countries in terms of the entities. But the Deputy Mayor is correct. Where we are undergoing institutional review, because we can't just come out and say these entities are not working without a scientific research or program that will tell us that we need to realign. I think in some instances, if 2015 or so, or 13, the city went through a institutional review, which led to some of the entities being collapsed into departments. So we do go through that process, and it will inform us as we conclude it, possibly by end of the year, in preparation of the next local government elections.
All right, no, thank you very much. I think you can answer my question more directly then. Is there any other city that you know of that has got this level of complexity as the city of Johannesburg? As a straight question. I hear what you're doing, and what is making me nervous is that the previous reviews don't appear to be producing an answer in that regard. Is there any other city that you know of?
The country or the world?
In the world.
Well, I think we're too complex. I can't figure out any country at this stage.
Okay, can I ask? I mean, and I haven't checked this. So, is there therefore a consolidated balance sheet for the city ultimately, right? And I would imagine that if City Power's balance sheet is toxic and maybe Joburg Water, the cancer goes up onto the holding entity's balance sheet as well. Now it must, right? Okay, we get recorded, so when you nod, it doesn't show.
Yeah, so
yeah, maybe. Oh. No, you can respond on the balance sheet. I was just saying, possibly if we could look at New York, we might find some similarities, but we will collate the proper research and send to you.
They also have less than 10 councillors.
Yeah, so some of the benchmarking we are doing, we are also actually engaging with the City of Toronto as well. But like the EM said, we can look at that. In terms of the balance sheet, so the city opinion, which we give to the JSE, for example, and stakeholders, that's for the group, Chair. So yes, as and when you start seeing certain issues at entities, does it impact the balance sheet of and the income statement of the group? Yes. Like I said before, we are starting now to see the group position starting to be compromised, and that's why the Metro trading reforms then came into being. We started that process engaging with National Treasury in the 22.
Okay, no. So we'll get to the next. I just wanted an answer on a consolidated balance sheet. So I am assuming then that the the state of the different balance sheets, when you aggregate it, it does eventually affect your cost of credit. It must. Because if your component entities, especially the bigger ones, have the kind of problems where you even have cash flow problems, any lender, when they see through all of that, they might most likely price the debt higher than they otherwise would.
Chair, so like I said, any lender who comes in will look at the consolidated balance sheet of the City of Johannesburg. They will also look at the credit rating of the city, citywide, and that's really the two key factors that come into pricing. But if you look at the two current loans that we are dealing with, KFW is at 8.57, which is just JIBA government rate plus I think it's 500 basis points. It's the cheapest loan the City of Johannesburg has ever received, similar to KFW. So yes, if there's further deterioration of the consolidated group or any negative implications of our credit rating from the credit rating agencies, then any other lender would price that in terms of the funding that they give to the city.
All right, now let me just make an observation. Because we all live in the real world. And that is, the reality is that the depth of knowledge of the MMC almost certainly determines whether over the next year or 2 or 3 that entity will do well or badly. There's the quality of the oversight. There's even understanding whether the finances are deteriorating or not. And when I ask the question about the appointment of board members, I'm assuming that they also do eventually do the appointment of board members, the choice of the board members. And in our environment here in South Africa, this is why people contest and want to get onto city government, so that they can appoint people there, some of whom should not be on a board anyway. And they end up there. And I want to propose, and we can have this discussion later, that when you've got those kind of problems, the quality of political oversight over those entities, and even when you roll it up to group level, because democracy is such as it is, the quality of those people even at council level almost certainly says these entities, and I've looked at their audit outcomes, they've remained stagnant, some for 13 years. Means that you will just never have the kind of audit and performance outcomes that you're looking for. If anything, it's likely to just keep becoming a problem and deteriorating in some instances. It's just a proposition, and I'm making that proposition more to the politicians, right? And I would be interested in that review, because it's clear to me, as far as I know, that the City of Johannesburg is the most complex in the world in terms of its governance structure. I think it is one of the most challenged when you match that complexity with the quality of the political oversight. The mismatch is significant, and that means the holding entities' balance sheet or coffers have to keep backing up entities which suffer a lot of structural problems in and of themselves, all the way into treasury, which is why you end up with all of these interventions that the Honorable Labuskaghni was referring to. I'm just leaving this on the table as something we can debate later, but I am just staggered by the number of entities the City of Johannesburg has. And I do think there is a very strong case for a review thereof in order to simplify the work of council and make sure that you are able to manage your risks within the available days in a year to manage those risks, because at the end of the day, there's 24 hours and 365 days in a year. But the number of entities is this big. And to your point, Honorable Mayor, some MMCs, because you've got a coalition, they spend the next 8 months learning, but also making decisions at the same time while they're learning. And that has an impact, a financial impact and a service delivery impact. You can comment now or later, but it's a proposition I'm just placing on the table.
I think the issues that are raised are quite genuine, and it's part of the discussions that we are having. And I think we are willing to take counsel from the chair, and I think you have assisted us in your contribution towards our final process of the institutional review. So it will contribute well towards that process, and we do accept counsel from the chair.
All right, no, thank you very much. I think we'll take one more member and then take a break. Is that fine? Because we've been going at it for nearly 2 hours. Yeah, for nearly 2 hours. So can we do just one last thing? Then we'll take a 15-minute break and then come back. It's honorable not, right? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Back to Potgieter, Chair.
Oh, no. Honorable Atkinson didn't say who's who.
Yeah.
He just sent me a list.
Prepare yourself. In 3 months' time, it'll be different again. So we keep moving. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thanks to the City of Johannesburg for the presentation. I just would like to start. I live in Joburg, and I know on Thursday night I'm going to land at about 11 o'clock, and I'm going to drive through the streets on about a 45-hour drive, 45-minute-hour drive to my house with no working streetlights and tons of potholes. That's the reality. The reality is that my daughter and many of her friends drive motorbikes to school, and that she came off her bike earlier this year because the road hadn't been rehabilitated despite being logged numerous times. I'm sitting with logs on my phone through your app where November 2025, they are still showing as brand new. Nobody's touched it. Traffic lights are closed. When you reopen them again because they haven't been dealt with, they will show as new for several months later. That is the reality. The reality is that my son was driven into by somebody who did not have a South African driver's license, and JMPD told him that unfortunately it was his fault because despite the fact that the man was doing a U-turn illegally, did not have a South African driver's license. He had a Mozambican license, so therefore he qualified to drive on the road. This is the reality that people are dealing with in Joburg. And, I get very concerned when we're giving lectures on policy and legislation and processes and how things work because we know how they work. That's why we're here. A lot of us know how they work. The reality, however, for many people who live in Joburg is not this. I do not believe that utilizing or hiding behind the consolidated group outcome avoids the fact that the city has regressed. They received a qualified audit opinion. And to try and couch that in a sort of consolidated outcome is actually incorrect. It's a complete misunderstanding of what the AG is actually saying. The bottom line is that service delivery, and my colleague mentioned earlier, has regressed from 64% to 38%. And the AG has specifically found that City Power and Joburg Water have unreliable system-generated performance information. So what I would like to ask you is how you can claim recovery when your service delivery performances have dropped so drastically by almost 30%, and if City Power and Joburg Water's performance information is completely unreliable, how can the city then credibly claim progress in terms of these entities? Because you actually don't know what figures you are reporting on. If I may, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Executive Mayor, and thank you, Honourable Knott. Indeed, Chair, we do have issue service delivery failures, and Honourable Knott knows very well that as a former councillor, some of these related issues would have been discussed at the cluster level. What we now have is a new CSD app which is being rolled out, which the colleagues can talk to the COO. And that is specifically a central service delivery app, which is in real time in order to be able to quantify and also being able to monitor specific service delivery failures. There are several service delivery issues that we are now focusing on for the past few weeks, specifically in the inner city related issues, as well as other CBDs like your Randburg, your Lenasia and other areas, and your Midrand. The issue with regard to no working or limited working street lights. We had a session with the JRA some time ago, whereby they had to renew the MOU with the provincial government, whereby they are working together specifically to combine the efforts specifically on the street lights. However, we do have our own internal teams relating to this. There are several issues relating to these street lights, of amongst others, issues with regard to vandalism and theft, where some of these thieves are specifically after a specific cable, copper cable. In other cases, your solar batteries or the backup batteries that we use. Other service delivery issues, I will request the COO maybe quickly to touch on them, because service delivery is what he does, and as well as the jog that we are managing with other departments and our coordination with other departments and entities. Cool.
No, thanks, City Manager. I think let me start where you basically left off. So the approach to service delivery is two-pronged. So the first one is the proactive approach to service delivery with the focus on the infrastructure asset management plan. Because if you look at majority of the calls that we are receiving through the central service delivery app is related to the 4 critical infrastructure areas. Either it's water, it's potholes, it's electricity infrastructure. So we are intervening on the proactive side in terms of the allocation of CAPEX to deal with the long-term infrastructure disinvestment that had happened over the years. And that we believe if we close the infrastructure backlog, it will actually reduce the number of queries that we receive on a daily basis. Secondly, the second part is in relation to the, and what is the reactive aspect part, which is what we actually call is the Service Delivery Joint Operations Committee, where it's chaired at an executive level. I chair that at an EMT, but obviously at the regional level is chaired by the head of CRAM, wherein all the heads of operations sit in that forum and we look at where are the backlogs and we track the amount of queries that have been raised and actually the resolutions that take place. So what we've picked up in
Chair,
terms of that...
If I may interrupt you, Chair, sorry, if I may. I understand how the system works, but CRUM doesn't report specifically for your entities. They don't have the data for the entities. It doesn't go through their system. My question is specifically, if City Power and Joburg Water's system-generated performance information is unreliable according to the AG, then how is your turnaround strategy reliable? Because you are not basing it on data that is reliable in terms of the AG's report. So that's what I'm trying to understand. I do understand how the intricacies work on that level. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. From City Power point of view, let me come in. And member, you notice that the report that I have, unless if maybe we are referring to a different report, the report that I'm sitting with for the last financial year indicates that the performance has been audited and is found as it is. So I'm not so sure if it was said it was unreliable somehow. Maybe I might have made a mistake or maybe misread that. I'll look into that. However, we do acknowledge that the system as it is, it does have some deficiencies here and there, especially when we deal with an issue of the outage management system, where the system, for example, when there is a large number of unplanned outages, where we lose a bigger feeder, some calls will automatically be grouped, and when they are grouped into one particular work order, which is a parent work order, it will then send a message that says the call is actually closed or grouped, but does not necessarily mean the work is closed. And that it's what we are currently dealing with, and we are acknowledging that it is happening. However, with streetlights, we also noticed that there's some deficiencies where individuals will just be sent out, and then when they realize that there is a fault on the line, but customers will report 7 or 10 streetlights along the same route, but they're affected by one cable, but they've logged multiple of them. And as it closed, that work order when it's grouped, it then sends a message that it is resolved, which is not resolved. And it is the weaknesses that we've realized that it's happening, and we are working on fixing on that one. Thanks, Member.
Thank Thanks. Chair, I don't suspect, and I'm not to beleaguer the point and waste time, the problem is relating to the performance the performance information that's coming from these entities, specifically City Power and Joburg Water. And what that tells you is that essentially you cannot claim any progress or any traction or any turnaround strategy or anything in that respect, because the information you're getting from them is completely inaccurate. What I am understanding, I do completely understand what they're telling me, but I don't think that answers the question, but I'll leave it with you. Because it is a very, very pertinent question. A turnaround strategy cannot be confirmed and it can never be shown as being successful if the information you're getting from those entities is completely uncredible. But I'll leave it there with you. I just want to, and I'm going to maybe lay these out so that we can just go through with time, because I know you want to take a break, Chair. But the UIFW, I think, has been mentioned. I'm just concerned that this is being kind of wrapped as a success story, because the reduction, and several of my colleagues mentioned that the reduction has come from regularising that 18 billion rand from the prior year. And then also not resolving 82% of the audit findings, actually only resolving 37% of the material findings of what the AG stated. The other issue related to this is consequence management being a sort of activity and not an outcome. The issue is not really how many matters are under investigation in the city of Joburg. The issue, or what you really want to know, is how many have been finalised, who has been held accountable, how much money has been recovered, and which cases have gone to law enforcement. Saying you've got 34 cases in the system speaks to a lack of finalisation across the board. So what I would like to understand is whether or not the prioritization of audit finding is purely based on administrative stuff within the city of Joburg, and whether or not you are actually focusing on the AG material findings, which are the core issues you're experiencing, it's the compliance issues, and how many UIFW investigations you've actually finalized, in addition to holding officials accountable, how much money you've recovered, and how many cases were referred further on to other law enforcement operations. That's the first question, Chair. I also think that the city presenting itself as a going concern, sort of a going concern assessment, and in a positive light, is odd, because the AG's raised these issues with liquidity and debt concerns. They've also raised issues with contracts being awarded on different criteria than what was actually advertised. There's been limitations on JPC awards that couldn't be tested. And there's a widespread failure to prevent UIFW expenditure. Writing it off is not a success story. It doesn't mean you're governing well. It means that you're essentially sweeping the matter forward and you're doing it again. So none of this shows that you're actually dealing with UIFW, because it just keeps growing year on year. So I would like to actually understand, as I've said, how many people you've actually held accountable and what is going to happen to stop that in the future. Then with regards to the entities, Chair, City Power is at a financial emergency state. It's not a turnaround anymore. It's literally at financial emergency state. My colleague mentioned it's 0 months cash coverage. They've got creditors at 216 days, debtors at 221 days, distribution losses of 30%, repairs and maintenance it's just over 6%, and a current ratio of 0.3. Pick It Up is worse. Pick It Up is probably at critical collapse level if you're looking at City Power at a financial, emergency level. They have creditors at 539 days, and a solvency below zero with 0 months cash in the bank. It is beyond me as to how a turnaround strategy that's discussed as if we're, debating, having tea with each other, it's not computing, Chair. I think our electricity outages in the city of Joburg, I go through 2 to 3 outages per week, standard. Standard every week, my power will be out for 2 to 3 days. It was not like this 2 years ago, and it definitely wasn't like this 10 years ago. It's progressively getting worse. And the fact that you're then relying on loans and grants to stabilize the entity, I don't know if you can tell me how many loans you've actually committed to that have basically become payable in the 26 to 2039, 2040 year. It's 33 billion rand in total, of which 22 billion rand is still owing, and by 2040 the council is still paying these loans off. It's not a sustainable model, Chair. It really isn't. At some stage you're going to run out of grants and loan funding, so there needs to be an actual financial model. So with regards to that, I think if we can get factual and concrete solutions that are in a chronological order, which basically tells us that Joburg's lights are going to stay on and that the water's going to flow and that the roads are going to be fixed. Because these sort of vague statements about engagements and committees and presidential task teams and all of these things doesn't give me much confidence that these things are being fixed. I'd like to know you are doing X, Y, and Z in this order, and this is where we're going to be in 6 months' time. I'll leave that with you, Chair. I don't think that's something we're going to get now. What I would like to ask, though, is I'm exceptionally concerned that you have not had a CEO at City Power for quite some time. If I understand correctly, you've advertised very recently, though, for one. Is that correct? What I would like to understand is why you revised that advert down to reduce the technical requirements and the qualifications and the basically the membership to professional organizations of the CEO of City Power. You have an entity in crisis. It is not able to perform. It is going into overdraft by about 2 billion rand every other day. And you revise the requirements of the CEO downwards. And Chair, I don't understand why you would do that. Surely you would want the best person for the job and you would try and get the most technically astute person into this position. So if you can answer that question. I would also like to know the connection between the doubling of the water levy by Joburg Water and the 3.1 billion rand that's owed to Rand Water. Is there a connection there? Because it seems odd. If I look at my Joburg water bill, I can tell you that we are very frugal with our water. We save 350 rand is actual water used. 600 to 700 rand is a sewage levy. And the rest is all, Joburg Water's access or service levies and VAT. And now you want to increase and double the water levy that Joburg residents are paying when we are already paying 7/10 of our bill towards service fees and VAT. I can link it to the 3.1 billion rand. That's where my mind's going. But I would like to get an understanding from the city whether or not that is correct and why that levy is being doubled for what reason. My last point, Chair, is just on the politically facilitated agreement. And I find it interesting that the institutional review is being done so close to the end of the term, but nevertheless, it's always a good idea to do an institutional review. It helps you rearrange your organograms, etc. But I'd like to understand why the politically facilitated agreement was done prior to the institutional review and not part of it. I know that some people appear to believe that the PFA actually only applies to frontline service workers, but I think what we need to do, or what we need to understand, is whether or not it benefits any middle management. So if you can explain whether or not the PFA is limited to frontline service workers, or whether or not it benefits middle management as well as any other non-frontline employees. Whether or not any employee categories have already had the PFA incorporated into their remuneration. I do think that it's interesting that in February you issued an instruction after your adjustment budget was passed that stated that managers needed to reduce the projects that were not critical in order to make or cater for an adjustment budget that was not funded. This speaks to incredibly bad planning, and I'm very concerned that you would tell everyone to downgrade their projects to what wasn't needed in order to cater for a budget that evidently you knew was unfunded. So I'd like to get an understanding on that. National Treasury is still raising concerns that salary agreement is unaffordable. You've stated already that this is about stability and justice, but again, it's preceding your institutional review, so it doesn't really make sense. You're kind of now doing throwing the baby out after the bathwater. It doesn't make any sense. So I'd like to understand what services, vacancies, maintenance budgets, capital projects have had to be reduced in order to fund the PFA. Because that's exactly what's been stated in the memo that was issued from the City of Joburg in February after the adjustment budget, that projects and service delivery had to be scaled back in order to cater for this. And why on earth you would do this prior to your institutional review. And again, as I've stated, whether or not it benefited just frontline workers or middle management and others. Chair, I will leave you with possibly one thought, and I honestly,
I was gonna say because we're 3 minutes over. So
I hear you. Absolutely. Okay. I live in Joburg. I love that city. My entire family moved to the Western Cape, and I still live there because I love it that much, and a lot of people do love it. It is an economic hub, and I get extremely frustrated when I see what is happening, and we act blasé as if it's not a big deal. It is a very big deal. The decline in the city of Johannesburg over the last 10 years is an exceptionally big deal. And unless all of us come together and start acknowledging that problem, and listening to what's going on and what Treasury is saying, because Treasury is not, some stupid entity that gives out fake information. We will not get Joburg right. So thank you, Chair, for giving us this opportunity. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Executive Mayor and your team.
Yeah, thanks. I think thanks, Honourable Leah, Honourable Not. Yes. Let me start with the PFA, Chair, so that we put it into proper context, so that you separate it from your institutional review. The PFA started in around 2015, 2016, so that's when the agreement came into being. And the PFA does not benefit middle management, and that is why we are where we are today, because in prior years, when they implemented the salary scales, they then implemented for middle management to senior managers. And the frontline staff was all not implemented, which meant a strike of 2016, which then produced what is called the PFA today, the Political Facilitated Agreement, which then says this frontline staff needs to be accommodated. And by the way, the administration that Honorable Nott was overseeing in 2016, 2017, paid for the PFA in 2017 and in 2018, because they themselves acknowledged that the city does owe employees. National Treasury has raised a concern that it is not affordable. We went through a process with the minister, went through with National Treasury, through a process to explain the PFA. And we also went to an extent at which explaining what the agreement entails. And part of the agreement says that this will also be subject to availability of budget as we pay the PFA. But the matter still remains that the PFA must be dealt with and be concluded. And I think the platform has been created between Labour and ourselves, where we constantly engage and negotiate, being clear that there are particular periods and years that we may not have sufficient to implement, therefore we will defer. But there's an appetite from the city to conclude on the PFA at some point. So I thought I should put it into context. In terms of the institutional review, we're at phase 2 now of the institutional review, which had started. And of course, the law prescribes that you have to conclude it before you enter into a next election, because you are preparing it to be adopted for the next period or office period. And that's what we are doing, so that we conclude on the institutional review, take into account institutions, municipal-owned entities, departments, and so on. So we are in that process of concluding an institutional review. So it's important that we put it in that context. And I think I also am a resident of Johannesburg since birth, and I love Johannesburg. There are challenges that we have openly reported, but there are also successes. And perhaps what we may want to do is to focus on Ward 97 itself, where the Honourable resides. I'm just a neighbour in Ward 83. And we know what is the challenge of electricity in Ward 97, and which is constantly been happening in that area. And I think we can give a report probably in this session through Charles, who's our head of City Power, which is a technical issue that continues to happen in that ward. Whether it relates to cables, it relates to all sorts of things, he will put it into proper context. I'm a neighbor, and in the neighbor we are not experiencing the challenges that they have, and the solutions that the City Power has been doing. And in fact, I do have an update this morning of what City Power is trying to do in Ward 97 to resolve the problems in the area. So I thought I should respond to those issues. But I think the Honourable also raised a serious matter of concern that JMPD ignored criminal activity, and I suppose there's a case that should have been opened by the Honourable member, so that we are able to follow up on the issue that relates to an undocumented foreigner who probably hit the child or something. So if that matter could be provided with the case number, so that we can follow up on the matter. I thought I should respond to those other points that she has raised. I might have missed others which I wanted to respond, Chair, so that we put this thing into context. But it's important to also raise the issue that we have raised in this meeting about making Johannesburg work. And I think all of us are echoing that thing. And I think we must also acknowledge that, yes, whilst the challenges, the city is performing, it has delivered on tangible results, and there's evidence to that effect that all of us know that has been recorded, whether it's in water provision, which is currently recorded at 99.3%, which are the stats that all of us can test. 96% of Joburg residents also receive sanitation services. Those are the stats that are there, they're out there, and they've been recorded. So it does not mean, therefore, that everything else is collapsing. We have also reported here and openly said that we are bleeding in the inner city of Johannesburg, and that is why now we've declared a serious drive focusing into the CBD, one in terms of bylaw enforcement and two in terms of collection of revenue, which we have now acknowledged that, yes, we are bleeding and we're losing a lot of revenue in that area. We're also losing a lot of revenue in estates, and that is why there's an aggressive campaign to increase on the collection of the city. So I thought I should just come in on those matters and leave other matters for the colleagues, especially the water one, if Nchabeni can put it into proper context, because I don't think we are aligned with the statement by the honorable member. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add on the issue of honourable member Not on the concerns she raised in terms of service delivery. Where we are clear about concerns that the member has raised, we articulated them in the State of the City and in our budget speech. If you recall, we were very clear that we are going to allocate 1.9, just under 2 billion, specifically on infrastructure for electricity. Road infrastructure gets the second bulk in terms of allocation, where we are allocating road infrastructure 1.6 billion. And the third one, I'm just mentioning the top three that you raised as concerns, water and infrastructure, which Nchabeni will speak about. We're giving them 1.6 billion. That is a clear indication of the fact that we appreciate that there have been challenges, and we therefore need to concentrate our budget specifically on those critical areas. And then we obviously still allocate money to others, but that's where bulk of our money in terms of capital expenditure is going to demonstrate the seriousness as this administration in terms of dealing with these backlogs. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Only one or two things from my side before I hand over to the CFO and the entities. I think if there's one thing that I need to be clear with and be honest at this level with the committee is that we need to ensure that the issues raised by Honourable Not with regard to audit findings, consequence management and the financial sustainability. I might not respond to all of it, but I think what must be clear is that the issue with regard to the audit outcome, we are not saying that it's a complete success story. We are also saying that the issue of the writing off or the regularization of the UIFW. Earlier, when I opened the session in my opening remarks, I did say that it should not be misconstrued as us saying that everything is well and that everything has been solved. There's still a lot that needs to be done, and that is why we are at a stage whereby we are looking at recovery as well as a turnaround specifically with regard to significant material findings. And I am on record stating, Chair, that the material findings of the Auditor General is something that we are taking seriously. What we must probably focus on specifically as well is the number of cases that have been finalized and what has been done on a consequence management point of view, and we allow the colleagues maybe to touch specifically on that. City of Johannesburg, we always say it is dynamic and it's complex, and I mean part of the discussion before this was really to look at the governance structures, and I think the Executive Mayor also now touched on the institutional review. Yourself, Chair, you are correct at the time when you made your point specifically how big the organization is, it's correct. And I mean, these are some of the discussions that we need to look at and to see how do we then streamline it and ensure that we focus on efficiencies and the efficacy of that. I just thought, Chair, I need to make some of those points, and then I would want the CFO to come in, but more importantly, the point that Honourable Knott made about the water levy versus that Rand water, I would want the Joburg Water MD also to come in specifically on that item. Thank you.
Thanks, CM. I'll cover a few topics that were covered by Honourable Member Leah Knott. In terms of the going concern assessment, so management does an assessment of the going concern, and after that, as part of the audit process, it's also assessed by AG, Honourable Knott. So in terms of when we say the Fs are prepared on a going concern basis, it's something that would have been audited. Firstly, obviously, management coming up with the assumptions, and those assumptions being tested by the AG. In terms of the qualification at the core, we discussed the conglomerate nature of the City of Johannesburg. So we've quite clearly articulated that there was a qualification at the core. We did articulate the audit action plans and the issues that actually led to that qualification. But the fact is, if we didn't have the structure of entities and it was just one municipality, the impact in terms of materiality of those two items would have been immaterial at a municipality level if we didn't. It was just one, a simple structure of a core and its departments with no other entities. So that's why we always refer to group, because that's what the investors look at. They look at the components coming together, forming the consolidated financial statements for the City of Johannesburg. The loan book, Chair, stands at 22 billion. That 22 billion for loan book equates to 30% debt to revenue ratio. The National Treasury norm or maximum limit is 45%. That means in terms of leveraging, the City of Johannesburg still has 15% leveraging as per the maximum limits, where we can go out into the capital markets to raise funding. And actually, if you look at how a budget, especially a capex budget, is supposed to be ideally financed, the ideal position that NT would want to see is a third cash, a third grants, and a third of loan funding. Over the years, with the cash pressure that we have in the City of Johannesburg, the cash element of investment into capital expenditure has fallen behind. But when we go into the market, Chair, we do that diligently. And I did speak about the due diligence that any lender would do anyway in terms of our loan book when it comes to settling of those loan books and what is current and the long-term portion of that loan book. So, but I thought it was very important to mention that our interest expense to expenditure ratio is at 4%. The next National Treasury limit is 8%. I'm giving you these kind of financial ratios just to show that in terms of borrowing, we are quite prudent in our approach in terms of borrowing. Rand Water, we do not owe them 3.1 billion, Chair. We are at current with Rand Water, and we'll be paying them again in June. But the MD will also deal with the tariff part of it. So no, it wasn't an increase in terms of the tariff because we must pay Rand Water. We are at current with Rand Water, and it's something that we've also communicated to NT as and when they do their monitoring on our performance month on month, and they've got that information as well. And the memo for cutting off. So we essentially, when you look at the capex, you can't move capital expenditure into opex. So that's a principle that is we know that in terms of financial planning you can't do. The budgeting for the PFA was done in the city based on what is affordable and what's not affordable, and I think the EM has touched on what are we doing in the future in terms of discussions with labor and also the various provisions that are encompassed in that agreement of the PFA, which talks about affordability in any case. And I wanted to just cover those parts so that at least on record we know what is happening. I think I'll then let you, Nchabeni and Charles, take over. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. I just want also to indicate that in general, CityPower has got a backlog of about 44 billion rand of network infrastructure. 44 billion rand. And with about over 18,000 kilometers of medium voltage cabling and 817 of high voltage cabling, over 22,000 load centers in terms of electricity distribution network. Now, the area in question from the member is talking about is 63 years old in terms of the network. Then it then speaks to the overall average of our entire network that I've indicated at about 38 years old of the network infrastructure. Now, we have areas where the plan is solid and we're starting to yield some results. For an example, in the inner city, in terms of the cabling in Observatory substation to Bellevue substation, where we've strengthened the network totality, reinforced the HV cable in there. We also have reinforced the HV cabling in from John Ware substation to Bramfontein into Mayfair substation. This is the new infrastructure that we use from the capex that we received from the city. Now, we know that the area in question the member is talking about is what the KFW funding is going to assist us to deal with this infrastructure, which that infrastructure is also prone to cable theft and vandalism, which we have gone out length and breadth to try and engage with the communities, the SAPs, and all relevant security structures. And I think some 2 weeks ago, the accounting officer of the city manager, we had a discussion with some members of the SNDF has been deployed by the president to try and assist us. If you checked, our street lights have been chopped. It's not like as if they are not being maintained, they're being chopped, a majority of them. There's a lot of lawlessness in the city of Johannesburg that is taking place, even though we can prove in terms of our numbers that we have tried in many ways jointly with our customers to protect the infrastructure. We've got figures that shows that in Roodepoort alone, since 2023 to date, we've secured over 3,000 of load centers, which tells you that we have now redirected the funding from protecting instead of maintaining this old infrastructure that we are dealing with. So it's those plans that they've, at least at this point in time, has managed us to keep the lights on, but bearing in mind that the 44 billion backlog versus what we've been receiving over the years is under capex investment, it has just not made a dent. But we believe that with the funding that we've just received now, over 3 years, almost 4 billion, is going to greatly assist the city and to stabilize the infrastructure as is, and also to modernize it from the current environment where it is. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. From Johannesburg water side, answer the question directly between the 3.1 billion reported and the increase of levy. There is no relation at all, simply because, Chair and members, the 3.1 billion doesn't exist. As Group CFO indicated, we are paying rent water. In other words, for 3.1, which we had it being mentioned before, for it to exist means Johannesburg Water will not have paid rent water at least for 3 months, because we pay just under $1 billion each month. And it has never happened that even historically. So the increase for the demand levy, Chair and members, it is part of our 10-year investment plan, which we have indicated that as part of the turnaround, which was approved by Council, we need to be investing 32.5 billion rand over a 10-year period. And we've started this year that is ending now in June. It is the first year of our turnaround plan, where we've seen investment increasing from about 1 billion to 1.7 billion for water. So that demand levy, it is part of the raising the resources, because that 32.5 billion will come from a mix of fund, our own reserve, loans, including grants and so on. So that's the issue about the demand levy. Chair, if you may allow me briefly, just to touch on one question that was not, we haven't responded yet from Johannesburg Water side in terms of performance information, because it was raised by Member Nod. This is an issue relating to response time for bursts and blockages. We had a detailed engagement with AG, and we're still engaging with AG. The situation where we found ourselves was as a result of us responding to the community demand, where community will say, you can't be sending a team, say, to 1 Main Street, and the team passes a water running at 29 Main Street. They must fix that best part while they are going to where the job card is. So what we used to do historically, our teams used to drive with blank job card, so that anything that they can pick up on the street as they do it, it gets logged. And those things were creating what we call negative response time and so on. And it's something that historically there was a way of treating it, and both parties were satisfied. So we've introduced a new system this year to mitigate that, whereby the system that we've introduced is going to be able to give us capability of the team being able to log a call on the spot and then start addressing it. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues. We are going to take a break and reconvene at 20 past 5, yeah. 20 past, yes. Thank you. Honorable members, shall we take our seats? I'm sure we all want to be out of here before 1 a.m. Yes, at this rate, we'll be out of here at 1 a.m. Despite my pleas, both the questions and the answers are long. So we are seriously looking at 1 a.m., but I hope not. Honorable Ndabase looks like he'll walk out of here in protest. Yeah, you were protesting already the other time. I've seen you toing in committee. No, thank you very much. Welcome, Honorable Mechanaikis. I think it's your first time in Scopa, is it? All right. No, thank you so much, sir. Welcome. Yes, we are here. 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for having us in your committee. I am a standing member on finance, but I am an MP who resides in the fair city of Johannesburg and spent the last 8 years before going to Parliament as a councillor there. So deeply invested in the success of the city. So the briefing notes today were carefully framed, but the picture it paints is of an institution that the accountability has effectively been broken down and everything is simultaneously collapsing. And one of the statements that was made today was, who owes the city and what? And that's an important question. But another question is, who does the city owe? And we're going to pause here for a little bit, or just to reflect on some of the figures here, is that currently the creditors that the city owes is to the value of 25.2 billion rand. But the cash and equivalent reserves in the city of Johannesburg is 3.9 billion rand. So there's a shortfall there of 21.3 billion rand. So that debt to cash ratio is like 6.47 to 1. And that's equivalent of me having a household bill of 6,460 rand, but when I open up my banking app, there's only 1,000 rand to pay those bills. And that's exactly what the city of Johannesburg situation is, but it's in billions. So my question to the city is, can we explain how the debt to revenue ratio increased by 29% in 2024 to 2025, signaling a growing reliance on debt? And while simultaneously the administration approved a 3.10 billion rand wage agreement on an unfunded, what appears to be an unfunded budget for 25-26. I'm going to pause there and before carrying on.
Thanks, Honourable Member. The current ratio, which measures the current assets over current liabilities, is at 0.73, which is, we're looking at 24-25, which is an improvement.
Sorry, can you just move the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that, Chair. So the current ratio, which measures current assets over current liabilities, is at 0.73. For 24-25, it was at 0.66 in 23-24. It's a slight improvement, obviously, like you said, driven by the cash of 4 billion as compared to 2.1 billion in 23-24. What that means is when you calculate the number of days cash on hand, that has moved from 10 days that was there in 23-24 up to 18 days in 24-25. It's still lower than what National Treasury would ideally want to see. And we endeavor to push the collections, like we say, and number two, to reduce the debtors book. I did talk about the increases in the debtors book, meaning that our collection efforts for 24-25 did not yield the 90% and above that we wanted to achieve, but we did speak about what we are seeing in the current financial year and how we want to sustain it moving forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. With the Public Audit Act, it empowers the Auditor General as well as the city to refer material irregularities involving financial losses to the relevant public bodies for criminal investigation. Given that the material irregularities identified in COJ specifically around the significant underutilization of the BRT bus stations, the CPM contract cost calculation that it has escalated by 33.28 million with fewer services in that new contract, ICT contracts where payments have been made without supporting evidence of a delivery. The question is, has administration reported the suspected criminal conduct to law enforcement? Can you confirm if your administration has made these reports?
I think on the SAP unutilized licenses, we did indicate earlier that there's been that recovery. I think at the time we said it was 265, but it's actually 346 million rand that has been recovered from SAP. But with regards to BRT, the city manager did indicate where we are with the corrective actions and the city engaging with the AGSA. Insofar as accountability for the SAP unutilized licenses, it's one of the matters that the disciplinary report is investigating. It's one of the matters that we are planning to then go back to council and report. There is an unfortunate part that as most of the colleagues that would have been involved in the procurement of those licenses are no longer with the city. Regardless, the position that the board is taking is that we will report back to council, and where there is any evidence of criminality, that recommendation would then be made. However, I think as of last week, yesterday, we actually received the investigation report. The board is meeting on Friday this week, so that we are then able to submit our reports through to council. That was SEP. On BRT, it's a very lengthy process. We did look at with the AG. We did look at who were the individuals or officials that would have been involved, in particular with BRT. And because at that time we were not looking at the financial misconduct matter, but the material irregularity that the CM must respond on to the National Treasury. And we found that, again, there's been, because of the many changes in the administration, the ability for us to now pinpoint exactly who and what. We have the what, but the who, it becomes convoluted because there were many players at the time, and almost all of them are no longer with the city. So that's the SAP and the PRC. I'm not sure what was the other one.
It is the CPMS. There's a new SLA, 33 million rand increase with less services.
I would have to come back with that. But if it's a group ICT matter, it's not.
I think it's development planning.
It's a development. No, it hasn't come to us as yet. So we'll need to come back to the committee with that particular report. So it has not been investigated, either as a UIFW on behalf of MPEC or as a financial misconduct. So we need to look into that.
The city of Joburg is the largest metropolitan in the country. It has a large budget, and I think that we owe it to the ratepayers and the residents that that there's due diligence done when fraud and corruption is uncovered, and that people are held accountable, because for too long we haven't seen that accountability, and almost people don't believe that there is accountability. Which leads me to the next segue, which is around the disciplinary board. So the city of Joburg, and like I said, I was there, and I was there at this time. The city of Joburg, historically, we created a disciplinary board back in 2022 already. It was established according to the Municipal Finance Act in coordination with the AG. This board existed, but largely the failures produced meaningless consequence management. And I know that the mayor formally re-established the operation of a new disciplinary board in August of last year, especially to probe the financial misconduct linked to the 23.6 billion rand of irregularities flagged in the 23-24 financial statements. The disciplinary board framework has existed in the city of Joburg since 2022, 3 years before the mayor re-established it, which means that there were mechanisms available through this period which that you could have used to hold people accountable. So my question here is, why did it take 3 years of repeated audit findings and a public intervention by the finance minister to activate the mechanism that was already available to you?
I think the CM will respond to this.
You want us to deal first with the disciplinary board so that we put it into correct perspective. In 2019, we established a disciplinary board in accordance to legislation as required. In 2022, the new administration led by Honorable Leah led by Ms. Palazzi, disestablished that board and established a new one against the regulations. So it is important that we put that into perspective, and that is why your comments confirm that it could not do any other thing because it was established against the regulations. I thought I should put that into context, and you can then answer the rest of the questions, City Manager.
No, thanks. Thank you, Chair, through you. I think, Executive Mayor, that was mainly the main issue. It's the last part was only on the disciplinary board, and you've covered me on that one.
Again, it's for a city as big as Johannesburg with a budget and accountability to millions of residents, why does it take so long to rectify things when there's a problem?
Thank you, Chair. And maybe just to also reiterate, this question was raised again today on the effectiveness. And so there are three challenges in the board. One is we are dealing with the backlog and historical matters from 2011, 2014, 2016, 2018 in terms of the board. And the challenge with that is that bulk of the information that's supposed to be provided by the incumbents are no longer there. Two, the information in relation to some of those procurement processes have become unavailable, where we've also followed the advice from AG that rather get people to write affidavits and so that we proceed. So investigators are challenged by the lack of information. Secondly is the cooperation from some of the senior managers, where as the board, we've taken the decision to escalate some of those through to the accounting officer, in short, to the heads of department, that if that individual in your department does not provide the information, we will recommend to council that you as the HOD must then be taken to task because your people are not responding to the investigators, and that delays the time for the investigations to conclude. Because as you can understand, the board does not have the expertise to do the investigation, and you want that investigation to be independent. Therefore, hence we appoint investigators to do that. So the 6 cases that my colleague was referring to, those have now been concluded, but even themselves took a long time because information was delaying, some members were not participating, but we've now concluded the 6 and we'll be taking those to council. The remainder of that, we have the preliminary investigations, which we also want to club into this report in terms of what action we need to be taking. So it is not that we are not taking any action, but it's the delays that the investigators are then getting. Then they come back and respond to us. We then take action in terms of facilitating those investigations. But the backlog is the major challenge in terms of where we are. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. It has been confirmed, or the city has been cited, that due to non-operational lifts in the Metro Centre is the primary reason why there are building plans that have been left in the Metro Centre that has been empty for about 3 years now. So how does the administration justify that the Metro Centre has been abandoned for 3 years and these documents have been stuck there despite the promises to digitise and to move them? And then just due to this administration failure, it has caused a large, it may just seem like paper, but it has caused a large measurable economic harm to the residents of Johannesburg, given that homeowners are losing property sales, conveyancers are having to rewrite their contracts, banks are refusing bonds, architects are having to redraw building plans at additional costs. So the question to the city is, what compensation or relief mechanisms will you be putting in place for affected residents due to the fact that these documents look to be uncared for in a building that has been abandoned for the last 3 years? And then can we be provided with a time-bound plan around the specific milestones for retrieving these documents, the restoration of public access, and when the digitalization process will be completed?
Thanks, Chair. So firstly, I think we need to address because the issue is about the access to the plans. So if you know, there's the Metro Centre, and then there's the Metro Link, where development planning was working from, and where the plans were being approved and archived. So what we've done is immediately after the report that was submitted to close Metro Centre for redevelopment, we made an arrangement with development planning for communities to have access to the files. But of course, there's a request that must be made from development planning, and they will then send an inspector or a building control officer to go into the building and retrieve the plan as it's required. Secondly, is that as part of the space optimization, through JPC, what we looked at is whether in the offices that we are renting, do we have a building that can accommodate all the plans? For an example, we've moved development planning to Newtown, next to where the new center is. And we thought that we could use the basement to relocate the plans. However, the facility required that we spend about 7 to 8 million to redevelop at the bottom so that we can store them. This is in parallel with the digitization plan that we had put in place that Microsoft had started to do. So access to the files is available. However, because the structure of Metro Centre is not sound, we could not allow any other person to enter. But however, if you want access to a plan, you make an application. I was dealing with SPOMA just last week where they requested access, and we refer them to development plan to make those available. So the plans are available. We are now looking at, through the JPC, whether we could go into a partnership with Metrofile that is actually storing, because they have the right facility to store those files. But access to those files is available, Chair. Thanks.
Just one quick one, Chair, just to add on, is just to confirm that the digitization and the scanning of those particular plans have started. It's not just building plans, it's also other records within the city, and we can provide that particular plan. Thanks.
Chair, may I ask one more question?
One last one, yes.
One last question. So this is around financial management. So unemployment is alarmingly high in South Africa, and we often look to entrepreneurs to grow the job market. But small businesses don't always have the reserves to float government, and it is a legislative requirement that payment of invoices should be done in 30 days. The files or the reports that we saw today shows that Pick It Up is paying creditors after 539 days. What plan has been put in place to resolve this? Because many of them are small businesses that are suffering. That's over a year. It's over a year. And it's not like anybody's newly aware to the fact that we need to pay our invoices on 30 days. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. In terms of Pick It Up and the monitoring of their aging, like I said before, all entities, we monitor the aging quite diligently at Group Treasury, especially now before the trading entity reforms kick in place. So we look at the aging, we allocate monies for them to pay those suppliers. But what we do need quite urgently, and it's a process that I did say we've already got the system, it's about implementation, is the e-invoicing element of it. Because what happens is that in the fourth quarter, in some entities, you see that increase in creditors, meaning that those invoices haven't been coming to the fore. So even the aging that we look at could be incorrect, and it's something that I've addressed with the Pick It Up team. And we make sure that we allocate. So with the new system, it will give us a live dashboard in terms of better management of the aging across all entities. But in terms of allocations of cash to creditors, just like all other entities, Pick It Up is being allocated to pay service providers. And because it's part of the top 3 entities in terms of revenue, we do prioritize their invoices as well. So I think if that is the answer I can give. Obviously, the calculation in terms of how you get to those creditors' days, it is as a mathematical formula. It doesn't represent the aging at any particular time. But yes, we endeavor to pay invoices within 30 days, and we do monitor it from my office. So where we see instances of invoices not being paid as per the aging, we do write to the entity so that they can give us reasons why they're not doing that according to our allocation schedule, because we purely base it on the aging to make sure that everyone is getting their equitable share in terms of payment of service providers, so we can get that aging to a much better state than it was in the past. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Can I ask, so I think maybe we need to untangle this aging thing a little bit. So what was the cause specifically of the aging? Because I imagine you start counting the days once the invoice has been received, right? Is it not? 530 something odd days is a year and a half. That's too long. So in your assessment, according to your knowledge, what was the reason? What was the initial reason? I hear all of these other things you're talking about, e-submission or whatever. What was the reason?
Chair, the creditors and debtors days is based, if you look at it, it's based on a formula. So it doesn't actually it looks at the balance of the receivables over, I think it's sales or cost.
It's an average of sorts.
It's an average.
I get that,
yeah,
but
so,
what was the reason?
It could be a variety of reasons, Chair. Like I said, we are increasing in terms of collections and allocations.
Okay, now, but, I'm sorry to interrupt. It appears that you don't really know.
There's a variety of reasons why an invoice would be in the system, but I'm just saying it is unusual that an invoice would be there for a year. That's why I'm saying it's a formula. We look at the aging and we allocate in terms of payments.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, but you're making me do it. So if you receive 1,000 invoices, 888 of them get paid within 30 days, and the remainder get paid in maybe 2. For some reason, takes 1.5 years. Does it mess up your average? To the extent of using the extreme case?
Yeah, depending on the balance, definitely it will. So in terms of the entities reporting, the CFOs would look at which invoices are paid within 30 days and the reasons why certain invoices would be outside 30 days. Sometimes it could be a dispute. So the invoice is there, but there's a dispute between the entity and the service provider, or the core department and the service provider. So that's what I'm saying, Chair. It really depends on which invoices that you are at a particular point in time looking at.
Okay, there are measures in that all the entities use, right? We know, for instance, whether an entity, for instance, on your revenue side, you've put in your notes to financial statements which debtors are at 30 days, who's at 30 to 60, who's at 60 to 180 days, who's at 180 to 365, who's at 365, and who's due for impairment, right? You've got all of those numbers. I don't expect that those numbers are a reflection of the one extreme case. They're not. We both agreed that we're talking about averages here. It appears that there is a problem where a sufficient number, there was enough of those cases to influence the average or the sample. That's what it would mean, unless I'm getting it wrong. The AG is not saying there is one invoice that was paid after 500 and some odd days. It points to a general problem such that if you took a sample and you analyzed, that average would be true, would be an accurate reflection of the picture, unless I am not getting it. And if I am not, I'm quite willing, but you then need to explain to me how I am not getting it. I'm not fighting. Let me put it to you this way. The reasons for some invoices taking that long to pay, it's either there are too many of them where there is a dispute and it takes 1.5 years to resolve on average, and we need to understand whether that is the case. There could be administrative problems, in which case invoices get lost and this kind of thing. That's reason number 2 is possibility. I don't want to do this to you, but I'm supposing now. Reason number 3, there are cash flow problems, plus a variety of other things. What I need you to be able to tell this committee, which of these is the reason for this? If you know.
It's a combination of all 3 that you have mentioned. That exactly what you have mentioned, and I was trying to articulate the same. The aging of the entities and the creditors, we do have it. We look at it on a weekly basis, and that informs our allocations to payment of service providers.
Yeah, so what would help in our interaction is if you would give a straight answer and you say, the reason that we get this sort of thing is for these 3 reasons in the main. I can ask you to go into detail or not. What you tend to do in your answers, you quickly want to get to what you are doing to fix the problem. That question will come later. So please listen to the question that's being asked and answer that question, and not try and figure out where the member is going. That's why your answers are long. I'm just giving you feedback, right? That's why your answers are long. Answer the question that is being asked. If I have a follow-up, I will ask it. So what I was asking you is, what are the reasons? I have now had to suppose them to you in order for you to say, yes, that is the reason. But you were busy telling me what you are doing about it. Okay. Now that we know, which of the 3 is the most, let's just take these 3, administrative problems, disputes, etc. Which one is more prevalent? Let me put it to you this way. How much of a problem is cash flow?
Chair, cash flow is a big problem. I think let me leave it there.
Okay, do you see now that you are getting to this? This is the problem with the way you guys answer questions. So now we know there are cash flow problems. Okay, what's leading to the cash flow problems?
Collections, Chair. We are at 86%. We need to get that collections higher.
Okay, so I said to you earlier on, I'm going to go to your notes to the financial statements, and I see that there's a significant numbers in terms of who's 365 days and above, and how much of it is going to be impaired, including from government entities and that kind of thing. I think what I'd like to encourage all of you to do, let's give concise answers. It's unnecessary for us to do this for 10 minutes to get to a 20-second answer. That's my frustration. Okay. So we know it's those 3 reasons. The members can canvass it further if they so wish. Honorable Atkinson.
There we are. Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Mayor, you spoke to us about the media that the City of Joburg received, and that it was, you said it was overwhelmingly positive anyway. On Friday, I saw this headline in the Business Day, and I think this is probably what makes people most concerned about the City of Johannesburg. And we don't say it lightly, obviously, because Joburg is the biggest municipality in the country. 18% of all the GDP is basically created there. So when we see a headline that says Joburg woes a national emergency, it's obviously a great concern. And when I got in the car this morning to drive here, the first point on the news was about the fact that the Minister of Finance was threatening to withhold money unless certain requirements are met, unless certain issues are sorted out by the City of Johannesburg. So unfortunately, there is a lot of quite negative media out there at the moment, and there's a lot that actually creates a concern from the residents of the City of Johannesburg. And I think what's important there is what they're seeing is bad news in the media. They're seeing above inflation increases in their rates, and they're seeing a city around them, which, as the Honourable Knott was saying earlier, you're driving home at night, potholes, streetlights not working and everything. So it's a toxic brew, I think, is probably the best way to describe it. And then they see your 10 billion rand settlement to staff members in Johannesburg, and they see the fact that you dramatically increased the amount of senior managers in the city. I believe it's been tripled. And what I'd like to know is, how is that significant increase in senior managers in Johannesburg going to fix potholes and going to fix the pipes?
Yeah, perhaps let me respond to Honorable
Atkinson.
Yes.
Yeah.
And thanks for helping me with the spelling.
You can also call him my lord, by the way. We had a sorry, Honorable Atkinson, so we had a gentleman from the Road Accident Fund here when we had our inquiry. He just decided that he's not going to call any of us honorable. We were my lord, my lady, your worship. so that's where the joke is coming from. Sorry, Honorable.
No, that's fine. I would prefer honorable. And maybe assist and perhaps also put into context the statement already issued by the Honorable before we could even make inputs to the committee, which is all over the news and it needs to be corrected. And I thought the questions will be asked here, clarified, then we can issue out statements. Perhaps I don't know how we function at the level of the standing committees. Let me respond to the questions as asked. There's no triple increases, and we can then give a submission of a proper report if it's not reflected on the submission that we have already given on what our MOEs, MDs and CEOs are earning. It's exaggerated by one of the newspapers that indicated some huge amounts, to an extent at which honorable members believed that even our CEOs earn even far above the President of the Republic. So we can demonstrate each and every one of them which salary scales are at, including that of the city managers, which is even low, way below what he should be earning, and we can demonstrate that in the reports. So on those salary scales, we can clarify. It is important to note that, which I said earlier on, that the Minister of Finance has a responsibility to ensure that finances of the municipalities are working and are healthy. And as and when he feels unease and asks questions about what should happen, he will make a comment. And in this instances, he made a comment at the point of being asked about the funded budget of Johannesburg, which we can confirm and confidently confirm that our budget is funded, and it's funded at 47 million. And that we can demonstrate in the reports, even confirming the letter that we are waiting, or the email that we have received from National Treasury, which you know that budgets before we are tabled, we go through an assessment process with National Treasury, and once they can confirm, then we can table the budget. So we would not have tabled this budget unless National Treasury has confirmed the assessment. So the assessment was done, and we can now confirm. Yes, the minister is concerned. It's also coming from the letter that he wrote, raised issues. We went into a discussion with the minister and clarified all the critical issues that he has raised, including the matter that relates to the PFA, which we have also clarified today in terms of remuneration of the workforce of the city, which is a matter that we said, yes, part of the agreement says subject to availability of budget, and there's a platform to negotiators. And when the city has sufficient budget, it will pay. But there's no way that the city will not pay, or rather the city will choose not to honor that agreement. The city will honor it at its own pace and on the basis of availability of budget. So I thought I should just answer those questions to the honorable member.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The other thing was a little bit earlier we were discussing the structure of the city of Johannesburg, and you mentioned the fact that there was a institutional review underway. I believe it's been halted for budgetary reasons, so it seems apparently it's in abeyance at the moment and it's not going ahead until there's money for it. That's what I've just received information about that. But the other thing I think that might be quite useful to do, it might be, I mean, you won't have that information at your fingertips, but it might be quite useful to provide the detail to Scopa, is the actual cost of running all the boards that you do. So it's not only what the board members get paid, but also the support structures for all the boards. So I think a request on, if Chair approves, for Scopa, maybe if you wouldn't mind doing an exercise and telling us what the cost of actually running all those different boards in your 13 different entities are. Because that will give us some idea, obviously, again, personnel costs, and we can see what kind of value for money we're getting basically out of that. Okay, I want to move on to the water issue. It was
Sorry, Honourable Atkinson. So maybe we need to resolve the structural review issue because they said they are doing it. You saying that it's not. So I think I ought to give them an opportunity to address what you've just said. Otherwise, we have on the record two versions, and we haven't resolved one.
I think, thanks, Chair. I will ask Mbolela Ruda quickly to come in on the institutional review. But let me quickly place on record with regard to the issue of the salaries and the tripling of the salaries within the core. Instead of that, and as part of our cash flow related issues, and also to ensure that we gain a level of control, I've also placed a moratorium on certain positions or appointments within the city, and that is not for anything else, but it's for operational requirements related issues, and that we ensure that we focus on efficiencies within the system. Let me hand over to Mbolela.
No, thank you, Chair. In relation to the institutional review, there are two legs. There's an external leg which we're doing with an outside service provider. There's an internal leg which we're doing as group corporate and shared services through the organizational development team. So the institutional review has never halted, especially the internal one, because we continue to do that using internal resources. There was a dispute around the invoice for the external leg, and it was halted. That has been resolved. They've resubmitted a new invoice in terms of the external leg of the institutional review. So the institutional review has never been halted. So it's still continuing, especially the internal leg. The leg that has been probably had halted for a period was because there was a dispute around the invoice. So it was halted for a period. Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you for the clarification. I just want to move on to the issue of water, and it was mentioned early on in the day that there's a loss, I think, of around about 45%. When I was a councillor in the city of Johannesburg back between 2009 and 2014, I think that figure was about 27%. So that is a very significant increase by about 17%, I think, over the last 10 or 12 years, which is a great concern. And obviously, what we're looking at there is a lot more money needed to be invested in fixing and putting new pipes in and basically modernizing the water infrastructure. So anyway, the point was made in an article here about the fact that the city of Joburg collects 11.9 billion rand intended for water services, but only 1.3 billion is ultimately utilized for water infrastructure, which the person who writes this article says obviously something's fundamentally wrong. And I think part of that has to do with the sweeping policy that's in place in the city of Johannesburg. And I'm going to ask you a specific question about that, because it does relate to a PI application that the DA put in on the 25th of October 2025. And I'm just going to read the question as such. After 4 billion could not be accounted for, the DA on the 25th of October 2025 submitted a PI application to your office, which I presume is the Mayor's office, requesting a copy of the sweeping policy arrangement, including the council resolution informing it. In the months since, Johannesburg Water has provided its bank statements, which show how you move money out of its accounts, but however you repeatedly fail to provide information on how the funds are sent back. And we've had to escalate to the information regulator. Here again, you're refusing to provide answers. Now before Parliament, Councillor Moreira, why have you not released a sweeping policy, and will you table it before this committee? And if not, how are South Africans meant to believe it actually exists and that the city is not in violation of the MFMA?
Maybe let me answer your question in this manner. You'd know that the city is undergoing a process of service entities reforms with National Treasury. And as part of that, we have also taken a decision to ring-fence revenues from the water business, which effect will begin from the 1st of July, which then addresses the arguments which was there around sweeping accounts. But from a technical view, I think the CFO can give you what sweeping accounts means and why we had that arrangement in the city. But moving forward, as part of the reforms, we'll be ring-fencing our revenue from the water business, and we'll start 1st of July with the water business, which will then later be followed by City Power and later by our waste management business. So that's what we are doing in the city to resolve those issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So can I just understand that then everything that has been raised by Johannesburg Water will be spent in Johannesburg Water, basically?
Remember, we'll have to go through a particular structure of financial modeling where we agree of certain percentages that will then be ring-fenced. So at that point, we'll then announce how we are structuring but our teams are working on that financial modeling.
Then the second question is, please could you detail all the companies that the city contracts for water tankers? And can you confirm whether these companies were legally contracted? And in answering this, can you confirm or deny that Built Pro Construction and Nutty Necks are still performing water tankering services despite a court order barring them?
Chabin, if you can answer this one.
So thank you very much. Honorable members, there are two companies currently that the Johannesburg Water has contracted for water tanker. The third company, the contract ended beginning of this year. The two companies that are still there is Nutinox and Bilpro. The court case that we are referring to, there was an appeal from the city, which that appeal was granted. Thanks.
And then a question for the Mayor. Please could you detail the number of meetings this year held with the Deputy President's Water Task Team and the President's Water Crisis Committee, including details and any subsequent actions taken from these meetings? So have you met with the Deputy President on the whole water issue?
So
And
there
the
have been quite a number of meetings that were held, and not only with the Deputy President, but also with the Minister of Water and the Deputy Minister, with an intention to resolve. At times you'd find it was rainwater issues that all of us had to come together to resolve those particular issues. So at this stage, I can't give the exact number of meetings, but we can give you the record of those meetings as and when you require.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. And then just moving on to something else entirely different, and that's got to do with the plans approval in the city of Johannesburg at the moment. I know that apparently until quite recently it's worked very efficiently, and that generally professionals have been able to get their plans approved reasonably quickly in the city of Johannesburg. There does appear to be a problem at the moment where there actually, what I'm hearing, there haven't been plans approved for a lot of people over the last couple of months. There is a concern, obviously, in the COGTA debate, the budget debate a couple of months ago, we spoke about being able to gauge whether a city is successful or not as to whether it's creating economic activity for its people. And the sad thing is, if you're not approving plans, basically building will stop and a lot of people will be thrown out of work. So apparently letters are going out saying it's recognized that there's a problem, but no one's quite sure what's been done to resolve it. And I think it could create a huge issue going forward. So I'd just like to hear what has been done about that, please.
Thanks for that one, Chair. Chair, on this particular one, I must be honest, I don't know of any particular issue or problem with regard to building plans approval. I'll have to follow up with the department, but we agree that if there had to be a problem, then that will stifle development. But a lot of effort has went in from our side, my office, the COO's office, and development planning to ensure that we roll out the red carpet specifically for development. So I'm not aware of any development-related issues where plans are not approved.
Sorry. The CPMS system, apparently what's happening is when plans are submitted, they're acknowledged and an invoice is sent out and then nothing happens after that, basically.
On this one, Chair, let me go back and let me be able to report back to the committee. Thanks.
Well, still have 1 more minute. Squeeze in one more question.
I'm done. We're okay. Thank you very much.
Honorable Bila, your record has fallen. He's in by 34 seconds. That's awesome. Thank you. No, thank you very much. So this is where I now remember where we were. So if before the thing got scrambled, at this point, I was going to ask Honorable Mente, having passed up a chance if she's ready. If she is not, I would then give Honorable Direko a chance. So it's you, Honorable Mente, then Honorable Direko, Honorable Chance, Honorable Madlala, Honorable Kubek, in that order. So, Honorable Direko, you're up. Honorable Mente is still gymming for her questions. No, I know.
Greetings to the co-chairs and delegation of the City of Johannesburg and the colleagues. Chair, my colleagues have covered a large number of questions. However, where our responsibility is to ensure that we have an ideal municipality. And for us to have ideal municipality, it means that we need a municipality that has financial controls, that has effective council committees, and that also enforce accountability, monitoring, and evaluation. And Chair, I must also indicate that sometimes towards the end of the year, we had our meeting with the City of Johannesburg, where some of the issues were raised. So as part of departure, I would also want them to take along on the matters that we raised at that time. Looking at the AG's report, it then speaks about the failure of the municipality to implement consequence management on the issues of discipline and other matters related to the financial control in the municipality. So I will then request the municipality to take us along as to how many officials have been disciplined or subjected to the internal processes with regard to the issues that have been investigated in the municipality for the last 24 months. And also on MPEC, can they also take us along on the effectiveness of MPEC in fulfilling their legal mandate, and also provide a detailed breakdown of the current backlog of cases referred to MPEC, as well as specific reasons why investigation into high-value irregular contract have been stalled. And Chair, on the issue of risk committee mitigation strategies, can the city also brief us on the identified risk regarding the city's revenue collection capabilities with regard to the risk that have been identified and why those risks were considered as serious and mitigation measures that they have in place, and if there are matters that have been escalated to the mayoral committee? Chair, on the issue of water and electricity loss, according to the presentation that was done by the executive mayor, he indicated that approximately 30% of its electricity and more than 40% of its water are part of the water and electricity losses, which then indicate that there is a challenge in terms of governance matters and also financial management, because for municipality to function effectively, they need revenue, and their revenue comes from water and electricity. So loss of water and electricity, it then means that it have a serious impact on the finances of the municipality. And if they were in a private sector where a retailer is experiencing losses on that particular scale, it means that company will likely be bankrupt. So given the magnitude of these losses, can the city then take us along in terms of the immediate measures that they have implemented in order to reduce or recover revenue and strengthen internal control with regard to the loss of water and electricity? And is there any realistic and tangible plan that they have in place which will then ensure that maybe in the next 6 months or so, they reduce this, and they have targets, and how are they going to meet those targets? And with regard to the deputy mayor, when she was presenting, she indicated that on their budget, they have provided 2 billion rand and another figure for water and electricity infrastructure, which we then appreciate. But when you look at the challenges of the city on electricity alone, 2 billion is not realistic, is not doing that much. And so also as to the infrastructure of water, it needs a lot of money. So apart from the amount that they have mentioned in their budget, are there any other plan to ensure that their water and infrastructure are properly funded and they are able to operate effectively? And on the issue of the CFO, it's a follow-up on what the AG raised regarding the municipality on payment of the service provider. From our experience, we know that municipalities that have challenges of cash flow, they will struggle to pay the service providers within 30 days as required by the National Treasury. And looking at the financial position of the city and its entities, I don't believe that they have that financial muscle to pay their service providers within that particular time. So can they confirm whether they have enough funds to pay their creditors on time as stipulated by National Treasury? And also, when you look at the AG's report in terms of their entities, that matter of the entities not being able to pay their suppliers within 30 days is highlighted there. So can they also take us along as to what is their plan going forward with regard to the service providers? Because as much as we are providing services to our communities, we also have a responsibility to deal with economic development. So if we are paying the SMMEs after such a very long time, it then means that we are also compromising on the side of the economic development. And on the city manager have been appointed in December last year, which by virtue of that particular position, you then become the custodian of the audit outcome that has regressed from unqualified to qualified opinion. So can you please take us along as to whether you have a turnaround strategy to ensure that you put the finance of the municipalities to where we are expecting them to be, and also take us along in terms of your plan in ensuring that your finances are viable as the city, and also you will be able to provide the services, including dealing with matters of the water and electricity loss. And this also goes to the city and City Power and Johannesburg Water, where they are also the custodian for the losses. I believe that if you have that salary bill, it then shows that you have capable people and you have enough manpower to avoid some of the things, such as your non-technical losses. It's some of the things that the city can deal with. So can the city also take us along, City Power and Joburg Water, as to what are the remedial processes, projects or programs that are in place to ensure that they deal with these losses? Because those losses on its own, it then means that the finances of those entities will suffer and they will not be able to provide services as expected. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, let me start. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Member, for those questions. Let me try and summarize. I think some of it we've responded to earlier. We would want to state, Chair, that the turnaround plan or our remedial plans are really not a standalone plan that we will be having. It will cut across all departments within the city. So we will focus on issues with regard to UIFW prevention. It will focus on your revenue collection, at the same time focusing on issues with regard to our debtors book, financial recovery, but also at the same time focusing on our entities, specifically our losses and ensure loss reduction. And there's several other projects that I've mentioned earlier within the City Power as well as the Joburg Water space in terms of metering and so forth that we will start to really focus on. But Honourable Member, I think one of the things that I would want to mention here is that one of the main things that I would want to do is really to ensure that we move from a qualified audit opinion into an unqualified audit opinion. And that is, one, to focus on issues with regard to reconciliation, our debtors records, which was raised by the AG. We started to focus on the interim annual financial statements, which is also something that is positive for us. Again, issues with regard to the expenditure cut-off controls, but at the same time, we would also now need to focus, one, on our cash flow management and revenue collection. One wouldn't want to sound like a stuck record, but everything really within the city is to ensure that we focus on our finances, and this is what I said in the morning, financial sustainability and financial stability, but also to focus on our bulk supplier management, specifically Eskom as well as Rand Water. UIFW is something that I've mentioned earlier that must not be something that sounds like an excuse or that we say that we've resolved everything and everything is solved within the city. No, we need to focus on the root causes, and our disciplinary board must be in full action, and whatever it is that we are taking through from a UIFW point of view must find its way through to MPAC. I must indicate there are several reports that we've taken through to MPAC, and the value that we've seen, at times they do send us back on our reports. So it is not just the one-size-fits-all where they regularize or approve these particular reports, but we're working well with the committee as well. Other issues with regard to water and electricity losses, Honourable Member, I would request that maybe our entities touch on it. But the main issues there is really issues with regard to metering, issues with regard to leak detection, pressure management, illegal connection, the removal thereof, revenue assurance, billing correction, because we need to ensure that our billing is accurate, and in order for us to be able to then bill correctly and then collect accordingly as well. The turnaround must be measured on improved ratios, because again, most of the members asked the CFO questions with regard to the ratios and the debt to revenue ratios and so forth, the cash coverage. So if we have a lot of effort towards our revenue collection, there will then be an improvement also in our financial ratios as we are moving forward. And that will also then assist us as we are moving to have credible audit evidence as well as visible accountability. And that will then pass on in terms of visible service delivery and to improve the lived experience of our residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. But my problem is that when you present, you are speaking about something that you are yet to do, but you've been in the office from December. My expectation is that as much as you are saying you are having a turnaround strategy, you should be able to tell us that in terms of the challenges that you have received when you were assuming your responsibility were 1, 2, 3, 4. And currently you have achieved 1, 2, 3, 4. And also on the issue of the controls and stuff like that, we are expecting to hear if the municipality has a post-audit plan And what does your post-audit plan says in terms of the material irregularities that you are currently have? For instance, when you are presenting, you then said earlier in the morning, you spoke about striking balance between the expenditure and the services that you are providing, which is something that the AG has raised for several times, that the expenditure will be at 60%, but when you check the work done by municipalities at 40%. So what we need now is that, as we speak now, do you have those plans in place? Are you implementing them? What are the challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do have the plans in place and we do implement those. We can share them at some point with you, and there's definitely some results. The city is complex and dynamic, so at an executive level, we've got certain discussions. Operation Clean Audit is something that I spoke about. Early this morning, I spoke about what we refer to as the commission style, specifically on audit-related matters. We are taking through the UIFW strategy now in the next council meeting. So there's a number of things that one can manage, but the answer is, do we have plans? Yes, we do have plans.
Just on the consequence management question, which has been making rounds, and I think the message is that we do the regularization of the UFIW, but that also is coupled with consequent management where there is capability. So it's just not just the write-off or the regularization of the amounts. Just to report, in the third quarter, we had 165 cases, which 18 were new. Out of those 165 cases, we finalized 18. And I think what has been put pressure was to try to speed up the process of discipline in the city. Out of those 18, then we had about 3 dismissals, and there were about 4 suspensions without pay, just from the matters of the 165. So there is consequent management in the city and accountability for those who are found to have done wrong things. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ndate. If you were to rate yourself, will you confidently say there is consequence management in case where you are having 165 and you only dealt with 18?
Yeah, I would rate ourselves. Remember, disciplinary is a two-way process. People have rights and people exercise their rights in terms of the process. And I think what we've been trying to get to try to speed up the disciplinary process so cases are finalized quicker. But obviously, people have got appeal processes. They go to the bargaining council and then go to the labor court. So that's the problem. So, but I think there is consequence management. We do implement consequence management. Thank you.
Thank you. Is someone still going to answer?
Yes, from City Power point of view. Thank you, Chair, once more. Yes, Honourable Member, we do have tangible results from City Power point of view. Let me just indicate that our problems of 30% losses, which is both technical and non-technical, they stem from 3 key factors. One, that is unprofitable or what we call the misalignment in terms of the tariffs. This will include the incorrect application and the loss-making sales. Number 2, it's a high bulk purchases cost due to those multiple tariffs, penalties, and overcharges. And why am I saying penalties and overcharges is because, for an example, during winter time, some of our substations, when there's too much drawn of power, we are then hit by what we call notified maximum demand from Eskom side, as they are the majority generator of electricity. But then that penalty or charge, it stays for a period of a year. That is how the penalties are designed. So if you reach a maximum charge at a particular point at peak, at that peak, you have been penalized for a year. It does not matter whether your load will drop, but that is the rules of the industry. And of course, we'll speak about the non-technical losses and so forth. So, but let me also give context of what we have done. For an example, when we get supply from Eskom side, we're getting it, and at our intakes, our major intakes, we have substations that are taking the power at 11 kV or 11,000 volts. Then we've got substations that takes at about 88. But then when you take at 88, the tariff is much better. It's less expensive as you compare to the 11. And our network is configured in such a way that some of these stations were taking at 11. So as part of reducing those losses, we then did the reconfiguration of the network to then try to make sure that when we buy at 88 to reduce the cost that we are paying when we're buying it at 11 kV. Now, we've got about 49 intakes. Those 49, we've put what we call the state meters. The state meters are helping us to check the power that we buy from the generator that is coming in, to check in terms of the metering if it's correct and is properly built. That's one, considering the age of our infrastructure. But equally so, it has yielded positive results in terms of a consolidation of that function or that power. But we're also seeing results, and we are deploying now, we're at the second phase of deploying what we call zonal meters. The zonal meters are going to assist us to check exactly up to what level. For example, in Region F, in the inner city and on the outskirts, we have identified about 11 substations where we'll put these zonal meters at over 2,200 load centers, where we'll put these state meters to then help us identify where these losses exactly are coming from. Then we can follow it up until to the household, to the businesses, and so forth. Categorically, in terms of our customer segments, from the large power users, the small power users, the domestic and the prepaid, we have seen an improvement since the billing has been migrated from the city to city power as part of the reforms, as part of the phase one that we have embarked in since the first of financial year, the beginning of the financial year, sorry. We have seen the billing improving from where it was, and as compared to when the system was disintegrated, as it were, as compared to now. And we have seen the losses reducing from that point in time, from that 30%, as things stand right now, we are sitting at 25% at the end of Q3. So we are hopeful that the results or the programs that we have put in place will definitely push us down till the end of this financial year. And it's a trajectory that we want to see and improving on going forward. For the first time in our books, we managed to make a bit of a surplus of over 700 million. But of course, it's just a small dent. But we are saying the results are showing based on what we have put in place in terms of the initiatives. And over and above that, there's many other things that we can provide a report on in terms of the strengthening of the infrastructure, the reducing of the plant that is out of service, and so forth, to try and realign and reduce the impact in terms of the losses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Honorable Director, your time is over by 7 minutes.
Huh?
Yes. Can I please plead once more? Can we get concise answers? I don't mind sleeping at 2 a.m., but if you continue like this, we will sleep at 2 a.m. Can we please get concise answers? I mean it. It's not necessary that we stay here as long as we do, because people give answers that are too long. Honorable Chance.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I'll try and be quick, but first point, I do live in Johannesburg. I've lived there for 40 years. And it's remarkable how much the city has deteriorated over that time. And also, if you look at the skyline of Johannesburg, you drive across the double-decker highway, and the skyline hasn't really changed at all in the last 40 years, which is actually a terrible indictment of a city which claims to be a world-class African city, and all the development has happened further north. And so it shows a tale of two cities very much, in which there is institutional decline on the one hand and growth on the other, and there's a sort of imbalance between those two. I also happen to sit on the Trade, Industry and Competition Portfolio Committee, which gives me a perspective on economic growth, the constraints to economic growth, and what is stimulating economic growth. We also oversee 18 entities in that department, and that compares with your, I think, 12 or 13. One of those entities is the South African Bureau of Standards, which has a budget of roughly 1/100th of the size of the Johannesburg budget. But the similarities are actually startling in the institutional decline that we have seen over the years between the city of Johannesburg and the SABS. And we've heard about it this afternoon and this morning, about the lack of consequence management, the problem with reporting, the huge vacancy rates, cyber attacks, and I just could go on. Another important fact that we've also seen in these accounts is the terrible decline in the maintenance budget and the infrastructure repair budget of the city. And we were talking about benchmarking earlier on, and the city of Cape Town obviously is the closest we can get to a benchmark. We happen to be sitting in the city. And the maintenance budget in Cape Town is 6% of assets rather than 1%. So my first question is, why have you allowed the maintenance budget to decline so drastically to 1%, and what are you doing to increase it back up to the Metro standard, which should be at 8%?
No, thank you, Chair. Straight answer is our budget for the previous financial year on repairs and maintenance was 6.7 billion. So I'm not sure about the 1%, but our budget, and we spent 6.9% of that budget. In the current year, we've increased it to 8.1% in the current allocated budget, just for repairs and maintenance. Thanks, Chair.
The budget I'm referring to is 1% of asset value. But you're talking about 6%. Well, there's obviously a discrepancy there. So we'd have to get clarity on that fact. The City of Cape Town's budget is 14.3 billion. Your budget is 8.6 billion on infrastructure. So of a city which is smaller than Johannesburg, Cape Town is spending almost double the size, double the amount of money on infrastructure repairs. So what are you trying to do? What are you doing to bring it up to scratch to the point where you're reaching the targets? Because with an infrastructure budget of 220 billion, it's going to take an awful long time to get that backlog cleared.
So, Chair, basically, we are doing three things in terms of additional budget. The one is the increase on the revenue collection, which we've also reduced the cash component of what we allocate into CAPEX. Second is the loans and the partnerships that we are running through National Treasury. For instance, on the water treatment plants, we're doing a PPP project with National Treasury, but also the loans, which we obviously applying for. And then I manage the PPP project as indicated. So those are the three areas. But I think the key focus, the major focus, is to increase our collections, which will then increase our cash flow, which gives us the ability to reinvest in the infrastructure. Yes.
So that's a very important point. So before you come in, Mr. Mayor, if I may just carry on that, because you're talking about partnerships and PPPs. And the business community was very strong in its comments last week when it says that in order for the private sector to partner with the city, you have to be transparent. And to what extent, Mr. Mayor, are you prepared to be transparent? Are you prepared to have a true partnership to the extent where the city is open to the private sector actually taking over some of the functions, or at least forcing the city to be more transparent in the way in which it manages its finances?
If I may answer quickly, I think we've demonstrated in our presentation a creation of partnerships with the private sector. Included in that, it's through the Presidential Working Group that we have also went into partnership with Standard Bank, which will mainly focusing on our IT support in relation to revenue collection. So we are working with the private sector and allowing the private sector to come on board to help us unlock some of the constraints. But it is also important to note that we do have a development framework in the city which defines where the development should happen. And it's not only happening in the north. There are mega projects that the city has been undertaking. Some of them were undertaken in Soweto, in Flairwolf, towards the Red Report area. So there are mega projects that the city is working on as part of development of the city. So it's not only focused into the north. And in terms of what the South African Bureau of Standards, I think we must also acknowledge that it's currently being led by Mr. Blake Lefatula, who was mysteriously fired by the government that took over the city of Johannesburg in 2016. He was one of the victims, I think Tsepo and Desnaye. And he's the one that is now stabilizing SAPS, as you have correctly mentioned, and they've now improved quite significantly in terms of their governance structures. And it's the work of Minister Tau, the former mayor of Johannesburg. So it's important to put that into context. And we must also agree that we did say there was only one attack in terms of the city and our IT systems. And post that, we then went into an agreement and partnership with CSIR for them to help us to deal with all cybersecurity issues within the city. And we believe that we are properly being protected on our systems. So it will be incorrect to say that the cyber attacks left, right, and center, when in fact we have dealt with this issue quite extensively as the city. And we did also invite the private sector in our mayoral lekgotla, which was held just around, 3 weeks or a month ago. And you can also see we had BLSA, who was part of our lekgotla, and they've made quite significant contributions to some of the issues that business is concerned about. And we are collaborating with business to unlock those constraints. So we are working with business.
Chair, if I could just carry on. You mentioned the development in the south. Yes, there are developments in the south. If you look at Soweto, which has roughly 40% of Johannesburg's population, the major developments in Soweto and most of the townships have been retail. And one of the focus areas of Johannesburg and the Gauteng province in the last few years has been the Gauteng Township Revitalization and the Township Economic Development Act. But unfortunately, that act is languishing, and there doesn't seem to be any real efforts by the city to do what is necessary to do the rezoning, to help small businesses do business with the city. So I'd like to get your input, please, on what is the city doing to stimulate that activity in the townships, the rezoning, and the also procurement from small businesses in the townships of Johannesburg.
Yeah, I'll take, no, thanks, Chair. So with regard to smaller businesses, we're working through our economic development department. A lot of our effort is also going specifically. We had a lot of issues with regard to informal trading, and now we are rolling out on the permit system. SMME procurement is something that is happening through our, specifically our main capital projects and so forth. But again, it's something that is policy related, and the comment is taken and the advice we are taking, and of course it's something that we will focus on as we're moving on.
And what are you doing in terms of the cooperation with the Department of Small Business Development and the DTIC on the Spaza Revitalization Fund, a 500 million rand fund? It seems to be, from what we've heard from Cocter, is the big blockages in terms of the licensing and the approvals of spaza shops, which is holding things up. It's holding up the provision of finance. What is the situation there?
So the major challenge with that program was the compliance of the facilities. As an example, I think earlier we spoke about the ownership of the spaza shops themselves, where the registration is done by a local, but the person who's running the spaza shop is a person who is not a local, and therefore the compliance issue becomes a challenge in terms of the EMS bylaw and in terms of the environmental health. And that has created a bit of a challenge and a delay in terms of issuing the compliance, because that grant can only be released once there's full compliance with the municipal bylaws, both at development planning, at EMS, and at environmental health, so that we can then issue the certificate. So that's been the backlog. We've been able to actually go back and make sure that the rightful owner is the one who applies for the compliance, so that we can issue the certificate from our side. Yes.
My final question, Chair, is related to the extended social package. I'd like to know how many citizens in Johannesburg are benefiting from that package, and what are the discussions with Eskom, for example, in making sure that citizens that are paying Eskom directly are also able to obtain that benefit. Because it seems, from what I've seen in Soweto, many of the residents are not able to claim that benefit because they're not registered. What efforts are being made to make that possible?
Thanks, Chair. On the ESP one itself, we've got a number of about 140,000. We are working with province specifically to clear up and automate and working on our systems. But there's a lot of work that we need to do through our social development department, working with City Power, Joburg Water and others, specifically on the ESP related issues. So there is work that we've been doing, and on the deprivation maps and so forth.
Okay, we are satisfied. I just wanted to add 1 or 2 points which the Honourable had raised around development in Soweto and the work that we are doing in relation to how we are developing Soweto. I think the Honourable Member might have also ignored issues around the hospitals that have been built in Soweto, one being the Jabulani Hospital, which is contributing towards economic growth. It's also contributing towards access of those who in the townships to access economic opportunities through the transport, which is a BRT. Both infrastructure and the buses themselves have also contributed, and largely the infrastructure around the BRT itself has contributed and giving opportunities to small business. So there is a contribution towards a small business or the township economic growth, but we still have to do more in terms of products that the city procures so that we can procure them within the township environment. If I may conclude, Chair, I don't think the comparison of the SAPS to the city, it's those two institutions can be compared. The SAPS accounts for about 700 to 800 employees. The city accounts to 39,000 employees. So I don't think it's a fair comparison, Chair, from the Honourable Member. Thanks, Chair.
Just beg to differ, because it's not the size of the organization, it's the nature of the problems that the institutions are experiencing and what is being done to solve the problem. And I acknowledge the fact that Mr. Blake has been brought in to fix things. He's doing a sterling job in some respects, but he's also facing some serious pushback from people who are not keen on seeing the changes that are required in the SABS. And I venture to suggest that the same is the case in Johannesburg. You're also dealing with a very overstaffed institution. 39,000 employees compared to Cape Town's 33,000 employees. You know, so again, it's the mismatch between the expenditure on employees versus the expenditure on infrastructure and capital projects. Those are the things that I think require the attention of the city in order to become an investment destination once more, because frankly it's not at the moment. That's the reason why the city has been identified as an emergency risk for this country by the business community. It's why businesses are migrating to Cape Town and elsewhere. That is the major challenge from my perspective. for the city of Johannesburg to turn it into an investment destination once more to attract the sort of fixed capital formation that is required to drive an economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Your time is up, Honourable Chancellor. Are you fine? All right. Okay. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Honourable members, so I am told there is food outside and I guess, and the last thing I want to do is so for you to eat cold food. So I am going to ask that we take a break until quarter past. That should be enough. There is a room also this side. It's got a long table for those who want to somewhere to sit, but there is food outside. So if you can please take a break, otherwise it's gonna get wasted. Thank you. Continue our session. We are close to the end. Honorable Madlal, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Madlala, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to the delegation from the Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality, to honorable members and staff. Maybe I'll start with a follow-up on just a few issues. One, being the issue of Matibe. The question was raised around whether the municipality did anything, post the allegations of him being found with about 2 million at his home. The mayor said the municipality felt that it had nothing to do with it. The subsequent response spoke to a process which involves being used in a different capacity should there be allegations that you are facing. I mean, there is an alternative to suspension. So I'm unclear about what happened in this regard. And maybe the mayor may also assist in terms of what formulated the conclusion that the allegations had nothing to do with the municipality, which he uttered. Was there an investigation that led the mayor to conclude that this money or alleged possession of money had nothing to do with the position and with the municipality? And if that investigation was conducted, then we can be provided with that. And the response also did not deal with the issue of the responsibility of the municipality to act on matters where its name may be in disrepute because of an act by an executive or a senior member of its council, or an alleged act. And maybe the response must also be able to assist us, because the internal disciplinary processes or internal process in terms of the disciplinary procedure collective agreement deals with matters on a balance of probability as opposed to the proving beyond reasonable doubt of court. And there's no suggestion in law, in precedence, that an internal process may not proceed and it must wait a court process to conclude before the municipality can make its own assessment of whether there is a particular infringement on a balance of probability that may put the name of the municipality into disrepute. Let me pause there with the question for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Madlala. As I said, the matter was presented in an in-committee meeting, being frank and honest on the matter, and the mayoral committee came to a conclusion that the matter does not affect the city in a manner in which it occurred, because it was not in the during the execution of the work of the city. However, we'll then accept any form of counsel from the committee, but that was the view that was taken. There was no investigation on the side of the city or any other matter, except that we received the matter of the Mr. Matibe being arrested and charged as a result of an alleged cash that was found at his house, and the mayoral committee came to a conclusion that it had nothing to do with the execution of his duties as the CEO. And that was the decision that was made.
I think there's an addition. You may just go straight to it. It's our conversation. Let the chair proceed. You may come through.
No, thank you, Chair. I think from the city side as an organization, there is an issue of a segregation of duties, in that the employee concerned is the employee of the entity of the city, of the Johannesburg Development Agency. But there are matters which are reserved exclusively for the board, since the CEO reports directly to the board. And there are matters which of a governance nature, which are the matter which can be handled by by the Johannesburg city. So from a governance point of view, the city can go as far as the governance of the shareholder and protocols of the shareholder are concerned. But it cannot prescribe to the board as to how it must deal with the substantive issues in the board space. So in the mayoral committee, which I was part of, it was given, the space was given the board to deal with the issue and report, once they've concluded and dealt and processed the issues, report on how they would have dealt with that particular issue. I thank you.
I think you are making this more complicated than making it easy, because what the mayor said is that the matter was put to rest. At the point where it was reported, there was a conclusion that it has got nothing to do with the municipality. And my question was around the scientific process of arriving at that conclusion, that it had nothing to do with the board, with the municipality. And that has not come forth. What you are saying is something different. You are saying that the matter was subjected to the board, which means that there would be reasonable expectation that the board will do something about it and at some point probably report back on the processes it would have taken. Now, these are two stories that are coming up around how this matter was dealt with, and it gives me a confusion. Maybe if someone can clarify me quickly on because now the next question would be, when is the expected report from the board on how it has dealt with the matter? That should then come back to council, if there is such. And when was that meeting? How long? What was the time frame for that matter to be finalized? Let me pause there, and maybe in a second, because we're trying to get straight to answers. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know, was my question not clear? My question is that we're getting two versions of issues. The version of the matter that the matter was put to rest when it was presented, and the committee felt that it had nothing to do with the municipality. The second version suggests that the matter was deferred to the board to deal with it, which would mean that there's a report that will be expected from the board at some point, which suggests that the matter has been dealt with in this particular fashion and so forth. So those are two different versions. The other one suggests it's ongoing, but the responsibilities at the board level because of the delegations of responsibilities and so forth. The other version suggests that according to council, the matter was put to rest. The conclusion was that it has got nothing to do with the council. Can I get one version? That is what I'm asking for.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe let's just go back. So both versions are actually correct. I was also part of that in-committee meeting. So what the mayor was reporting on was the deliberations in the mayoral committee, the in-committee, in which the mayoral committee was debating what action should be taken in relation to the CEO, which is the one part, and the mayoral committee resolved that at this point, it's a matter that did not take place during working hours, and therefore that matter should not be, or mayoral committee should not deliberate on the matter further. But second, in the same meeting, there was also a conversation that in fact, the authority to deal with the CEO lies with the JDA board, and in fact, we should request a report from the JDA on how they've processed before mayoral committee can take any further action, if any. However, the board needs to be allocated. I suppose, Chair, what we need to then do is go back onto the records through group governance and request the actual action that the board would have taken on that matter. We can also provide the committee with the minutes of that particular mayoral committee through governance, because those meetings are recorded, so that we show the two resolutions that were taken. Thanks, Chair.
All right. When was that meeting that suggested that, and when was the report to be expected back?
Yeah, I can't recall the actual date of the meeting, but I think it was a month or two ago, and I don't recall if we had put a specific date, but I'm sure we can provide that detail, Chair.
All right, for now, let me move on before my 15 minutes has expired. I do have some other follow-up questions in relation to this matter. But let me go on to the issue of your service delivery targets. They say, the AG says that in terms of sustainable service delivery, you're sitting at 40%, infrastructure development and refurbishments, you're sitting at 36%. Now, well, this is a reflection of what Johannesburg looks like. It's an accurate reflection of that. But this is my question, because I understand that within the limited capacities and the challenges that you believe you are presented with, at least there should be 1 or 2 service delivery targets where you feel that you are performing at least at 80%. You know, leave 20% for human error. I'm just asking you an open-ended question to say, give us 1 or 2 of the service delivery targets, which you can say these are our priority areas, and at least in this one area, we can confidently say you are doing justice to the people of Johannesburg. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm reading from the Q4 performance report from the previous financial year. What is related to, earlier on I referred to the proactive and reactive. So in terms of the repairs and maintenance, we missed the target by 1.2%. In terms of CAPEX expenditure, particularly towards the CAPEX infrastructure, we achieved that target by 99.4% in the previous financial year. And I think that is the most critical indicator in terms of the infrastructure and improvement on service delivery, Chair. So based on that performance, I mean the 99.4% is the target that we've achieved in terms of percentage spent on citywide infrastructure. Thanks, Chair.
And so that is for this financial year. It means we'd interact with it in the audit report, or it's for the previous? Okay, all right. No, it's fine. Let's move from that. The other issue the AG raises is around your funded vacancies, and I don't think that it has been ventilated. But if it has, we can go past it. I just need to understand your staff complement versus your broader funded vacancies, and number 2, the specific funded vacancies that are referred to in the executive management, at an executive management level. How far are the process of filling those positions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I think at an executive management level, up until the 3rd quarter, we had about 3 vacancies. But those vacancies were filled in the last quarter. I think currently at executive management level, which is a section 56 in the city, we have only 2 vacancies, and those processes are going the recruitment process, and I think we've interviewed for the 2 positions, for the 1 position, which was the HOD for public safety, and I think at entities there's an interview process for the City Power MD, CEO. And I think in terms of funded vacancies in the city as a whole, I think we sit within the norm set by National Treasury that our vacancy level on funded post is sitting around 4% currently.
Okay, let me just confirm specific information. Here we have a head of, executive head office of the city manager. This is just top management, not executive, which was advertised in 2023. The closing date was also in March 2023. Is that post filled?
It's one of the 2 vacancies that are outstanding, which is that executive head in the city manager's office and the public safety HOD.
All right. If you can just take the committee into confidence around the delay on the process, unless if what we have here is incorrect, because if there was a publication date of the 3rd of March 2023, and we're in 2026. Maybe there's been re-advertisements. What are the challenges? Or maybe it was filled at some point, you know, and then someone resigned again. Just take us into confidence around that.
I think one of the considerations that positions is in the city manager's office. At some point in time in the city manager, we had an acting city manager. So I think at that time, the decision was that once the city manager, we have a full-time city manager, that position will be re-advertised for person to fill that position because the person is the support function in the city manager's office.
All right, let me move.
Your last two.
Oh, last two. Okay.
You already over.
Okay, no problem. Let me just ask all the remaining ones. How much is owed by staff and management to the municipality? That is one question. The debt which is from staff and management to the municipality, including councillors, if there are councillors who owe the municipality money. And what's being done about that? That is one question. The other question is to check whether the prepaid and the postpaid, or the transfer from the prepaid and the postpaid, if any among yourselves are still on prepaid. I just want to check if that information you have, if that, yeah, any amongst yourselves. I don't know if you reside in the city of Johannesburg, but I want to believe that you do. And obviously, you can't lead a project that you exempt yourselves from. So I want to understand if that exists. And then the last question relates. I did not hear the response on the permits. We are dealing with a serious issue of illegal foreigners, and the need for the prioritization of locals in opportunities within different cities. Take us into confidence around what the Johannesburg municipality is doing to ensure that it gets rid of illegal foreigners in the city, but also it is able to ensure that, you know, business opportunities in the city are prioritized for locals. And there is a challenge generally of locals applying and giving, alleged challenge, of locals applying and handing over permits for the operation of illegal foreigners. How does the city also mitigate that, which seems to be a prevalent challenge? Let me stop there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. What's owed by councillors and staff is around 2 million. What we are doing as the City of Johannesburg, we have staff accounts that we deduct directly from the staff of the City of Johannesburg. Obviously, we do tell them that you owe the City of Johannesburg, and based on that owing, the employee, we sign an acknowledgement of debt, and we then pull it just from the staff account. So it's already pulled when the salary is paid to them. From my councillor point of view, the list of councillors that owe the city money is sent to the Speaker for the City of Johannesburg, and we, through her office, we then implement credit management to get our money back. So on a monthly basis, we do keep the speakers or legislature informed in terms of which councillors owe, and if needs be, they can also enter into an AOD so that they can pay back. So it's the staff accounts for employees and the office of the speaker for councillors. Thanks.
Maybe let me deal with the last part of your question. It's a mandate issue. As and when we implement bylaw enforcement programs, we then have Home Affairs with us, which then assist us in the handling of undocumented and illegal foreigners. I think in the last operation we had Home Affairs then agreed with us because they didn't have enough capacity that we will arrest but hand them over when we arrive at the police station for processing. So that's how we then do these projects with Home Affairs and the SAPS. In relation to postpaid and prepaid, we still have a lot of customers who are on postpaid, and amongst us, I think I'm also on postpaid. And of course, there are benefits for the city also on postpaid. So I don't think we really are pushing for everyone to be on prepaid, but particular categories of society, you can then push them into prepaid. There are advantages. We are currently receiving about 920 just on availability charge on postpaid as compared to prepaid, which availability charge is just under 200, so around 200, probably increasing to about 300 or so. So basically that's where now personally, as you ask, I'm still on postpaid. And I've answered.
All right, thank you very much. Is somebody supposed to say more? No. Oh, the informal traders.
Yes,
and,
we do issue permits as people apply, we assess, and on the basis of availability of trading space. But what we then do on a weekly basis, once in a week, our teams from JPC go into site to confirm whether the person who was issued with the permit is still the same person or is no longer the same person. If we find that it's not the same person, we have subletted, then we revoke the permit.
So who does the checking, JMPD?
Johannesburg Economic Development through JPC, Johannesburg Property Company. So we do send foot soldiers to do that assessment.
All right. When they get there and the person is not supposed to be there, what happens? Now I'm saying when they get there and they find someone who is not supposed to be in that trading spot, what happens?
They immediately revoke their license, the permit. The permit, and then of course, JMPD will then be called in to then confiscate. Is it the right English? Yes, confiscate the stock and take them to our compound.
What happens to the stock thereafter?
The people must come back and claim and pay the particular fine. If they are not paying the fine, then at a certain stage, it's then disposed of.
Oh, okay, so it's an impound. Okay. Can we go back to Mr. Matibe? How much information did the executive committee have before making the decision to let the matter go? Just describe the information that you were given that informed the decision.
Thank you, Chair. At our disposal, it was merely the news headlines that we had received in the media.
Do you think that's enough information upon which to make a decision like this? I don't know, maybe I'm asking a rhetorical question because you already taken the decision on the basis of the headlines. So, did you take any statements from the employee to explain where they got the money?
No.
Okay, don't you think you should have, Mayor?
Well,
I mean, you don't know. I mean, he might get called by Justice Madlanga and then you'd go, oh, oops. You know how bad that would look now.
As I said, Chair, we at that time the mayoral committee arrived at the decision that maybe the matter was not in the execution of his duties, it was outside that. But we do take counsel. I mean, leaving this meeting, I think there are certain things that we should have looked at as the city, and I guess we take counsel from you and we'll look at those matters.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to the council, Mayor. So the difficulty that I have is an appearance that the mayoral committee was keen to bury the matter. Do you know for certain if the money wasn't the proceeds of unlawful dealings within entities of the municipality? Can you say that for certain? No. I'm trying to illustrate a point, which is you don't know how the employee came across that money. You have no idea. You've admitted that yourself. it is an, if I propose to you that the money was the proceeds of a bribe in respect of work that needed to be done in that agency, you wouldn't be able to dispute it because you never asked and you never tried to find out.
Thank you, Chair. At the time of the mayoral committee, when the allegations came to the fore, we didn't have grounds to institute any investigation at that time when the media allegations came to the fore. So the mayoral committee then said, let us allow the law enforcement agencies, and obviously if there's any process, we will be guided by what would have come out, because we didn't receive any information about what had transpired, because it transpired in his home and we saw it in the media. And that is why we took that decision as the mayoral committee collectively to say we will be guided by the outcomes of the law enforcement. And as the group had indicated earlier, in the city, in fact, in the mayoral committee, one of the conversations we had, Chair, was that the city would need to look at how we develop a policy because we saw that there was a particular gap to make sure that we are able to deal with these allegations. If a person is found to be in the media on allegations, what steps then can we take internally? Because there is a gap in the policy.
Okay, if I understand the media reports well, they said he had been found with money and then was subsequently arrested, right? Okay, so it's not just media reports. You know for certain that he was arrested. So the media reports are peripheral to the issue that I'm raising here. An employee of the city of Johannesburg was arrested for having a huge sum of money in hard cash. And you guys were not interested in where he got it. You were not interested. I think that much is clear. Have you taken any steps to try and find out where he got the money? Since he was arrested, let's leave the media reports. Have you taken any steps to find out where he got the money? And I think the first step would be to ask him, because as an employer who deals with large sums of money from your own fiscus, you have an apprehension now that something is happening within your environment that you didn't know about. That's what I would expect. Have you done anything like that?
From the oversight in terms of the political leadership, no, we have not. But I will also allow, if the city manager administratively, he would have done. From our side, no.
Thanks, Chair. From our side, through our group governance department, there was a formal correspondence that went through to the board chair and the board in particular to ventilate on the matter and provide a report specifically on this.
Can you say that in English? What did you ask the board to do?
It was specifically for the board to confirm the issues with regard to the media issues and or the possible arrest.
Okay, Dr. Brink, can we just use straight language? We've now dealt with the media issues, so let's leave that out. The man was arrested. We know that for certain. He was arrested, 50,000 rand bail. We know that. What I'm asking is, upon his arrest, upon establishing that he had been arrested, what conversation did you have with the board about the matter?
No, I personally didn't meet with the board.
Who was supposed to deal with the board on this matter?
It's group governance.
Did they do that?
They did through a formal correspondence.
I'm interested in what the correspondence says. You're not telling us. That's the essence of my question.
Yeah, so Chair, maybe give me an opportunity quickly to convene or quickly to check with the group governance department. I'll ask one of the colleagues to go out and then we can share.
Okay, I think what you are saying is that you also never tried to establish, because you would know. I mean, this matter has had national attention. An official has been found with 2 million rand. They've been arrested. I really wouldn't expect to be wanting to go outside and check. I mean, if we know about it here.
No, I'm referring to the fact that you asked for the report. So I'm saying allow me quickly to get the report to the correspondence, which we can then report back exactly what it said.
Okay, so what conversation did you have with group governance?
With the group governance one, at that particular point, there were two related issues. One at City Power and this Joshco one. And to both of those particular boards, I've requested the group governance department to write through to the relevant boards.
Yes, to write and say what?
To confirm the issues and for us to be able to have a report and to understand the allegations that we would have seen or the severity of the issues.
Okay, so when did you do that?
I'll now have to check specifically, but it was specifically during that time.
Yeah, and I'm asking for an
date.
approximation, Doc.
I'm saying to you during that time, Chair.
When was that?
At the time of the arrest, a few days or so, around that time.
No, sure. I mean, give us an approximation. Which month?
I'll quickly have to check and confirm. I don't know which date and which month, but I think it was somewhere around what, January, February? I will have to check, Chair. Please provide me with indulgence. Let me get the information.
Okay, no, sure, you can get the information later, but here's my, and let's not break yet. So,
Can I assist?
No, sure. Can you just allow me to finish, Honorable Doctor? So, here's my difficulty. Neither the mayor, nor the MMC concerned, nor the board, or any of you, have ever bothered to find out and know where this gentleman got this money. That much we know, because had you bothered to try and find out, you wouldn't need to go and convene and talk about this matter outside. So I think that much we know. Do you perform lifestyle audits at all on your employees?
That's the process that we are starting now, Chair. The colleagues must just guide me quickly, but I think it was 3 weeks ago or so, where we now received a formal confirmation from SSA to unfold the process, which we will do through our ethics department as well as chiefers.
Okay, so you haven't been doing it.
We're starting with that process now.
Yes, but you haven't been to that. That's what I'm trying to get at. So there's no questions about what happened here, where this gentleman got this money. Nobody seems interested at all. And to the extent that none of you, from the mayor to anybody in seniority who should know, nobody's interested. The lifestyle audits, I don't even know if it's directed at him and any other employees like him, but clearly the first step to take is to obtain a statement from the person and find out what happened here. Where did you get this money? Whose money was it? How did you, in terms of what you earn, you shouldn't have this kind of money. Do you know if they've got any other business interests from which they may have somehow had an awesome cash business that would give them that kind of money in their home, in terms of their declaration of interest?
That is something that will be dealt with within that entity.
Okay, but you don't know?
No.
Okay, do you see that this looks like a cover-up? Can you see how it looks like a cover-up? You know when you don't look, if you don't look, you don't see anything. That's what it looks like. None of you, it looks like their members know more about this issue than you do. And you are in the seat. And you haven't taken any steps whatsoever to try and find out what happened. And the gentleman is back at work. And I'm wondering why that doesn't bother any of you. Why are you not bothered by this? I'm asking seriously now. Why are you not bothered? No, colleagues, it's a real question. It's, I think members of the public want to know why you are not bothered by this situation at all. Because you clearly aren't. You haven't done anything. Has this matter served in council in any way? Have any councillors raised it? Or the whole city is just not interested?
Not at the council level, Chair, not that I know of.
Okay, all right. Honorable Beck, I've delayed you long enough.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And
Greetings to everyone and all protocols observed. Chair, earlier on, when the mayor was addressing us when they first arrived, he said we are doing something right. Now, I'm also a resident of Johannesburg. And when the mayor says we're doing something right, I got a bit uncomfortable because I know and I also understand the issues surrounding Johannesburg. Now, what is happening in Johannesburg currently, maybe we can excuse the deputy mayor. But from accountability, she would be in it even if she was not there. There are some serious issues in Johannesburg, Mayor. The city of Johannesburg is a mess. The city center itself is filthy. It's crime-ridden. There's potholes everywhere in the city of Johannesburg. The robots are not working in half of the city. There's serious electricity outages, even right now, in the city. There's water leaks and there's water outages in the city to a point where people have been protesting about the issues of water. You've got seriously crumbling infrastructure that is not being repaired or fixed to a point where I end up having to ask the question, even though it's a rhetorical one, that where are these engineers and these specialists who are supposed to be preparing for the replacement of this outdated infrastructure? We heard the gentleman sitting here at the back, I'm not sure who he is, saying or telling us or giving us the numbers of the infrastructure that needs to be replaced. Now, it begs the question that the people who are supposed to plan for replacing all of that infrastructure, from the water to the electricity to the sewerage systems, where are they? Where have they been? What have they been doing? But I'll move on. Chair, to the mayor again. Mayor, there are too many hijacked buildings in the city of Johannesburg, in the Johannesburg CBD. The foreigners are running amok in those buildings, both legal and illegal. And a lot of those buildings are not fit for people to be living in them. They have severe water leaks. They have severe plumbing issues. And most of them are they basically shouldn't have people living in them. They are severely overcrowded, and their sewerage systems create a serious health hazard. So the first question to you, Mayor, would be, why are these buildings not being condemned? And the second one is, what are you doing about this issue with these buildings that have been hijacked in Johannesburg?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Let me respond to the latter question first. The bad buildings or hijacked buildings requires the city of Joburg to evacuate, but the law says once you evacuate people in a bad building, you must find them temporary accommodation, the cost of which the city does not have. And in fact, it's an unfunded mandate from the side of the city. And we have raised this matter with human settlements on a constant basis that the city cannot afford temporary accommodation because the law says as you move them out, you must provide alternative accommodation. We don't have the resources. We have went into an attempt to try and even get the private sector to come on board to help us with temporary accommodation, and that's discussions are still taking on. But it therefore means once you move them and the private sector has created the space, they must also pay for that accommodation. Now, the understanding of what's happening in those buildings becomes very paramount for the members of the committee, because you must be able to give a profile of the people that are in the buildings, for you to understand the impact on how we can respond to this thing as a city. You enter into a building with 220 families. half of those families are unemployed and are South African citizens who have no other means whatsoever, except that they've been able to find ways of paying the 500 rentals in the small space that they've been given. Now, they've been battling with space and they've been battling to pay those rentals. We've got about 45 buildings to about 55, which are still city-owned buildings that we are also trying to evacuate. In the last year or so, we've been able to only evacuate 3 up to date. The rest of the balance are private sector and provincial and national government buildings. The challenge is huge than what we see in the media, which therefore means we require real resources as the city. And the only way to fund this is to get national government to come to the party and help us to fund temporary accommodation. Because once we've got temporary accommodation massively, then we can be able to respond to this problem. And unfortunately, I hope that Parliament, with the Eviction Act, you are likely to help us once that law is passed for us to be able to change the
Apologies, Mayor.
situation.
Could you please move on to the second question? I think you're dragging on a bit too long on this question.
Sorry, my apology.
Now there's other follow-up questions. And Mayor, trust me, we do understand the situation in those buildings very intimately.
Okay, that's fine. So I thought I should respond it in that fashion. The second part of the question, you have. Well, we are not hiding anything. We did say that our infrastructure is old and we're experiencing almost 10,000 leaks a month. Because the infrastructure there can no longer be repaired, it has to be replaced. Just this year alone, we are doing 84 kilometers of pipe replacement, because that's what we can afford and that's what we've budgeted for in an attempt to deal with both sewer and water leaks. We're doing 85 kilometers. In the city center alone, we are required to do about 150 kilometers of steel pipes that requires replacement. So we are working towards raising the capital. But over and above, we then said, rather let's raise capital in the capital market in an attempt to deal with about 2,600 kilometers of both water and sewer. In that way, it will help us to also reduce on our losses. But reality is, it's a fact, we do have huge problems in terms of our infrastructure, and that is why there's an attention given to try and deal with the infrastructure of both water and electricity.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just, on that note, I hope while you are still Mayor, that none of those buildings collapses, because some of us have seen the state that they're in, and hence I ask why they're not being condemned. I understand where you're coming from, but I would implore you to do more, because some of those buildings are literally on the verge of collapse. And as you say, they've got about 200 families in them. Those buildings will collapse with those 200 people living inside of them. And I do not know what the city will do the day that happens. Now, moving on, Mayor, and I'll ask this one to you, the Deputy Mayor, given her portfolio, and the City Manager. There are 6 City of Johannesburg executives that earn more than the President of South Africa. The head of City Power, the CEO of Johannesburg Roads Agency, the Pick It Up Managing Director, Johannesburg Property Company, Johannesburg Development Agency, Johannesburg City Theatres, Johannesburg Water. I'm trying to understand, maybe give us some context. What is the logic behind this? And what is it that these executives do that makes them earn more than the President of South Africa? Maybe there's a special degree that they need to have, some aeronautical propulsion systems, maybe that they have a PhD in, that renders them the exclusive, gives them the exclusivity to be earning more than the President of South Africa, because clearly their jobs at Pick It Up must be more complex than that of the President. Could you please indulge us? Tell us, what is the case, what's going on here? I can give you the numbers of who earns what, if that's... What is the question?
No, I was thinking that, Chair, because you raised a very important issue through you, Chair, of the inner city when you are saying to the mayor, you hope during the term nothing happens. You raised a very fundamental issue which has reached the crisis levels in the city of Johannesburg. You are quite right. If anything was to happen as we speak here today, we are going to be in a big problem at the level of Usindiso. What I wanted to indicate the complexity of the issue is, we went to as far as trying to get evacuation orders in the inner city. We've got 10 or 12 evacuation orders. When I'm talking about the evacuation orders is, we as the city, we went to court. We told the court that the structural integrity of the buildings is so bad that nobody can live in those buildings. And to an extent where one of the judges indicated that those people are better in the bush than in those buildings. So you are quite correct, Honorable Member. And I'm raising this thing, it does not only affect the city of Johannesburg, but it is worse in the inner city. If any fire was to erupt there, if there was to be any shift of any building, wind or whatever, we are going to reach a crisis. And I was discussing it with my EMS people to say, perhaps maybe we should declare a state of emergency or a state of disaster, because that is what it is in the city. And I just thought maybe I should add to what you are raising to say, there is a problem in the inner city. We acknowledge you are not just shooting in the air. In as much as it's painful, you are raising very pertinent issues which needs an urgent attention. If we don't attend to the inner city, we are going to lose lives, and we don't know when. We are just hanging on that thin thread and hoping against hope every day that nothing happens. I thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. On the question of executives, and I think it's something that we are starting to grapple with in the city, because I think salaries at entity level have been left between the board and the people who appoint the CEO. So the boards set up the salaries at entity levels, unlike at core level where our salaries are regulated through COGTA. And I think what we're trying to grapple with is how do we bring that same regime for the executives at entity level. I think that's the question for now. That's the answer for now.
Mayor, are you happy with that answer?
Well, I guess Mbulelo must just collate the information and give the information to the committee on each and every of the CEO that has been appointed, because the figures currently, we may have different figures on what we understand has been allocated. So let's give you a scientific report and submit it by tomorrow.
Okay, the question was, what are these mayors doing that is so specialized, that make, or the CEOs, what are the CEOs doing that makes them earn so much? Is their work so specialized? Is it some rocket science or some nuclear physicist PhDs that they have that makes them earn this much? Why do they earn this much is the question. Why do they earn more than the president? Do they perhaps have, I even made an example that, do they perhaps have more responsibility than the president of South Africa because they earn more than him? And I made an example of Pick It Up, that whoever's running Pick It Up is earning more than the president of South Africa, from what we are being told. Now, if my understanding is correct, Pick It Up collects garbage around Johannesburg, and that person who runs that entity owns more than the president of South Africa. Indulge us, Mayor, please.
Chair, can I keep it to that response? We'll give a full report, accommodating and giving a reflection of every CEO that has been appointed as private entities, and it's on the basis that probably some benchmarking would have been done before they arrived at those decisions. So let's give you a comprehensive report. Otherwise, at this stage, I'll find myself thumb-sucking.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. No, I'm not happy with that. So I've saved your 54 seconds left on your time. So you'll ask one more question. This shouldn't be complicated, Executive Mayor and the city manager. One of you should know what criteria is used to do the job grading the scope of the job, the size of the balance sheet, whatever the case might be. Surely you know those kind of things to say our entities of different sizes, the considerations at this category is A, the consideration at is category B, and pick it up that you are asking about. The considerations would be the following. It's not difficult. It doesn't need a report. The city manager and you, executive mayor, between the two of you should be able to produce an answer for Honorable Kupek.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me try. No, Chair, look, indeed, it's a fact that they earn more than what we earn at upper limits level, at the COCTA level. So it's based on the scope and the complexity of the jobs, and they've got a complete different system in terms of their own benchmarking and the scales of their salaries. So it is something that the executive mayor raised recently as well, that we now need to go through our corporate services department and governance and rationalize this, because clearly it is not a cost that we believe that must be passed on to your residents, because there's an issue and the honorable member is almost raising it towards that particular value for money in this case.
So, City Manager, you've kind of repeated what I proposed to you as a general point. That's what you've just done, and then you pivoted to what you guys are going to be doing. That's not enough for me. I expect you to have an idea of the considerations that go into the determination of the salary of the CEO. Just to make it clear, I am not one of the people who believe that in order to get good professionals, you must pay them peanuts. I don't believe that. You want a 1.5 million rand per year CFO, you're gonna get a junior manager as CFO. So that's me. So that's not where I'm coming from. My difficulty is that you don't know what considerations at those organizations get to determine those salary packages and how they incentivize. That's what you should be able to explain to us, but you're not. I don't know why you don't know. So do you really don't know, gentlemen?
The point is taken, Chair. We can provide you with the report, but indeed, those are some of the things that you would have mentioned, and you are correct. It's linked to the pressure within those particular positions, and I wouldn't want to thumbsuck all those figures. We've also seen recently in the media that certain one or two of the CEOs or MDs, there were escalations in their salaries. We've written to them, so there is a report that we can provide very soon. And like the mayor said, we can give tomorrow, and we can clearly indicate what it is based on scientifically.
Okay, before I hand back to Honorable Kupek, my difficulty is that you gentlemen don't know. You understand? The pressure of city manager, the pressures that you face, believe me, are probably 3 times, you can tell me this, 3 times that each of those people have to bear. So I don't deny that. I'm just saying I expect you to know, and you gentlemen don't know, and council should know what goes into those kind of decisions. But let's leave it. Honorable Kupek, your last one.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Before that last question, what we're talking about now with the issue of the salaries says to us that the city manager and the mayor and the executive as a whole, they do not know, or they've got no control of what's happening with these salaries. And then for the city manager, it must be painful for him that the people reporting to him earn more than he does. But to the last questions, oh yeah, sorry. And then Mayor, you said you're going to give me a report with city manager. That report, please tell us. Also add, just noting that those entities that we're talking about, they also have boards in them. The people who sit on those boards also earn. Could you give us a report of what they earn as well? And I'm saying this because all of these entities that we're talking about, most of them, they are failing. Yet they have these executives who earn exorbitant amounts. One, they've got boards as well that earn. We're just not sure how much the boards earn. Could you please add that to the report? And then the final question, it's 2 questions, Chair. At City Power, price inflation features prominently in the Hawks case docket that includes possible bribery when an 8.6 million rand quote for the supervisory control and data acquisition system, or SCADA,
ballooned to 100.6 million without the job spec changing or additional purchases for the John Ware substation in the CBD. The system should have been 7.1 and blah, blah, blah. I would like the guys at City Power to take us into confidence regarding this huge or exorbitant price escalation. What was the issue there? And then the then CEO, I'm not sure if it's the same CEO of the same City Power, had an apparent nepotism racket at the entity as well, allegedly employing family members and family members of senior managers. Could we be appraised about that? And then just lastly, Chair, the mayor, there's an allegation that the mayor is burying the Johannesburg City Power's financial reports. Mayor is the City Power's financial reports. There's an allegation that you are burying, or you're not bringing to the front, to the fore, to the, whereas faith, yes, you are not bringing them to the fore, to your council, that the financial reports, you're not giving them from City Power to this thing. Is this true? That's one. And was the mayor able to table to the council the financial reports of City Power over the past 2 years? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. We do table the reports through our annual quarterly reports, that we take to council. So we should have presented the financials for all the entities. So that part has been taken care of. So we have no reason to hide reports. We're also required by legislation that on a quarterly basis we must also submit Section 71 reports to National Treasury, which we do comply with those reports. So I guess the statement, I'll respond in that fashion.
Thanks, Chairperson. With the allegations of SCADA and the nepotism and all that, I would like to put it also on record that that is not true. It's not factual. It's just reports that were reported or we've seen in the media, and especially a particular media house. And all those allegations, they were subjected to an independent legal firm to investigate via the board. And the report came and it did not find anything of some sort that has been reported about. Thank you, Chair.
Could we possibly get a report on that, Chair? Could that same report be shared with us? Thank you.
We will do. Thank you.
And then the second question was with that deployment of nepotism allegations.
Yeah, it's the report. If I recall very well, it didn't find any nepotism. However, it also acknowledges the fact that there's people who are working that you may be related to. It does not mean that they cannot work, because the person who has been alleged that has committed that kind of a situation or nepotism is not even sitting in the interviews or whatsoever. So, but all that information will support or provide the report based on all those allegations that have been made. Thank you, Chair.
So basically, there are people who have got relatives that are working senior in the entity that are working there, but it's just that the seniors were not involved in the hiring of those people.
The report, I think, I don't want to say it exactly as I'm saying, but I can recall from the head of from the mind to say For example, if Ndlovu is in Ndlovu and there's another Ndlovu who's working in, then it may be look like that is the situation. However, it has been written in the report, the full information as to what exactly transpired, and we can provide so that the members can find comfort in the actual report. Thank you.
Okay, who compiled that report?
There's an independent legal firm that has been sanctioned by the board, and they have done the report.
Please also share with us the details of that independent firm. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks very much, Honorable Gupek. That's Honorable Letsie. It's not the chair of the Higher Education Portfolio Committee, not somebody from the Expanded Public Works Program. Welcome, Chair. It's good to have you here. We've got two honorable members who haven't. It's Honorable Mende and Honorable Matun. But Honorable Matun is still gymming. So we will take Honorable Mende. Please go ahead.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I see by the presence of the higher education that the House is now done. Greetings once more to everyone. To the Mayor, the City Manager, and the MMC for Finance. If we were to talk to the actions taken in response to the AG's findings, this session would have taken us 20 minutes and would have gone home. The problem that the AG is identifying and concerned about is lack of action, where there is glaring non-compliance of the legislation where financials are concerned. Now, the most glaring feature here is that there is no respect for the rule of law. Here we have the group of City of Johannesburg. Let's leave the core. And Chair, I want to make a proposition that the entities should get a day of their own, because what we are doing here is really not accountability. We are asking merely 2 minutes and we are over that. I'm saying this because, MMC, you are responsible to make sure that whatever budget of the city is spent wisely on the citizens of the city. When you look at the findings in terms of the financials of the entities, the city power is at procurement and contract management, as well as expenditure management. Johannesburg Water, expenditure management. Pick it up, West. They cannot even compile annual financial statements. The performance reports are questionable. Annual reports are questionable. Expenditure management, they cannot even account or declare. Yet these are the people who earn more than the president. Joshco, the same property company, Johannesburg Property Company, Development Agency, roads, Metrobus, City Parks, Tourism, and the Metropolitan Trading. What's common here is that there is lack of accountability, but most glaring is the incompetence. That's the problem we have, May. What have you done when the AG tells you that these entities are failing on the basic function of their office to compile annual financial statement according to the standards that are expected of them? They cannot declare correctly on the performance on the annual report, procurement management is not in line, as well as the asset management at property company. What steps did you take when you get that? These are the people who should be the most qualified. But what did you do when the AG tells you, here are the shortfalls within these entities? Most basic things. Just want to get that first.
Oh, you wanted me? I thought you were asking from the finance point of view. I think the questions you are asking are quite clear, but what we are trying to do as the city is to deal with those things through working with GPEC, audit, and our risk committees that we have established to help us deal with performance, deal with the risks, and of course, dealing with the audit. So that's the best we could do. But added to that expectation is that from an administrative point of view, there should be processes that are undertaken to ensure that these entities are able to comply and respond to the challenges that the AG have raised. We have put in place an audit action plan so that all those matters that the AG has raised, we can respond to. And some of them, I do agree with you, are matters that should have acted quite quickly, because as you look at the AG's report, some of them are repeated findings which we should have resolved adequately as the city. So I think there are lessons learned that we need to ensure that we respond to these things as urgently as possible. So I do note the issues I've raised. There are weaknesses, especially in the entities, and I think we need also to strengthen group governance. And our audit committees have been doing quite an outstanding work to point out to some of these failures. All what they needed to do is to follow up on the problems or the failures that have been indicated. Some of them have been successful to clear. As you can see, that the audit action is demonstrating that some of the findings were able to clear as we move along, but we still have to do more. Thanks.
I'm glad that you are also acknowledging that these are repeated findings, and that's what the AG is concerned about, that this is a culture. Yet these are the people who should be most qualified. And MMC, this is where I have a problem. You can't have a senior manager, in fact, a head of a department, who repeats the same mistake of not accounting and compiling the financials of the city. We deal with 82 billion. Yet the citizens of Johannesburg do not look like they live in a city of 82 billion. That's the problem. Why are we not acting? We learned the lesson in May. Why are we not acting?
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Member, one of the acknowledgements we have made, and we had a conversation with the city manager, a frank one in the mayoral committee, to say where there are capacity challenges that may have been identified through our skills audit processes, there were recommendations where we could look at possible rotation of employees. Perhaps sometimes you may find that a person may have been employed in a specific space, but however, the environment and the work that they need to carry out is perhaps not at the level in terms of capacity. So on capacity building, we've had that, but on rotation, to deal with us, to make sure that we have the right person fit for purpose in those particular positions, particularly because we also made this observation that Honourable Member is talking about.
Yeah, go over MMC, but that's just not enough. I'm going to give an example. We run a campaign called Unrestatani Cleanup Campaign as an organization, as EFF. At Ward 11, Johannesburg, that's one of my homes, the same street as the president of the country, his home in Shawel. There's a huge heap of the dumping site. We went to do a cleanup campaign. I was with the chairperson. He was the chairperson then of the region. When I asked for a truck to come and clean up, pick it up, we were told a story of that. There's a funny sound. We were told some story of how pick it up will not be available to do that. And I asked for the big bin so that people can stop dumping and put the garbage in the bin. Mind you, this space is a space between a school and the township. Kids are crossing there to the school on the other side and the township. Pick it up was nowhere to be found. A week later, we had to fight to get Pick It Up to deal with that. This is an entity that does not collect the bins. The reason why there's that dumping site is because people's bins get full. It's not collected, and then they go dump it to clear their bins. Besides not having a capacity to deal with the budget, expenditure, income, and everything, they cannot do the day-to-day. Hence, my colleague was asking, what is the speciality of the CEO of Pick It Up? Because they don't do work. And my problem is that earlier on, we were told there are issues of finances where Pick It Up is concerned, where service providers are not even paid within 30 days. So if you cannot pay the major service delivery of that affects people's health, who is budgeting against the service at the Pick It Up? Whose problem is it that the trucks of Pick It Up are not paid? How many trucks do we have versus the population or households that require cleaning on a daily basis? If someone can talk to us about, especially Pick It Up, I am asking this to demonstrate that the person who is the head of Pick It Up doesn't know what they are doing and they are not equal to the task. Now, can we be taken through? Earlier on, we're told about the creditors of Pick It Up, but the process wherein this entire Pick It Up mess is concerned, we're not being told. Can we be explained as to what is the budget of Pick It Up to versus the citizens or the households? How many trucks are at Pick It Up? And why are we not paying the creditors? Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. In terms of the budget of Pick It Up, they are the fourth in terms of revenues. So they bring around 9 billion worth of revenue each financial year, but a portion of that is subsidized, a subsidy from the City of Johannesburg. In terms of the management of that budget, obviously it's done by the management that Pick It Up. They've got a CFO and the management team there. I think we did outline the process also of moving away from ad hoc fleet to their own compactors. And that's really to deal with the issues of ad hoc fleet, because there was a point where they were switching contracts between ad hoc fleet management, and that had an impact on their operations. In terms of the staff and the augmentation of the co-ops, so they have expanded their own people on the ground by incorporating co-ops in various parts of society. So, for example, when you talk about various regions, there are co-ops there that come straight from the community to help them dealing with the illegal dumping, because some of the things that you did mention, Honourable Member, is actually illegal dumping that happens at various sites. So it might not be a function of Pick It Up not picking up trash. It could be a function of illegal dumping that is done by various players in this whole ecosystem of trash, for the lack of a better word. But yeah, I wanted just to deal with the budget issue and the compactors. I don't know, Ku, if you've got any additions to that.
Chair, if I can also just come in, I think we must also indicate that indeed, Chair, the one matter that we've raised at an executive level, including at the mayoral committee, is the actual supervision of because when we did the ground staff, which is the general workers. So in the last 3 years, we have allowed Pick It Up to recruit about 1,000 additional general workers, which is the staff that obviously go onto the truck and remove the bin. However, the one challenge that we raised with the entity was the lack of supervision of those teams. And part of the analysis we did with the Pick It Up team was that, for an example, that shift starts at 5, and then at about 6, between 6 and 7, the teams are almost done with their work, and they're supposed to be working 8 hours. And that's a matter that we've raised on record with Pick It Up, that they really need to pay attention to the supervision of the staff, because it can't be that by 7, 8, 8:30, the teams are already done and they are going home and we pay them for 8. We pay them for 8 hours, and therefore the cleanliness of the city is not at the level where it requires. And that's the first point that we've raised on record and that we are monitoring through the governing system. The second part, Chair, that we've raised with the second area that we've raised with the entities around the separation at source, which is a program of the city that the city adopted around 2011, 2012. And what we were doing at that time was, there's already a community that if you recycle your waste, there's already a market that is already running in terms of recycling. We need to support and partner with the recycling associations and the recyclers, because they are helping us with reduce the waste, so that the waste that remains, we are able to convert into energy. I think earlier on spoke about the waste to energy project that we are running through Pick It Up and the EISD department. So those are the 2 challenges that I think we've raised with the entity, and we are putting a lot of pressure on the entity to deliver on those, because if you are able to separate the waste, it reduces the amount of waste that goes to the landfill. It will also reduce the amount of waste we put onto the trucks.
Now, we get that. The problem is the cleanliness and not collecting the bins. And CFO, I'm very offended when you say people are illegally dumping. What do you do when your bin is full and the city who's responsible to collect it is not collecting it? What must happen? What must happen to a bin that is full and it's not collected, because the consistency of collecting bins is not taking place? What must happen? What should those people do?
If I can come in there, Chair, so that we put some of these issues into context. Soweto has increased in terms of population. It's something that we are alive to that fact, and you are referring to Ward 11. And we have taken a view in this budget that was passed now that we are going to increase the frequency. We're currently collecting once a week. It might not be on the day that we committed to do on Wednesday, and probably do it on Friday, but the collection will always happen in ward to ward in Soweto without fail once a week. Now, that does not give justification if there's no collection that people must proceed to illegal dumping, but people must find other alternatives to keep the waste in the yard until such time we're able to come, because we do collect on a weekly basis. But we have agreed in this budget, because we are alive to the fact that in Soweto you have a yard which was a 4-room, now it has been turned with back rooms, so there's no longer one family, there's possibly 3 families in one yard. That is why we are now increasing the frequency from the 1st of July, as we implement in the new budget, to collect at least twice a week in Soweto in particular, something that we have already been doing in Alexander. However, even that being done, we still have people continuing to dump illegally even in Alexander. So I guess what needs to happen also, Honorable Member, is ourselves as political office officials to also continue to send a message that illegal dumping is incorrect and it's wrong, and people should not participate in illegal dumping. And I for example, in Snawani, not far from where you were, we turned a dumping place into a park. Within 3 months, it went back into a dumping place. When we have invested in a park with communities who are supposed to also take responsibility of looking after a park. But I will not agree to a justification of illegal dumping at all. Rather, let's increase our frequency, which we are doing. Secondly, let's increase the number of buyback centers that must also be established within the townships so that we can get waste coming in into our things. There are also programs around separation of source, because we are also alive to the fact that waste in itself is money and it's an economy. So those are the projects that Pick It Up is also trying to do. But I don't agree with illegal dumping. We do spend a lot of money on an annual basis focusing on illegal dumping, and it's taking away resources that we should be implementing or investing in other areas to improve the city. But Honorable Member, our responsibility is to ensure that we increase the frequency and give it 6 months pilot and check whether it will change the behavior of the people of Soweto. But it's also a behavioral issue that people need to change, and we must find a way of communicating that behavioral change in our townships.
Thanks. Honorable, to ask you last two together, you over already.
No, okay, thank you, Chair. That I will still disagree with that it's an illegal dumping, because if you have ever lived in a township where you see rats as big as a baby coming from the bin, and the second thing is that even that Pick It Up doesn't leave black bags for the people. You give them one bin, you don't collect it, you don't give them black bags to keep the extra waste. For some reason, you expect the bins to overflow, and they must do nothing about it, they must keep it. If you have experience of those rats, you will know what I'm talking about. I want to ask two questions. In your spreadsheet of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there is 2 transactions I would like to get explanation about. There's a transaction of Quistec of 43 million. Automated passenger counters cost written off. And what was that about? The second one is a housing project by Kunene Rampala, A834. There was no evidence that work was done, but there was 36 million paid. It's under investigation. Well, I want you to take us through those 2. There was a third one. The second question goes to MPEG. AG says internal audit is doing its best. And it says MPEG is also doing its best in terms of accountability. But I want to check on the issues of support, as well as explaining on the irregular expenditure. There's a company here called ArtCall, which has a lot of write-offs, and it amounts to a whole lot of money, more than R1 billion. How did it come about? As well as what the AG is saying, that they are satisfied. However, they think you can do more if you get more support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and good evening to both our chairs and members of Parliament. Yeah, as MPEG, maybe I should highlight as to who is MPEG in the city of Johannesburg. We are a committee of 16 members. We had 40 meetings in each and every financial year, and in those meetings we never experienced the difficulty of quorum. We have never experienced a meeting collapse. We are determined to work. In MPEC, we can't say we have many challenges because the members of MPEC highly motivated. They are going extra mile. Even after we received the annual report late, already MPEC is ready. They came up with dates. In order for us to sit and process the annual report. On the 17th, we are sitting. On the 18th, we are sitting. On the 30th, we are sitting. On the 8th, we are sitting. And on the 17th, we'll be adopting the report. They are even willing to work during recess because they understand the importance of dealing with the issues of the city. They even agreed that we don't want to leave office with anything pending. We want to finish all the reports that will be coming to us. We currently have nothing on the table. We have since returned those 34 reports which were not in compliance with Circular 68. And I think is the circular which is now making the city drag its feet because it was amended in April. And then now we had to return those reports for them to comply with the circular because the circular was implemented before they get to be submitted. We are trying our best, Member of Parliament. We are motivated. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Now the write-offs of ADCO.
With regards to Questec, the city had procured for our BRT buses a software or an application that we're going to use because going to be installed on our buses, on our Gautrain BRT is Rea Vaya, sorry. End of day, my apologies for that. And it was then found that the software we bought or the system we bought was not compatible. It was, in as much as it was processed by MPEC, there's a process to recover. Unfortunately, when we started with the recovery, Group Legal has indicated that there are challenges with Questec. It appears that they are currently under liquidation. So we have been following up in terms of recovering the financial loss to the city. On ADCOL is a panel of service providers that the city engages to recover or to collect from our customers. There's an aging of the debt, and they're supposed to collect anything over and above, I think 60 days? 60 days. Unfortunately, what had happened was that when the contract was about to come to an end, the city had not concluded the new procurement process, and we then appointed them or appointed that ADCOL panel in terms of Regulation 36, but that was found to be non-compliant. So it is not one service provider, it's a list of service providers, but on the ADCOR panel. Why it's been written off is because there has been collections by the various attorneys on that panel on the basis that they would then have been paid. On the issue of the Kunene Ramapala matter, this is a new finding, relatively new, and it is currently under investigation. The AG raised issue, I think Group Legal and Human Settlements did attempt to provide the necessary evidence to the AG in terms of work that had been done. But I think one of the factors was, that was a challenge, was that the delays in providing the adequate information to the AG and the engagements that were subsequently held, the city was not to justify or effectively provide the necessary evidence. So what it has then meant is that it is now on the register of those matters that are to be investigated. It is only after that investigation that we can then provide further details in terms of what essentially has happened. But it is flagged, it is one of the matters that is being investigated. Thanks. I did speak to Questec, there's the BRT one, where the resolution was that we're going to recover, but we are experiencing challenges.
There's an offer for more information.
No, thank you, Chair. In as far as it relates to Questec, a legal process was initiated. The claim was lodged. However, during the process, Questec was liquidated. And as such, we could not proceed with the recovery since the company has been liquidated. That is the precise answer I can give at this point. Thank you.
No, the last one was that projects were halted or stopped, JDA. 8 million had been already spent. There's 2 of them, I just can't find the second one. Under the fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
We have had those instances where it would have been either due to rebasing or budget reallocations, and the project gets suspended or abandoned. And as a result, because the project has not been completed, we must then realize the associated expenditure, which becomes fruitless and wasteful. But the circumstances, the full circumstances, whether it is really rebasing or there may have been other factors, that is the subject of an investigation.
All right, so let me just ask, do you know for certain that was the reason in this particular case, or you're speaking generally? I can't work out which side of the blade your answer is.
I think the best response would be we can then get the detailed report to the committee on that particular.
Okay, so you
have such projects that have been identified, and AG raises issue, and we then flag them for further investigation. But we can then provide a detailed report on this particular one.
Okay, so your answer was a general answer, not pertaining to this. I just want to be sure so that I know what to expect.
Chair.
Okay.
On the basis that when there has been rebasing or reprioritization of projects, there are projects that then get discontinued.
Okay, we will make a detailed info a request on that. There was something Honorable Mente asked about. In your answer, you said there was a non-compliance. You referred to a panel. I just missed the name. You said there was a non-compliance. What was the non-compliance?
Okay. The reappointment of the ADCOL panel was in terms of what we call Regulation 36, a deviation. But then frequently, when we get audited, the AG looks at the circumstances prior to us opting for a Regulation 36. So, for example, in this